Okay, so the game will begin basically where we've described it to be the case. So as I think we've discussed with everybody, I don't know if I've commented too much with you, Zach, so far, but they are basically traveling to Hilton from Fort Ronan after engaging bandits in Howlerton. Um, it was, oh my gosh, the druid who basically gathered the group together to help defend Howlerton against some bandits who were causing a problem there. And that's where you guys kind of gained your you're together and adventuring. Simple, easy backstory, completed to the hard part, starting with you, Zach, and then moving from left to right. Just give me a description of what your character looks like, a bit about your character's personality that you've let on to the rest of the party in your travels, um, and if you want as well, a bit of the motivation as to why you're going to Hilton or why you want to go to Hilton at all.
Okay. Is it okay if I just use the profile picture
Yeah,
that I put in there?
yeah. So
Okay.
everybody should have access to everybody else's character sheets. Yeah. Um,
Yeah,
his
that
characters.
right there
Yep.
is basically what Aiden looks like. That's his base form, but he is a changeling. So that's base form, but very rarely will he look like that. And very few people will actually recognize him like that. He goes by so many different aliases across so many different places that this is very rare to recognize him. Only at night, basically when resting, would you ever see him looking like that. Character, as far as you can tell, he is a thinker, the kind of just quiet type who acts when action is needed type thing. Not very aggressive, but kind of cold, calculating, almost sociopathic. And yeah, and why he's going to Hilton is because he has said that he has a job to do. That's all you need to know. Fair?
Fair. Would they know anything about your relations faction-wise?
No,
Okay, so you've kept that to yourself. Very good.
so far. I
Okay.
haven't seen a reason to. I don't think there'd be a reason to discuss it unless
Well,
necessary.
You've technically been with them for, I would say, the better part of 2 months. The bandit incursion wasn't simple. Oh, here's a town. It was more
Right.
Seventh
You would
Samurai.
know that I have connections. You just don't know what my connections are. So I'm definitely tied to some faction or some group, but I don't think I would have let on to
Fair enough.
who or what.
Fair enough. I mean, again, not trying to force your hand. I was just wanting to make
Yeah.
sure we knew where we're at.
Yeah, you would know that I have tons of friends all over the place and can basically make a connection wherever we go. But
it seemed like to those who were with him at Ronin when the druid came to get you guys, he was kind of the guy who was, doing this a lot. I'm sure, like pointing his fingers,
right.
hey, knowing people. Okay.
Freezing.
What's that?
Yeah, dude, you got it.
He lagged out. He disappeared.
Oh no.
It's fine. So we'll skip him for a second because he's refreshing. Wait, let's see how fast it goes. Because he's next. Oh, is there anything else you want to add? Zach?
I don't think so. I think that's good.
So personality-wise, friendly, casual, charismatic.
More quiet and sociopathic.
Oh, okay.
But like he is jovial in his different personalities when he's interacting with people, but when we're a private party, he'll basically just be sitting there silently, like totally different person,
Cold and focused. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. When he's in his form, out like at night at camp, it's just thinking.
Okay. And then Kevin, a little bit about Killian. Oh, and sorry, Aiden is the name, correct? That they would know you by? Okay.
Okay. See if I can plop my my picture down. I don't know. How do you do that?
Drag and drop the picture from your sheet right onto the page.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Well, I have bio and info, and
I can help you out here. Hold on. And
maybe
again.
it'll work. Well, anyways,
No problem.
I'm a dwarf. and look like pretty typical looking dwarf. Is if you're not a dwarf, you know, we all look the same to everybody else. But no, I have like brown hair, brown eyes. You know, I'm young for a dwarf. I'm only 25 years old. I'm like 4'2", 151 pounds, and I'm a pretty. I like to have a good time. Pretty boisterous, typically. I'm. I worship Thralf, and she is the goddess or god, depending on what you think. As John is showing there, she likes beer, and so do I. So I'm pretty much constantly in a state of buzz, but you know, I'm happy. I'm pretty laid back because of it, but also like having a good time. And the reason I'm going to Hilton originally was to meet up with the Mug Pounders. I wanted to try out some of their legendary beer. And you know, because I came from a family that were brewers, they brewed a beer that we called Iron Hand Ale. That's my clan name, Killian Iron Hand. And I basically was raised as a brewer, and then had a vision and started wandering the lands trying to help out people, because in my vision it was of you know, like a horrible coming disaster. And so I went out to help the common folk, not really sure when this was going to happen or what was going to happen, just that something bad was going to happen. And I felt you know, that I had to go out and do something, and then I have powers too, based on my faith, and so I'm going around trying to help out, and that's how I stumbled across you guys. And you know, the more the merrier. That's what I always think, right? Cheers.
For merriment and justice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you guys may notice that I'm eating in the thing. I apologize. I got home like 10, 20 minutes before I hopped on, so.
No worries.
And she
Not a
brought the
problem.
groceries about the same time. So it's also good that you guys are doing the talking, because nobody wants to hear me chewing. That being said, Andy.
That gets me hard.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Also drinking. Okay, good. We've got the beverages all right.
I'm the only one without a beverage, darn it.
Dang it.
Yeah. Need a beverage.
Perfect. So, Andy, tell
I
us
even have your cup, the green cup. It's not an Eagles cup, but.
Oh no, the fighting Pennsylvania.
Easy, not fighting.
Fair enough. Andy, tell us a little bit about Hawk.
Yeah, can you pull the image over? I don't know how to do that.
Sure, no problem. I can just go ahead and reveal it.
So Hawk is a human fighter soldier. He has been through a lot of battles and is pretty heavily scarred, kind of seen some bad stuff, and as a result he's quiet, not in a sociopathic way like Aiden, but more in a kind of reserved, trying to stay alive and keep those around him alive kind of way. I can't remember exactly, John, where he is. Did you say something about the ruins of Jether? He'd be around there. Something about refugees, perhaps?
Correct. So you basically migrated to Port Ronan from Jether because it was attacked by the Frost Giant. Zach's nodding his head because he's the magical druid who tracks Geomragunder's movements.
Hey, Zach,
Such a dope game.
Zach, could you change your settings and put your character name?
Yeah.
That way I won't forget it.
Yeah, I got you.
And your class.
You.
Oh, well, yeah.
He's a rogue?
He's the rogue.
He's the rogue. Okay. Yeah, so that's about it. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. Fighter.
All right. And then Matt, go ahead with Eldithus.
Yeah. So Eldithus is he's a wood elf, about like 5'5", 110 pounds, copperish, brownish skin, bright green eyes, brown hair. So, he very much looks at place in the woods. And as John said, I was the one to kind of get together. The picture doesn't look at all like my description, but you can put it up if you want.
Looks
You look-
pretty buff there.
Your
Yeah.
picture
Yeah.
looks
Yeah.
PO'd.
Beefcake.
Yeah, I know. He is not that strong, trust me. With
But he's
with
fast.
-1. Yeah. And he's basically just like the friendliest, happiest guy you will ever meet. Like as soon as the battle was over with the with fighting off the bandits, he basically just went up and started hugging you guys and saying, "Thank you so much for coming." And he's very much,
Awesome. As long as he likes to party.
he does, but his idea of partying might be slightly different than yours. He
All right.
But yeah, he's extremely friendly, loves everyone, is a big fan of nature, not too big into eating meat, but he will if he has to. It's just not his first choice. And then basically just his big thing is he grew up in a peasant family, and so he just goes around trying to protect the peasantry, and that's why he's going along with you guys, is because he's heard there's some trouble and just like wants to go and help the downtrodden.
All right. So perfect. You guys have basically sat side by side, fighting amongst bandits or against bandits, defending the common folk of Howlerton. And after that, you kind of decided we were all kind of leading towards Hilton, so why don't we just stay together, safer on the road. The travel is pretty much uneventful. As you can see, let me go ahead and close out these character sheets. As you can see, the road kind of leads up from Hallerton to the King's Road, or this would be the King's Road, but the road between Fort Ronan and Hilton. You would take it around Lake Ogden with a short stop in the town of Ogden, which is a fishing village at the Coalbeard foothills. The rivers in question that you're kind of passing over and around. The main ones of note that you might be dealing with. You have the Witch's Run here, which is this river that kind of comes off of Mount Illuminous into Lake Ogden. And then the river here, this is the Giant's Drink. And the high portion of the drink is, again, it remains called the drink. But the low portion that goes through the Hardlow Hills to Hilton and then into Lake Ogden is known as the Giant's Piss. So those are the main rivers that you might... The Piss runs right through Hilton, and we'll go ahead and get to that here in a second. That said, your group would come to the southern gate of Hilton, and I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of that. This should bring up a map. It's pretty big, brightly colored. And let's see. So as you can see at the very bottom left, it'll say to Lake Ogden, Fort Ronan. You'd be coming up this road to the town. Before I get to that town point, though, once Zach reloads and I finish drinking a bit more of this beer.
So what are you drinking, by the way?
Some German pills. Awareness-Gruner official endorsement on my YouTube channel.
Yes.
So give me the monies, because I said the name of your beer. All 5 it's just Ian watching, really. It's
Just
who's
Ian.
yeah.
We didn't say hi to Ian at the beginning of the video.
Hello, Ian! Ah! And at the end, we'll say goodbye. He's the only person who watches my YouTube channel. It's the running gag.
You'll have to send us a link to the channel.
We'll do.
Yeah.
It should be This Mind of Mine, just no spaces. But anywho, when you get up to the first building that you see, there's a small line outside. It looks like just a rustic building, kind of on the side of the road. And there's a walled fortification that kind of goes over the road in question and kind of connects with the river. I'll go ahead and hit show to players because this should work. Bam.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice.
But there's kind of like a line off to the side there that kind of goes up the steps to the side of that building. And from what you can see, the line is kind of being, ushered. It's not a very large line. It's well past the, time that Jethro was sacked. But from what you can tell, Hawk actually kind of recognizes this circumstance. He's been to a couple of towns, and they typically want to make sure that people entering into new towns are registered and have like a duty that's set to them by the Lord, so that they can have food and a job. So it's a census and excise office, as you can clearly tell from the label. So that said, again, knowing the circumstances, you are not refugees, so you should have freedom to pass, no problem, if you want, or you can stop in at the census and excise office to kind of get a gathering of the town. So that's completely up to you. Since I've mentioned Hawk by name in this blathering misery, go ahead and tell me what you want to do, and just how you'd address the party at that point.
So I think probably being a little bit more official and going and stopping in might be a good idea, just quickly.
Okay. And then another thing, too, just to give you an idea of when you're arriving. It's later in the day. I'd say around early evening time. So the sun is setting. It's autumnish. The sun is on its way to setting, but it's not. It's that nice kind of orangey glow. Except that it's misty. It's really misty, from what you can tell from the picture. It's not raining, but it's misty. It's not raining, Zach.
Thank God. I have to listen to more of that fucking rain.
Background.
Just pouring.
No
through
music.
All the games.
No music or tricks this time around. Try to give that a go. I'm not a good DJ.
Okay, no worries.
Anyways, so Hawk says we should go in. Anybody?
Okay, sound okay?
Yeah, let's go in. I want to meet people.
Here you go.
As we're entering the town, I will be looking like a rather large dwarf, kind of stocky build.
Okay.
But just
How
kind
tall
of
is
plain.
Aiden normally?
Aiden is normally like 5'8" in the 5'9" area.
Okay.
But
So
it's
you
just a
can shapeshift like
little-
2 feet, like height wise,
Yeah.
and then
yeah, so long as they're
face.
medium.
Yeah.
So it's still on the bigger side for a dwarf, like 4'8"
Sure.
or 4'9", but
He looks dwarven.
I look dwarven, big beard, kind of stocky build.
And this isn't the first time you've seen Aiden do this. He probably used those skills, those specific techniques to help in the bandit destruction. Again, however you want to play that out, that's fine. So everyone's okay with going into the census and excise office?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you kind of walk up the stairs and kind of get in line. As you kind of approach the line, though, you can see that a couple of guards are approaching you. One is a dwarf. The dwarf is wearing kind of brownish colored armor. He has a shield strapped on his back and a war axe ringed on his belt, and just kind of a buckety kind of helm. The guy next to him is just a guard. He's not important. The dwarf guard, though, he'll walk up to you and he says, you there, you don't look like refugees. Where are you coming from? What's your business in Hilton?
Hello, friend. How are you? We're here because things. What were we doing here again, guys?
His eyes kind of widen at the exuberance of the elf, and he kind of shakes his head, kind of backs away. The other guard's kind of looking at you, just like smiling. Oh.
Maybe our dwarf should sort of step forward and take the lead with this.
You got 2 dwarves.
Okay, I'll step
Oh, we have
forward.
2
Yeah, we have
dwarves.
2 dwarves now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'll
It's
step
the changeling
forward
multiplication
and-
factor.
Yeah, I am all the things.
Wow.
I'll step forward and be like, we've just come from. Oh shit! I totally just blanked on the name of the town that we just came from.
That's why I asked you to step forward.
I know you did, and I had it, and then I started talking, and I was like, poop. Hallerton. Yes. I'm
Wow,
sorry
good
to bother
memory.
you. We just came from Hallerton, and
That's a hell of a memory.
we heard there was a refugee problem in this area, and we thought that we could help provide some aid and services to these people, and maybe help the Lord of Hilton kind of with whatever he might need from us.
So you're adventurers. You're not just random
Of a sort.
refugees or travelers. You're not merchants or anything to that effect. You're just sellswords, effectively, right? The dwarf says.
Looking for a good story, my friend. Looking for a good story.
Well, if you're looking for a good story, the best place to go would be my brain. Hold on, Big Bang's Pub. I believe Afuna is still out there telling stories and singing songs. Gorgeous lady. I wish I were a human. Ugh. Anyways, that would be the place to go if you're looking for stories. If you're looking to make your own stories, I'd still say go to the pub. I'm sure there's a lot of folks who are looking for folks like you.
Sounds like a plan. I appreciate your help, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. And I go to try to hug him.
He kind of does one of these. Okay. And
So
then-
who else is in line, John? Like when looking around at the other people who are in line,
What's about
what do we see?
7 folks. They kind of look like they've got all of their possessions, like worldly possessions, in a cart. Just the way they're standing lets you know that they're kind of together, and they kind of have similar garb and dirt patterns. But they look like just common folk who have been traveling for some time, road weary. There's 2 kids sitting on the cart, girl and a boy. Looks like an older gentleman, 2 older ladies, younger man who actually has a short sword at his hip, but no armor to speak of, and a younger woman. Those 2 look like they're relatively close to one another.
So maybe I would want to give like the smallest denomination of coin I have to the lady.
Fair enough. Another thing too is you probably have gold set in, or your currency set in gold, which is just a normal like increment for D&D for some reason. Like I don't know if you have any change, but you can, if you'd like, at this time break your larger coin. And not that it's terribly important, but coins have names in this setting. Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not very good with that kind of thing, but I will, if
Sorry
you
about
want to be specific, I can.
gold's fine. Gold's fine.
Okay, so yeah. So the smallest denomination, just to sort of a little charity, all that.
Okay, just
Goodwill.
mark it off your character sheet, and the gentleman kind of intercepts you as you're kind of approaching them, and you kind of say, just gesture the coin. He takes it, and he smiles, and he says, "Thank you, sir. Thank you. This will be very helpful in the days to come." And the guard kind of gestures for you guys to head off. After kind of being issued away from the Census and Excise office, do you want to go into the office and kind of like just go around the line, or do you want to continue on into the town proper?
Town proper, guys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. I don't.
Yeah,
We
okay.
might get information here, but I think we'll be more effective hitting up that pub.
So the first thing you'll see after you pass through the wall, the defensive wall, it looks like the wall kind of continues up on your left side and kind of encircles the city on the left. You were able to see on your way up, and you can still see there's a mountain, a larger mountain on the south side of the town, and there's a mountain on the north side of the town. They're covered with old trees, but most of the lower portions of the mountains are just rocky, and there's a lot of scree on the bases of the mountain. Scree being like a bunch of broken rocks, if you don't know. But once you get past that, you'll notice there's a lot of tents all about, and they seem to be surrounding on your right side, or the right side of the road, a hill. At the top of the hill, it looks like there's a very official-looking building, similar in style to the excise office you just passed by. But the camp, like the tents that you're seeing, these purple squares that you can see on your map, you can see all different types of folk, just similar to the family you just met. They look like they have all of their belongings in their tents. It looks like they're at this time kind of cooking, getting ready for a supper. But it looks like they're all pretty well clean. It looks like they're all pretty well healthy. It doesn't look like anyone's in any state of despair or anything. It looks like they're in a bad situation, but it seems like the best of it is right where they're at.
Okay.
Passing them, continuing on. Let's see.
Actually, could I just sort of do a perception check
Sure.
in the area just to see what's around a bit more? Okay.
What's your what's your passive?
My passive is, I think, 13.
13. Okay, so that's well enough. So the things that are you looking for anything specific? Like if you want to name that. If not, I'll just tell you like a bit more
I'm
about.
not looking for anything specific, just kind of trying to get a general look at how people or like what people are doing and
Sure.
what's going on in the camp.
Sure. So you can see that most of the tents on the right side of the road near the hill. It looks like they have the males of the family kind of have like soot on their face and they're cleaning that off. And on the left side of it looks like a bit more like dirty, like they've been down in the ground a bit. Um, the folks on the right side seem to have tools and equipment that would be necessary for someone who is mining or breaking apart rock. And then on the left side, you have hoes and pitchforks and equipment that you would need for farming. So it looks like this road that you're kind of coming into, this road here, kind of is splitting the refugee camp into two job types. The folks who are south of the road, closer to the mine, are the miners, and the folks who are on this side of the road are the farmers. Those are the jobs they've been designated with. So that, and I mean, again, it's later, it's evening's coming up. It looks like they're kind of cooking. It looks like the food that they're cooking seems to be just vegetable matter. Some of them seem to, like your right side towards the miner side, looks like a couple of them are kind of splitting apart, portions of bread and passing those along. Doesn't look like there's too much meat about as you're passing by. It looks like it's rations that are being provided to them by the Lord. Anything that you think I may be missing? Any specific inquiries? Or good?
Nope, that's good.
Okay. So you guys travel up the road a bit. Now, someone sent me a thing. I gotta do a thing, and bear with me here, sir, for just 1 second. That was enter, not shift. Okay, so you kind of head up the town, head up this way. You can kind of see from, this is for everybody but Matt, it looks like Eldithus is kind of looking around, kind of scanning the area, kind of trying to gauge where he's at and get a bit more information about the world around him. So it definitely looks like he's out of place here. He's never probably been. That said, too, I'd say, I mean, Hawk, you've probably passed by Hilton or through Hilton before in your travels. You would know that most of the marketplaces and pubs are on the north side of town. The Killian, you've probably never been, so you'd have to ask questions to kind of get more information about what you're looking for. And yeah, you know everything because you're super swabby, cool guy. Eldithus is kind of gone. Andy, what is Hawk doing? Still continuing on to the pub, or?
Yep, sure. He's going to stay with the group.
Okay. All right. So everybody's focused in that direction. Let's go ahead and get you there. You walk.
Right on our way to the pub.
Mhm.
I kind of want to break off a little bit beforehand and be like, I should go check in with an old friend. I'll meet you there.
Andy, roll me a intelligence check, please.
So I'm just rolling it straight off the sheet under the core.
Yeah, so you would just click intelligence. Okay, perfect. So
Nice.
we go with the first one.
Oh boy.
You don't remember, you've been here before, you passed through, and they said the name of the tavern, Big Bang's Pub, but for the life of you, you cannot remember the name of the tavern that you went to, and you're not 100% certain you could lead everyone to where, it is. So up until this point, you've been kind of following Iden, and you're kind of looking at Eldithus, who's still kind of just looking around like, wow, all of these things. And then you're looking at Killian, who's kind of looking at the peasantry and looking at people, like keeping a scan. It kind of looks like every time he sees some folks, he's kind of like, kind of gruff, because he's not really seeing what he's looking for, maybe. But you're kind of knowing that these two are probably going to stay with me if Iden goes away, but I have no idea where I'm going.
So at this point, have we already passed the town hall?
Yeah, so you would have passed by the hill. You guys would be right around here when Iden kind of confesses, oh, I need to do the things that I'm going to do.
So I guess, scanning the area to the left, it looks like it's just basically farmland, right?
That's right. And to the right, you see a large hill that kind of blocks the sight of the rest of the town. And sitting atop that hill is a large keep. And actually, from the point that you're at, you'd also see behind the keep is a very large statue. Let me see if I can get you that. Shrine of Everiu.
Well, since I'm not exactly sure where I'm going, I think it makes logical sense to start up the hill if it's not too steep to get a better vantage point.
Okay.
So, this away.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of start up the hill a bit, and it's like a normal hill, but there's a lot of crags coming up out of it. But you manage to find your way up a bit, and once you've kind of can see up the hill and get to that high point, you kind of just pull yourself up. Did anybody follow him up the hill?
I mean, I'm kind of just still absentmindedly looking around at everything, so I'm kind of autopiloting behind.
Okay. Yeah, there's this big statue. It's like,
If he didn't
whoa.
stop me, then I'm walking off.
Sure.
Well, no one said like, I don't know where I'm going.
What's your passive perception?
Mine?
Yeah.
I
should be writing these things down instead of asking them over and over again.
12.
12. Yeah, so you would have noticed that after you kind of walked away, he kind of did this, glance left and right, kind of curious, kind of looked at the farms for a second, and then started up the hill, which you would know is the absolute not thing to do.
Yeah, it's the wrong way. I think I'm going to walk away shaking my head like they'll eventually ask a guard, right, to figure out where to go.
Sure.
Yeah, that's how my character is going to play. It's just like,
Okay.
I just left these people without any knowledge, but oh well, they'll figure it out. They're adults.
So from the vantage point of the hill, do we have a better sort of sense of can we see what's going on towards the east?
Yeah, you'd be right about here-ish, I would say, kind of from where you went up. So you would see that there's more farmland here. It looks like a lake. It looks like there's a smithy here, and it's still going hot, and smoke is billowing up from it. But it's got a lot of trees around it. And you can kind of see what looks like a tavern, but it really looks dusky and just kind of small and dingy. But other than that, I mean, you can't really see past the keep. And it looks like there's just more farm and forest out this way in between the wall and that. It looks like, too, there's kind of a shop here. So, again, that'd be entirely up to you which direction you want to go based on what...
Sure. Okay. Probably want to make for the smoke of the smithy.
Okay. And Kevin, Killian would kind of notice that people from the refugees, as you've been watching them looking for wounded folk, they've been of pretty decent health. But most of them that are heading out anywhere seem to be coming up this road and going this way, the same way that Iden kind of went off to. Okay? Are you there, Andy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Hawk comes back down from the hill.
Right, and mentions that he saw smoke. Would Hawk know that it's a smithy?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and mentions that and suggests they go there and at least ask for some directions.
Okay. Any contest from Killian or Eldithus?
Hello? Are you guys okay with that plan?
Andy, Matt?
I'm fine with that. I mean, I probably, as I said, am just still glancing around, so I'm autopiloting, just kind of taking it in and going like, oh, this place is lovely.
Okay. So you guys kind of head towards the smithy then. And yeah, I noticed. Hit refresh is all I can say to do, unless it's your mic that's doing it. We'll go ahead and deal with Zach real quick. It shouldn't take too terribly long. And again, don't use out-of-character information in character because you probably wouldn't be privy to this information. But to make it interesting for Ian, we're not going to do this in shadow talk. So Zach, Iden walks up to Clackern's Provisions. You've been here before. You walk inside. You see the provisions, and Clackern's kind of looks like he's cleaning everything up. from behind his desk, which sits a lot shorter than a regular person's desk. And the halfling looks up to you and goes, "Oh, a dwarf, huh? What are you traveling with dwarfs now?"
I, in front of him, will shape into a regular human, just like average face in the crowd, and be like, and respond to him in halfling. Does this suit you better?
Close the door if you don't mind. I was closing up anyway. So, what brings you to Hilton? What do the Commonwealth want you to do? Who are you killing?
No one that I know of yet.
Hmm.
I've heard stories of some children disappearing in town.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of strange occurrences happening ever since this fog rolled in. Yeah, people have been going missing in the farmlands, in the mine, I think most recently. There's sightings of ghosts in the town, which not
Sightings
terrible.
of ghosts.
Yeah, there's apparently a ghost inside of the old mine. So has been said. Kids are disappearing near the old town well, and there's also supposed to be some ghosts in an old gem cutter's house. A fellow named Dorshak Crane. His manor's been boarded up for just about the same time that the mists rolled in. Um, but yeah, he was a crazy coot, anyways. But he might have died. He might have croaked it, and now his ghost is haunting and protecting all of his gems. Who knows? But who do you think it is, or who does the Commonwealth think it is if they're sending you out to deal with it?
Not sure yet. They're very suspicious of the Lord.
Of Anton
That's-
Haverhill.
I out of character.
Yeah.
That's yes, yeah. Okay, so in character. That's what I was told.
I honestly don't think it would be him. He seems a very honorable lot, but he's been quite busy dealing with there are apparently giants attacking in the Hardlow, and my tribe,
Giants.
yeah, hill giants and Verbeeg have been attacking up in the Hardlow Hills. A couple of halfling settlements. My own home village was attacked. I've got a couple of cousins who are living downstairs in my safe house, which, by the way, if you need somewhere to sleep, I swear the cousins won't come onto you too hard. They're
I
nice
can handle
girls, though. They're nice girls. You don't have any halflings traveling with you. I mean, I see you came in as a dwarf. I'm assuming you're traveling with dwarves?
A dwarf, a human, and an elf. He
Oh,
says with a question mark at the end.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say
Whole hodgepodge of races.
maybe warn your elf friend. You know, folks, how folks are around elves around these parts.
It's true.
And again, if you recall, Parnans worship elves, basically. Human Parnans worship elves because they believe
Yes.
that their best lineage came from people who served elves. But yeah. Well, I don't have too much information other than, timings of the disappearances have kind of arose when the mists set in, and I really don't think they're all related. I think possibly opportunistic and sick individuals are taking advantage of the first disappearances. I really don't think everything is being done by the same person.
Fair enough. I still think I should have a word with the Lord. And what do you think is the best way for me to approach him?
Well, you definitely don't want to go in as anything besides human. And if you can do a bit of mock-up and make yourself look off to be a lord from Rostagar, that would be the way to go. His his wife is a half-elven girl from the Rostagar house, so he kind of won the the bidding war in attaining that wife some 10 years ago, and I would say that would probably be the best bet.
Should I bring my elf friend with me?
Yeah, it would definitely help. He's a worshiper of Averiu, so he's very devout in the fair folks gods.
All right.
All right. So you guys.
Anything else I should know, or before I leave?
No.
No?
I was
Okay,
actually
all
about
right.
to segue
Go for it. Do
Okay.
your thing. Do your thing, bro.
So you guys kind of approach the smithy, and hold on a second, real quick, just so I don't have to display it later, and I'm going to give it to you guys now. Clacker's provisions, show to players. That's what it looks like. Yeah, I did a lot of work, Zach.
I see that.
But the smithy,
Solid pictures.
yeah, some of them have good ones, some of them are a bit off. The smithy, as you guys approach, you notice that it has a sign kind of hanging from the overhang, and it looks like it's a building that's kind of got two stages to it. One stage is kind of an overhang with a full forge outside of it, and you can kind of hear the ringing of the anvil as you approach. It looks like two guys are kind of sitting on a stone or log out front. One of them's drinking. They both have drinks near them. One of them's smoking a bit of pipe weed. And you can see that they're not really paying attention to you or concerned with you. But the dwarven fellow who is currently working on the anvil outside, he kind of looks up to you and says, "Hey, how can I help you?" And he's kind of looking. The reason why he sounds a bit taken aback is he's looking at the dwarf curiously. About that moment, Killian would notice that the sign in question says Mug Pounder Smithy, and it shows the house symbol for the Mug Pounder clan in it, which is strange to you because Mug Pounders don't smith. The hell?
Yeah. Wait a minute. How do we end up here? I thought we were going to the brewery.
A brewery? There's not a brewery in Hilton. What are you talking about? Brewery?
Aren't you the Mug Pounders?
My name's Charred Mug Pounder, but I'm not like the rest of my family. I deal with metal. I worship Angum. I'm not terribly fond of the drink myself.
What about your partner there?
Oh, you mean my employees? Yeah, they love the drink. They spend all their money on it. And he kind of looks at them sternly, and they kind of look back to him, and he's like, "You should be like the rest of your friends and family. You should probably just learn how to have a good time." And the guy smoking pipe weed kind of, "Oh, yeah, get what he said, what Bill said."
Can I go over and sit by the two guys sitting on the stone and just start saying hello? And
as you start
how are you?
As you start to approach, like they're both like just staring at you, like, and you sit down, they're like, "Oh." Like if like the most prettiest girl from your job like sat next to you, or if like the woman of your dreams just sat next to you, but you're a guy, so it's kind of weird why they're looking at you like that. But they seem completely enamored with you as you take your seat.
I might notice that, but I'm not sure I'm smart enough to figure out what it means.
And you're like, "Hello, hi, how are you doing?" And they're like, "Ha, like super nervously shaking your hand and like, "Do you want something to drink?" They offer.
Also, I want to say I specifically tried to sit in between the two of them and put my arms around them. Also,
they spread out for you, and when you start like warmly hugging them, they're like, "Oh," like they seem like completely enamored with you, like you're a superstar.
And then, yes, I will try some of the drink.
Okay, so you pick up the bottle. It's kind of like a greenish colored bottle. And it looks like the liquid inside is the same color, but it's like kind of a frosted green bottle. You take a sip of it, and it's a bit rancid tasting to your palate, I would assume. It is definitely a heartier fortified wine that you're drinking, and it definitely burns alcoholically, like back of the throat. It's like you took a shot of something. In all honesty.
That's really nice. Thank you. You can have the drink back now.
Thanks. And they look at each other like from across you, and they're like, They drink. Anyways, to the other two, he's kind of dilly-dallying with the help,
Right.
and then Killian kind of back and forth with the smith a second there. Go ahead, Andy. What does Hawk say?
Well, Hawk is a little bit more businesslike and wants to know so have been a long time since I've been through this town. I'm looking for Big Bangs. I can't remember where it is.
Well, Big Bangs, you're on the absolute wrong side for that. I'd say the easiest way for you to get there, just head back across the river and head north. You're going to pass by a pretty decent-sized forest. I would say once you get to the Church of Veriu, hang a right. It's a church with the cross diamond on it. And once you get there, just hang a right, pass through Hilton's Marketplace. You should be able to find it relatively easy from there.
Super.
Are you folks looking for anything metalware? Any gear or equipment? No?
Nope.
No.
Need anything repaired?
I would like to share a drink with you, though. I have some of my own Iron Hand
Wait,
ale here.
I don't do much drinking.
Oh, too bad.
It's a dwarf that doesn't drink. But if you're looking for a true mug pounder, I'd say the closest place you're going to find is in Stormloft. If you're just looking for a bit of information about our beverages, well, how much are you willing to pay for something like that?
Well, is it gold enough?
Nope.
Are you looking for more?
I'd be willing to give you my last remaining jug of mug pounder ale for 25.
25 gold.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty rich. Do you mind if I have a sample of it first?
Not much in the serving of drinks, but sure. You two watch the shop, watch the forge. Make sure these folks aren't up to no good. He goes into the house. He comes back out with a large jug. The jug has dwarven marks on it. It's the dwarven rune for X. He walks over to you. He has a small little clay, glass. He pours a bit into it and hands it to you.
All right, take a swig.
Okay. So as a brewer, the first thing you would notice is the taste is very inviting. It's very heady too. I mean, he poured just a little bit of it, but it has that kind of like rich kind of in your mouth. And make me an intelligence check for appraisal, or history check, I suppose. You can double your proficiency bonus, even though that's not how stone coning works, but I'll allow it.
Alrighty. Double my proficiency on
Intelligence.
So how would I do that here?
So if
my intelligence.
Let's see.
My intelligence.
Just
yeah,
roll
I'm very dumb.
Roll an intelligence check, and we'll add 4.
All right.
Okay.
Does that work?
That's a charisma check.
Oh shoot!
You
As you can tell, I'm not very smart.
Well, you rolled pretty good.
Better still.
So when you
it comes to beer,
when you take the sip of it and let it sit there for a second and then swallow it back, things you notice immediately are like, this is the best beer you've ever had, and you don't know exactly how it was done, and you're kind of just sitting there the whole time, kind of trying to figure that out. And you know that it definitely has a hoppy taste to it. So it's some form of hops, and your main thoughts are too is like there's this faint kind of taste of just the sweetest dirt, and you don't know what that is, but it's just like, I don't know, it tastes like it smells after it rains.
Sold.
Right.
I need this beer.
Do you have 25 gold?
Well, I hate to admit it, but it's gonna about send me to the poorhouse.
Fair enough.
But I think this beer is definitely worth it. So I take out my coin purse, empty it into his hand, and keep 3 coins for myself.
Those are mine. Okay. And he kind of nods at you and hands you the jug, and it feels like it has the only contents that have been removed from that jug are that sip that you took. So
how much is it exactly?
It would be a gallon.
A gallon. All right.
Gallon
awesome.
Jug. Yeah, it's a clay jug, but you notice that the weight of it seems to be not just clay. Like, it seems like they kilned the clay on the outside of like a metal decanter on the interior, and the stopper on top, it seems to be just like a fine cork.
Would this be as strong as one of my wooden kegs, or a little weaker as far as?
It would be stronger, but the exterior would break off. It seems like you're kind of familiar with this kind of container. It leans more towards dwarfs from the east, but the container in question, it's more for chilling. So you would set that in, and again, the beer was also really cool when you drank it. So you would kind of set it in your basement, and the clay kind of keeps the heat from escaping, and the metal kind of keeps the cold right on the beverage.
Excellent. This is going to be great.
All right.
Now we can go on with our adventures.
We can
Okay.
do real things. You guys make your
Would
way.
you guys like a little drink?
Wow, that's very generous of you.
So you guys are drinking and walking along the way. He lets you keep the small clay cup. Sure, why not? It kind of sits on the top of the thing pretty neatly. It doesn't look like it was made to do that, but it works. Zach, did Iden, after kind of talking to Clacker, and head towards the pub?
Yeah, I figured they're there because when I left them, they were heading that way. I didn't realize they would walk the complete wrong direction.
Sure.
But that's where my plan is.
So you'll have a couple of minutes before they arrive. We'll kind of interject them once we get into something. But Big Bang's Pub, you can see it. It's the largest building on the stretch. You enter into the establishment, laughter echoing out into the street throughout your approach. The majority of the people inside are human. The bartender appears to be a gnome with bright red hair. He stands on a pair of clockwork stilts that he clomps on, walking back and forth, cleaning glasses and serving drinks. A few serving girls buzz about, taking meal orders, drinks, tables. But you see that there's a fireplace set in the westernmost wall. And mounted above that is a very strange-looking skull of a one-eyed creature with needle-like teeth and strange kind of appendages on the top of its head. There's a woman sitting at a piano just north of that fireplace. She is playing kind of a sadder tune, but it definitely kind of sparks your interest. It sounds like a very well-played song, I guess, and well-constructed piece of music. There's some town guards, there's some miners, there's some farmers. Sitting alone at the fireplace is a man in a gray jerkin. He has a very strange sword set across his lap. You being a bit more knowledgeable of the region, you would know that he seems to be a Sayryujin, so some sort of Asian.
Right.
And then looks like there's a blonde man at the bar, a young boy with brown hair with a shield and a sword and a backpack. Regular folks besides. A couple of boards for throwing darts, but it looks like they've been used for throwing hand axes and daggers. But it doesn't seem to be a very body place. A lot of people are talking, and there's a lot of conversation going on. But the music kind of just lingers in the back and kind of keeps the mood nice and chill. That said, which direction would you like to go?
Do any of us recognize the creature that's head is hanging?
You will in a second. So basically, you guys are still migrating to the tavern. Keep the description in your mind, though. Zach's going to have the first opportunity because he was kind of the front runner. He didn't do a lot of sidetracking. You're going to kind of interject yourselves midstream. So once he kind of gets into something, you guys will be entering in. But that said, what is Iden wanting to do? And yeah, it's a beholder. Everybody's a beholder.
Wait, that was a beholder skull?
What? No way! But yeah, it's a beholder skull.
Is there an open seat next to the brown-haired boy at the bar?
Yes.
I will sit next to the brown-haired boy.
He kind of looks over to you and he goes, "Hail.
How are you?"
Sorry, rewind a bit because I don't think we mentioned it. What do you look like?
I went in the halfling shop. I basically turned myself into average Harnan.
Okay.
Yeah, so I look like I belong here, and
But
I would have the dialect.
Your
of
garb is
someone
going to
from here.
remain the same throughout transformation, so they're going to recognize
Right.
you by your clothing, not by
It's
so
standard black cloak.
Yeah.
Type thing, so it would fit in almost any culture.
Sure.
I just won't be wearing any regalia or any colors. It's just standard black cloak. I mean, hood is down, so I look friendly. It's not like I'm
Right.
creepy monk walking in here chanting.
It was mainly for the other party members because they're going to be like, "Hey, where's Iden?" And if you look like someone else, I mean, the clothes is what's giving it away. You have the same clothes on.
Okay.
But the boy kind of looks at you and he says, "Hail.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right." And he picks up his beer and he starts kind of drinking away at it. And he picks up a bowl of food and uses this as an excuse to get more food in his mouth.
I will gesture to the gnome and in gnomish order myself a pint as well.
He walks over to you and he says, "A pint of what? Pint of ale?" Pint of dwarven ale.
Dwarven ale, please.
All right. And he goes over. You can hear him messing with a keg. Comes back over to you. Sets a tankard in front of you. That'll be 5 coppers.
Done. I'll hand him 5 coppers.
Slides it, puts it in his pocket, walks away. Boy's kind of looking at you, lifting his tankard up to his face, continuing to eat his food. Just kind of judging him from his looks. He looks like he's about 15 or 16 years old. But he looks like he's a pretty sturdy boy. And from the sword and shield, I mean, he's probably some sort of fighter, some sort of...
Right. You look awfully young to be hanging out at a place like this.
How young were you before you came into a bar?
Touche. Touche. So, are you from this town?
Nope. Where are you from? Oh, you want me to answer first, or do you want to go?
I asked first, didn't I?
We kind of asked at the same time.
I think I asked first.
All right, fair enough. I'm from the High Forest.
The High Forest? That's it's a little ways away.
He kind of swallows what he was eating. Yep. Wandered around with my tribe until they were all murdered by a horrible ogre. So there's that. He kind of...
Awfully casual.
Wait, do you say that he's awfully casual, or are you just commenting?
I literally said that to his face, like,
oh,
that's awfully casual to just be like, oh, my family was murdered by a whole bunch of ogres.
4 or 5 years ago, and I mean, I killed the ogre, so.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Do you have proof?
I mean, I'm still here, aren't I?
Suppose. Can I?
Your passive insight
this?
tells you that he's not lying.
Okay.
He's not lying. He seems to be
So
on the level.
I just wanted to double check.
Sure.
So, what brings you to this town?
I mean, it was just I saw it, and there were lights on, and I came over and paid a couple of gold for whatever this is. It tastes pretty good.
A man with no direction, huh?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't have one.
Do you have any plans, or are you just passing through, or?
My means to finish this meal. Just about that time, Hawk, you kind of enter into the tavern. We've kind of established the first thing you kind of notice is, oh, it's a beholder skull. And then you can see a guy who's dressed like Aiden, but he's just like a regular, normal guy. But he's dressed like Aiden, so it's Aiden. Talking to a boy who's wearing kind of a greenish tabard, and looks like he's got a cap on his head, brown hair, shield and sword on the ground. On his backpack, which is at his feet, at a stool, and then all the other people I'd mentioned. Upon entering, we'll go ahead and start with you. What kind of direction do you want to go to? Reserve it, find a table, get at the bar. What you want to do?
Let's say find a table.
Okay.
And then maybe head over towards Iden.
Closer to the bar, closer to the music, or kind of far away from both?
Closer to the fireplace, actually.
Okay, so closer to the stage as well. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. Oh my goodness. Let's see how unprepared I am for this nonsense. I have Aiden's token. I have Killian's token. I think that's all I have. So bear with me here for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. 2 or 3 minutes tops. Just a second.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
I'm gonna have a beer.
Okay. Like a real one?
Well, that and in character.
Perfect. Do you continue drinking from your own?
No, I'm gonna buy some other. This stuff I have is private reserve.
Or is there...
I'm gonna buy some beer here and check out the dwarven ale.
Okay. 5 copper. The gnome will say to you when you order the drink.
All right.
I'm just going to go and find new friends.
Okay. So I've kind of explained the
man.
room to you, right?
Oh man, this guy. This guy. Briefly making so many people's days.
Yeah, when you said, "Oh, I wanted to play Finkus," and I was like, "This would have been hilarious," because he's a moon too. Yeah. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. What the heck? Sorry, hold on a second.
Real quick, as a side note, I'm trying to remember how exactly do you guys, or do you have to? What do you type in to roll the intelligence roll or something like that? I
So-
just completely blanking.
When you open up your character sheet, if you just click on your intelligence, it'll roll it.
Okay, all right. I
You-
thought that's what it was. I just
Yeah, you should
was
have your
blanking for a minute.
edit off, so it won't. Edit it instead.
Yeah.
All right. Then that is annoying. So I have NVIDIA in the background running, and I'm trying to edit stuff on Photoshop. And the hotkeys for one action is the same as another hotkey for the other one. And they're both running active, so that's fun. That is fun. That is just the most fun. He said sarcastically. Copy. Pasta. Merge. Drinking, looking for friends. I'm sorry. Did you designate a specific friend location?
No, I did not. I asked really quickly what were the where were people sitting around there because I
Sure.
couldn't remember.
And that's what I'm trying to get the map out for. Just give me a second.
If you want to have someone else go while you work on the map, once I see the map, I'll just point to where I'm going.
The only person
So-
I'm missing is Hawk.
Okay, so Hawk is definitely he wants to grab a seat near the fireplace. He's definitely interested in sort of letting Aiden know that the group is there, but he's also really interested in the quiet man with the strange sword.
Okay.
He wants to know more about that. So he's kind of eyeing that a little bit.
And kind of trying to make that eyeing known to Aiden. Kind of like that's
Yeah.
what it sounded like. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Zach, what is Aiden saying more to this fellow, this handsome?
I'll let him know that I've got a group and we're looking to
Do stuff.
do stuff. Yeah, basically.
Well, I'm looking to do stuff too, as long as it's going to pay for a bed and give me some food. I'm all for
We
that.
haven't got a specific job yet, but I'm sure some money and loot usually rolls in with these things.
Well, I mean, if you come onto something, let me know. I'm more than happy to help. But
Is there a place in town where I can find you?
staying over at Solthar's in-house, which
All right.
you've stayed at before. It's pretty much the only place to
Yeah.
sleep in this town, unless you get on physics good side.
Okay. And his name?
My name is Bruce.
Bruce. I mean, I knew his name, but
Right, but he's not blonde anymore,
I saw that you
and he's
changed it.
less copyright infringing. What?
No more boomerang, bow and arrow.
No boomerang, no bow and arrow. No, he is
Bomb.
not. He is not linked anymore. Let's see. So this is Eldithis. Ding. Has sight and 60-foot dark vision. Sorry, I only just got these pictures earlier today and work, so sorry. Just bear with me here for a second.
Mhm.
The boring parts.
Well,
Yeah, well,
I come over to everybody with 5 mugs of beer somehow in my arms, and then I go, wait a minute, what happened to the other guy? And I say, oh well, and just pass out the beers and drink 2 myself.
All right, that's good math. That's good math. I think you said something earlier about the math.
What?
Oh, you said math was
bought
going to be a
5
problem.
beers. There's 3 people at the table. You're drinking 2 yourself. Or there's 3 people in the party, but 2 at the table. So that still leaves 1 beer undone. Is the point that John was making?
Right.
He's saving that. He's
That's
saving
more
that.
for me.
All right. Let's see if this magic works. Tell me if you see a map.
Yep.
Yes.
Any
Oh
non-takers?
boy.
Okay.
Yep.
I got it.
Yep.
So perfect. And
Wow.
that's what it looks like. Does that about how I explained it sound good?
Sure.
Great. So Eldithis, that's kind of what the group scenes look like. You've got
Yep.
farmers on the top right there. You've got miners kind of towards the middle. Wenches are the slightly tan girls who are kind of not at a table. Then you have a strange girl kind of in the middle with short brown hair. Looks like she has a cutlet. This is my crotch that you're looking at. Oh my god. Let's try from
I
over
was
here.
looking at the map actually.
Well, that's good. So then you have the guards closer to the stage, and you have the girl at the stage playing the piano. The gentleman with the sword is the one that's drawn by me over by the fireplace.
So is the sword actually red?
It's in its sheath right now.
Oh, it's a red sheath. Okay.
No. The sheath is black. The sword blade is red, yeah. But
The
you
sword
can't
blade.
you can't see the
Okay.
sword blade yet.
Okay, I think I am actually going to go over towards. Dang it! How do you do the pointing thing? The girl sitting at the table by herself.
Okay. You should be able to pick up your token if you can recognize your token, and you can move wherever you want.
Where is?
Not mandatory because we are theater of the minding it, but just for placement's sake, it's beneficial. It's helpful.
Okay, yeah. So I'll probably pop over here and say hello.
Sure. And you head over and sit next to her. Hawk, you're still kind of giving that guy with the weird sword the eye.
Well, not in a funny way. I'm just, curious more than anything else.
Sure.
Do I get a sense of, I know he's sitting alone. Do we get a sense, what kind of sense do I get about him?
When you first entered in, the first thing you would have noticed is he kind of looked to the door quickly and then looked back to the fireplace. Your assumption would be that he seems to be waiting for somebody.
Right.
The sword's just kind of sitting in his lap, and he really is just kind of staring into the fire, like almost motionless. He seems to be just kind of like meditative and just waiting for someone.
So it doesn't seem like the sword is at the ready. It's just he's relaxing there with it.
Yeah, if you're familiar with a katana, it's basically just kind of crossed across his lap, blade outwards, but in its sheath. It looks like the handle would be towards his left side. So if he were to grab it, he'd probably grab the scabbard with his right hand, grab the sword's hilt with his left hand, and draw that way. Being a soldier type, you're kind of recognizing that he's totally calm and chill, but he could probably snap into action pretty quick.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Sure. And then Aiden still or finished talking.
I'm done. I have his name. I know where he is.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with the way that conversation went, and I'm assuming I've noticed them walk in, right?
Yeah.
So then I will let Bruce know right before I leave that those two at the table and the silly elf are also with me. So if he were to pass us on the street, ask us if we found work yet.
Okay. So Alditis
Open
is
invitation to kind of talk to us.
adjacent to the girl, or you sit across from the girl?
I'm sitting right next to her.
Okay. She
Not creepy at all, right?
she looks at you, and she kind of shrugs.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Elditis. I'm not from around here. What are
could
you doing?
I could tell.
Where are you from? How are you? What's your name?
There's a lot of questions right off the board there, kind of broadsiding me there. How about
I'm
you start
sorry,
with one that you want fast first?
What's your name?
My name's Bonnie. What's yours? Aldithus?
Elditis, yes. How are
Strange
you?
name. I'm good, I suppose, relatively.
Well, that's good. Are you from around here?
No, actually, I'm from Seagard.
Ooh, Seagard. I don't think I've been there. What's it like there?
Saltier.
That sounds nice.
It's okay. Hi.
Just as a question, is she eating or drinking anything?
No, she looks like she has a beverage, but it doesn't look like she's touched it in a while, like on your approach. And it also looks like it's pretty high up in its content. Like it doesn't look like she's moved to it.
Okay. Do you want another drink? I can
Oh, I'm
get
still
you another drink if you want.
I'm still nursing this one.
Okay, that's good. So,
Why is an elf here? Are you here
what
for
do
the
you mean?
Shrine of the Seasons?
what do you mean? Why is an elf here?
Or are you here for the shackling?
Would I know what any of these things are?
You're kind of an elf. Elves usually live in enclaves. If you were raised amongst humans, maybe. It's entirely up to you.
Probably. I don't think that I would have been. No.
Yeah. So just to give you an idea of how elves work in this campaign setting, because it's quite a bit different than Faerun. Elves stay away from people after the Aetan tradition kind of took place back in the Second Age, long thousands of millennia ago, and they just kind of let them do their own thing. Some will come into society and interact and engage with people, but most stay in their enclaves and kind of just do their own thing. And then even more still will, kind of traverse between realms, between the Feywild and between the material plane, and kind of traffic in magic items and things. But you're probably from an enclave, being a wood elf. Wood elves typically don't fall back into the Feywild like most high elves and seasonal elves will do. So yeah, it's like a Rivendell is what an enclave would be, or a Lothlorien.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what any of those things are.
Well, let me go ahead and explain. What was the first thing I said?
Gosh.
Second thing was shackles.
Shrine of the
The shackling. Oh, Shrine of the Seasons. Sure. So there's another elvish lady who actually resides here in the town, and she has a temple, a shrine. It's kind of a smaller building. Inside there's a statue of a pretty lady, some sort of goddess or something. And she's a priestess, I guess, and a lot of folks go that way to pray to that statue. They call it the Shrine of the Seasons. Not terribly familiar with it, but a lot of elves who come through the town heading north, they go through that. And then the shackling is at the end of the 6th day. We're going to have a festival in town. It's the only reason I'm sticking around and not heading back to Seaguard. But apparently there's some festival called the Shackling where people get really drunk and, have a bit of fun.
That sounds nice. I like fun. So, yeah, I can't think of any more questions right now.
Stumped him.
Yeah, so I probably would just sort of ask for food and just continue general chit chat with her about more stuff regarding like her.
So you kind of awkwardly try to wave down the wench. She finally comes over and she, takes your order. The only food options, though, you're either getting mutton and bread or mutton and cheese. It's mutton.
Could I get cheese and bread?
It's mutton night.
I normally don't eat things that are alive.
You can order mutton and cheese and mutton and bread, and you can not eat the mutton.
I'll do that.
That'll be 8 silver.
Okay.
And she kind of goes to the back. You can kind of hear her placing the order. You can hear a guy in the back like, "What? He just wants cheese and bread." Whatever. Elves are stupid.
Yes.
No, I mean, they've probably dealt with similar types. Autumn elves aren't terribly keen on that stuff either. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense to you, but again, to him, it's mutton night. Dang it! You came in for the mutton. You didn't come in for the music. It's boring. It's the mutton that brought the people. Okay. Hawk, you kind of notice that the guy in question, another couple of farmers kind of stumble in, and a couple of farmers leave to, take their place. It's like a perfect swap. So I don't have to put tokens on or move anything.
Oh, very nice. Convenient.
Lazy D&D. But he kind of looks like he's kind of irritated that whoever he's waiting for hasn't arrived. So he kind of stands up. He puts his sword into a sash that's around his waist, and it kind of neatly sits in the sash. And he kind of starts heading towards the door past all of the tables. His path kind of moves him past you, because he's kind of going between these two tables here. So last chance, if you have anything you want to do to engage.
No, I'm just going to nod.
Okay, he nods back to you. And he kind of heads out. I'm going to move him off the map. Okay. The song in question that's playing, she kind of stops and takes a break. One of the wenches, the one who took your order actually, Alditis, kind of comes out and sets a high-stemmed goblet on top of the thing that looks like the contents of which are kind of a reddish-colored liquid that kind of has a yellow kind of weirdness floating through it. You can see that there's one bottle of this weird colored drink on the shelf behind the bartender, and it almost looks like someone put liquid fire in a bottle. And she takes the goblet up, takes light sips of it, and then after a fashion, she gets back to playing some music. This time with a bit of singing involved. I'm not going to sing for you. I'm not very good at it.
What is she singing?
She wasn't singing before; she was just playing. But now,
What is she singing now?
Oh my gosh, you would ask. I have this somewhere. Hold on a second.
Well, make something
Okay.
up. I won't know the difference.
I am gonna approach the table at this point.
Okay.
And sit with the rest of the peeps.
The song she's singing sounds like it's about two individuals, one of which was a thief and stole something from him, and the other one of which was a guy who basically caught him on his shit because he was stealing from him. And it was a mule that he was stealing, right? And basically, the guy who was stealing, when he was put to trial, he asked for a trial by combat so that he could be, allowed to, fight his way out of a possible, jail sentence. And so because the guard at the time was, all for people defending their own rights, put the two of them against each other. But because neither of them owned a sword, they were both given cow jaw bones to fight against each other. Well, in the end, the bones broke, and the two kind of fought on the ground, tumbling around on the ground. And it came to a point where the thief was bitten on his member by the guy who owned the cow initially. And the fight continued on for just a little while after, and the thief lost. And because he lost, he was banished from town. But it was either banished from town or be hung by the neck in the morning. And because of the climate at the time of the song, you're assuming it's not really a nice world out there. He took hanging, and it was actually the cow that he tried to steal in the first place that pulled the rope that ended up hanging him.
Oh my gosh!
It's a great song.
I get up immediately,
just clapping.
walk over to the lady and say, "Oh, dearie, please play something like a dwarven merriment song or something that we can drink to." You're depressing me.
When you kind of get to the piano and kind of look over it, like you hadn't really seen much of her because she's behind a relatively large instrument. But when you get over to her, you can see that she's not wearing much clothing, especially since it's autumn and it's colder outside. It's kind of weird. But she has like a nice olive-colored skin, long flowing brown hair, very huge tracts of landish, and she's covered with kind of tacky jewelry, which has garnets and other just simpler stones set within it. And she kind of looks up at you from the piano, and she kind of brushes hair out of her face, and she says, "I'm sorry, I don't know any dwarvish tunes. Do you happen to know any that you might be able to tell me about, or might have the sheet music for?"
Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to stare. Do you know any drinking songs?
You kind of recycle back to a comment that was made by the dwarf guard. He's like, "I wish I were a human," when he was talking about her. But yeah, no dwarvish drinking songs. I'm afraid. Physics might know some if he wants to give me a break.
Do you know any happy songs?
Happy songs? Well, I suppose there's the tale of Lord Ryan.
Sounds good.
She kind of nods
Please
to you.
play that.
And she kind of starts playing at the piano a little bit. And it sounds like she's trying to kind of gauge herself tune-wise. And you kind of go back to the table. Aiden, you take a seat at the table. She sounds like she's kind of warming up. Not really playing anything yet. Alditis, after kind of having your short conversation with Bonnie, are you moving back to the table with them, or?
Yeah, I was thinking afterwards, after chit-chatting a little bit more, I would, get up, say, all right, it was nice meeting you. I'm going to go and sit over with them. I came with them. So I'll, hope to see you around. Hope you have fun at the festival. Bye.
Perfect.
And walk back.
Hey, if you're not going to eat that mutton, could you bring it over to me?
Right.
So the wench comes out with the mutton, the 2 trays of mutton and the bread and the cheese, and she moves to the table that he was sitting at, and then stops and kind of scans around. She walks over to his table, and she goes, "Damn flighty elves," and she just walks away.
Thank you.
What is the guy with the fur cloak at the bar doing? He said the description said paranoid.
Yeah, he's kind of looking around, like staring at everybody, like everyone who's passed by him. When I didn't pass by him, he was kind of like this the whole time. But yeah, he just seems to be very kind of closed off, guarded. Sitting next to him is his bag, but unlike the warrior on his side, he has his sword and his shield on him, like it's on his back and still set at his hip, even though he should be casual, and calm, and cooler. Not he's guarded.
Okay.
Okay. So she plays this.
Actually,
Go ahead.
sorry, really quickly. While when I came over to the table, I also would want to take a second. Aiden, you've been here before, right?
Many times, yes.
Why are people staring at me?
Well, aren't too many elves around here.
The wench kind
Okay.
of comes over and like sets another beer out in front of the door, and she kind of looks at you. You're kind of a big deal. She walks away.
Excuse me, could I have another beer?
I just gave you a beer. She says, "Yeah, I'll get you a beer."
Thank you. It's hard to drink with just one hand.
That's why Baldadar gave us 2 hands. But yeah, she plays another song. This one is a little bit more lighter of mood, and it's basically a song about a guy named Lord Ryan who is winning a bunch of victories. And this song just seems to go on for a long time. If you're familiar with like old French like warrior ballads, it's like that for this guy, and he's just like victory, 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 and it's just like 10-minute lead up to victory, 10-minute lead up to victory. And it's all about slashing of guts, killing and winning the day, and victory and glory and honor and chivalry.
Much less depressing.
After the first set of 15, so like this is a really long song, she just seems to not have her heart in it.
I don't notice.
She's doing that whole like it's peppy, it's good, but she seems like she's totally faking it. We all know how that works, right?
Guy always still has fun.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, is there anything anybody wants to engage in the tavern before we kind of fast track to like you guys acquiring a room, because that has yet to be done?
Okay.
We should
One
talk
thing-
to the guy at the bar.
Sorry, cutting off people. What were you saying?
I was going to say probably if she was being like starting to feel half-hearted with the singing, I'd probably want to go over there and just chat and see what's wrong.
She's in the middle of a song. She kind of looks at you like, shut up, like kind of eyes. I'm in the middle of something. I'm trying to get some money here. Kind of eyes. You don't know how it works. But yeah. Who cut off who?
Oh, so
Go ahead.
this is Hawk would like to talk to the guy at the bar.
Okay. The blonde guy?
Yeah, so he's gonna leave. I guess his sword and shield at the table.
Sure. Even still, the second you sit next to him, I'm assuming keeping a stool in between you and him, because
Yeah.
Okay. He still kind of grabs the hilt of his sword and kind of looks over at you.
Yeah, and
I will follow him a little bit behind and sit on the stool next to him in between the two of them.
so
You.
Yeah.
Hawk would just want to say,
Further.
I can't. I noticed that you seem a little bit upset, and we are, we're looking for work. If you could use any help with anything.
Well, I'm
You can
not
let us
looking for any help because I'm not looking at splitting my bounties, but I will let you know that I am looking for someone, and if you have any information on their whereabouts, I would greatly appreciate it.
Who are you looking for?
Woman named Peggy Rattle. She's one of the Fell Hoods. What do you know about them?
Oh, this and that. How much does this character know about the Fellhoods?
They're assholes.
Yeah.
You would know they're assholes, and they kind of have
Okay.
Stormloft's theirs, but outside of Stormloft, it's mostly just banditry and bullshit.
Weren't those the bandits we fought?
Those were some of the bandits that you fought,
So you would know that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not over there with you.
but you would know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay.
So yeah, what do you know about them?
And well, I know they're usually trouble,
Damn right.
but I know they pay well.
Wait, what? What did he just say? And he's kind of looking at Hawk. Is this guy your friend?
Yeah, we travel together.
Yeah. Well, he kind of shifts a couple of stools down, pulling his beverage and stuff with him, and just kind of sits over and just looking at you like,
Nice job, Aiden.
Yeah, he wasn't going to help us much anyway.
"You know what the fuck is like?" Okay. So we've got, I think everybody's been interacted with, other than the guards, the miners, and the farmers, because you avoid the NPCs that don't look like they have names.
Yeah.
You
One
guys.
shot.
Well,
Right.
I talked to the food people.
The wenches, sure, but yeah, I mean that you wanted something from them. But
I
Any-
only had any intention of talking to Groose.
Right.
I only went to the other guy because Hawk was like, we should talk to him.
and you were like, let's ruin it. Let's ruin it. And he's like, no. Anyway.
So maybe we should get a room.
Okay. If you ask physics if you want to get a room, he kind of looks at you and goes, I don't really have any vacancy here. I would say you guys should head over to Solthar's in-house. He kind of looks over at the dwarf, who's probably 5 or 6 cups deep right now. From the sun. You've been drinking a lot? You've been drinking? Have you been drinking a lot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh.
I'm used to it.
Sure.
Just to say, I probably, if I got a cold reception from the piano player, would have wandered over to where they were by the bar.
Okay.
So I'm probably just sitting right around where they are.
Yeah, I mean, she looked like she was pretty quickly focused on her playing, and her very minute stops during the ballad were to sip that drink. But yeah, she has a very lovely singing voice, and she's very competent as far as musicians go. But anyways, so you guys are going to go and get yourself an in-room at Solthar's, right?
Yes.
Because it is getting rather late. Let me go ahead and shift this back to Hilton and give you one of these bad boys. Solthar's.
Would Aiden tell us that that's where Goose is staying?
Cruz. Cruz. There's an R in there.
Goose.
I don't think he would have.
No, I mean, if we find a job that we can use him, then I'll mention him, but it doesn't serve anyone to share that knowledge. Why would I share that knowledge?
Goddamn rogue.
So you go in, you enter into the in-house,
Rogue changeling.
Ruining everything.
and a guy who definitely looks out of place, like it's a stereotypical Viking look, but without the armor and helmet nonsense, but like just, big burly guy, kind of stands up and goes, "Oh, hello, Hell, are you wanting to stay the night?"
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Hello.
Well, we've got a bit of vacancy. That's the red room and the blue room are still open. And if you want just a common room, it's cheaper. But I mean, the red and the blue room are really nice.
How much?
For the red room or the blue room?
All of them.
Okay, so it's 2 silver a night for the red, for just a regular individual room for yourself. I have 1 more of those remaining. Just I'm going into Russian. I don't know why. I slipped.
Yeah, I was gonna say something.
I was like
but-
Icelandic Russian, and so we're just gonna go to normal. Normal. So individual rooms, 2 silver. I only have 1 remaining. Common rooms, I have 4 remaining. Common room can sleep 6. No, I'm sorry. I have 6 total rooms. So I have. I'm sorry. Oh my God, my brain.
Wait, what?
Okay, so a common room will sleep 8. I have 4 left. An
4
individual
common rooms or 4 beds?
common rooms. An individual room, just 1 room by yourself, simple, easy bed, lockbox. That's it.
Yep.
2 silver, and then it's 2 gold a night for either the red or the blue room. the suites.
And how many do they sleep?
There's plenty of room in both of those. You should probably be able to sleep a dozen if you use the furniture appropriately.
Well, I know that Killian doesn't have much money left over.
Beverages and all of that. Oh, also keep in mind, you paid your tab, so 5 copper per dwarf or for ale you drank. So go ahead and just start.
Yeah, I've been taking it off.
Okay.
I don't really care where I sleep right now.
I think the common room's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we rent a common room for the 4 of us.
So you
Split
go
the
in,
difference.
and you'd have a set of I said 8 people. It's a total of 4 double bunks, and then at either side of the bunks is a lockbox. He hands you all of the keys. It's just a ring of keys for those lock boxes. If you want to put your things away, it's fine. And he tells you where it's at, and it's just right outside.
How much did the room cost total?
2 silver.
Okay. Well, I will hand him 1 silver, and hopefully someone else can pony up that other silver, because I don't
I'll
have a
buy
lot
the
of money.
I'll pony up the other silver.
There's a good man.
There's the man.
And you guys would then head to bed, and we're going to fast track to the morning because, again, you didn't find
That's
any
fine.
jobs. Perfect. Eldaithus, in the middle of the night, as you're trancing, you have this weird kind of vision. It seems like a distortion, like someone kind of put like something in between you and the Feywild. I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of trancing, but you're basically disconnecting your soul from the current plane, still having a tether to it, and kind of relaxing in the spiritual essence and magical essence of the Feywild. And it feels like someone's kind of putting something in between, you and that. And what you see is like you're in someone else's mind, like you're seeing out someone else's eyes, and you feel just agony and like this crushing weight on your throat. And the next thing you see is the sky kind of like falling away from you, and you falling down to what feels like just the coldest and sharpest water you've ever felt. And the next thing you kind of see is like a blurry kind of Y pattern, or kind of like just break. And then this weird vision kind of distorts away from you and falls away, and you're back into your normal trance. But even still, you're still kind of like, wait, what the fuck? Because dreaming's not something else really do.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
When you wake in the morning, there's a knock at the door, and you hear what sounds like something being put out in front of the door. We'll assume that the soldier is probably, except for the elf, you're probably awake and up and about. But the first person you see awake would be...
I have painting supplies, so I'd probably be like just painting in something.
Sure. Hawk would probably be the earliest to rise of this group. And you see Eldaithus going about his normal practice of what he normally does when you're traveling or sleeping. And the first thing that you kind of hear is what sounds like buckets of water being put outside of your door.
Okay, so open the door.
Okay. There's a couple of buckets in there, and it looks like a couple of sponges inside. Your assumption is the sponges are probably from Rostagar, because that's usually where they get sold from. They look relatively clean, and it looks like, just some cleaning water for yourself.
Okay, yeah, so bring it inside.
Mm-hmm. I'd say next to wake would probably be Aiden, because he didn't drink as much.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to do?
When I get up, I actually have a set of fine clothes that I spent 15 of my gold on.
Okay.
So I could look like, he said that he wanted me to look like one of the ambassadors from...
Yeah, like a noble of some sort from Rostagar.
Right. So I'm assuming I've seen the nobles of Rostagar and may have even spent some time interacting with them, to the point where if I've listened to them speak for 1 minute, I can copy their speech pattern perfectly.
Yeah, so
and,
as far as speech patterns go, Rostagars have more of a gruff kind of just what continents of talking. They're not really going to be very erudite. They're just going to say what they mean and be gruff about it. the populace as a whole is kind of a war-torn kind of group. It's one of the only places in Parnac Empire that still uses like the gladiatorial pits, and they're very honorific of the combat aspect of the Aetan tradition. So they're just a gruffer people, more militant.
Right. Okay, so I will adorn myself. It's fine clothes, but not like
Sure.
freaking gold plate armor, you know?
They still dress nice. Sure.
Yeah.
Like just because they're Eldithus, you kind of are painting as everybody's kind of waking. And
Yeah, actually, I'm going to send you a message as to what I'm painting.
Sure.
Still not a macaroni sculpture with skeleton bones.
I hope I'm doing this correctly.
Mm-hmm. And you probably don't have like an artist's tools for painters, like trained proficient. But I still want to go ahead and make you roll a intelligence check because I assume actually wisdom for painting. It's more of a seeing thing.
Hang on, hold on, got that wrong.
Someone type Andy refresh. Unless he muted himself, but I think he got booted.
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
You just muted.
there's a guy. There he goes.
He was eating. He was doing the polite thing instead of making you watch him eat like I was doing.
But there goes my
Fat babe. Oh my god.
tonight.
Exactly right.
It's okay.
It is not. Oh well, I'll just tell you. I wanted
Sure.
to be painting what I was doing in the dream.
Okay.
Or what I saw in the dream.
So the main thing, like visually, that you saw, like the two main things that you saw visually, were the stars as you were falling, which is again, that's a boring painting. Just pop.
Yeah.
And then that weird Y shape. And the more you paint on it, the more you look at it, it looks like it's a stone or something set in a river, like at the riverbed.
Okay. And you said make an intelligence throw.
For the painting.
Wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So your painting's actually pretty good, and you can kind of see like the silhouette of the town in the background in your painting as you're kind of just letting the vision that you had kind of flow through you onto the parchment that you're painting onto. And it kind of looks familiar to everybody because you kind of passed up the river, and it kind of looks like somewhere you might have seen as you were kind of coming up the river from where you three, not Iden, were coming from, over by the Stumbling Delver, or over by the smithy. But yeah. So the next thing that happens is you kind of hear this, and you kind of see the dwarf kind of jump out of his bed and stumble over to one of the buckets, and he's kind of like fishing around, and he grabs a bucket that's empty and he just starts pissing in it. Oh!
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Wonderful.
Did you sleep well?
He's
Oh, Thralk's brew. That was a great night. What last night, wasn't it?
He is still pissing, by the way.
While he's
Turning around
still
talking to you.
While he's still pissing, I'd like to just take a second, and since everyone's up now, so I don't have to re-explain it, say what my dream was to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, guys, this was really weird. I don't usually dream, but, sky falling and agony and pain, and this is what it looked like at the end.
I mean, you've had visions because of your background, and because of your story, but like nothing like this has ever happened. Usually it's when you're more conscious. But yeah, it's relatively early. I'll go ahead and go from right to left. Once you've kind of engaged if you mean to engage the cleaning buckets or not, urinated and everything else in the morning, prepared your spells and the like. Once all of that's kind of out of the way, we'll start with Eldithus. What is his intention? What is he wanting to do first thing?
Well, as I was saying, I wanted to explain the dream and sort of impress upon the group that there's, I feel like there's something more going on here than just whatever may seem to be on the surface. Like, this is not a usual occurrence.
This is not a normal.
Yeah,
Okay.
to have this dream.
But I guess is it Eldithus, like, are you kind of trying to persuade them into helping you find out what it means, like where this is, what this is?
I'm thinking more just sort of like there is an element of me wanting to try to figure it out, but also just sort of explaining this because since I think that this is significant, I think that we should maybe investigate some of the things that I've seen, like since the river is, something nearby, just like it's something that's bothering me, and I'm wondering if we might be able to go and possibly investigate at some point, if possible.
Sure. And go to Hawk. So
Yeah.
again, after the setup, after your cleanup.
Right. So Hawk is gonna ask Aiden, why are you dressed the way you are?
Gotta go.
What's up with you?
Gotta go talk to the Lord.
What are your plans
Have to have a conversation.
about?
The city. The locals.
Damn rogues.
Well, so like, Hawk clearly, is getting the sense that Aiden is kind of going rogue, and is kind of not really keeping everybody else in the loop about things, and wants to know more. So he's pressing him like, what specifically is your agenda? Are you with this or what?
I told you I had a job to do, but while I'm there, I'll see if we can all get a job to do.
So do you want company on this trip?
I'd like to take the druid, Eldithis. Your elven heritage might help with the Lord's wife,
Oh,
and perhaps
sorry.
persuade her.
Real quick, I apologize. The one thing that we haven't covered, Hawk is actually Hawk is kind of like a well-known guy. Like he did help at the Battle of Jether. Eldithis is also like a folk hero and is known to the people. So there's a bit of a reputational thing here that we may not know about. He's not just a schmuck of a fighter. He's also kind of a cool guy to the refugees. So.
Oh, well then, yeah. If everyone would be welcome in the court of the Lord, then let's all go do that. I thought it was like
you don't have a priest of
fighter.
Batavius. You don't have a priest of Batavius.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
That's fair.
Because the Lord hates those assholes.
That was rough.
Stop proselytizing to me, you bastard. Get out of my house.
And I shall tell thee.
Oh, Tom.
Southern Baptist with a hint of British.
Yeah. Those were the glory days. Okay, so then, Killian, it sounds like they're wanting to go and talk to the Lord. Is that something you want to deal with, or do you want to go do your own thing?
Well, after I finish filling up the bucket,
Yep.
I say, just give me a minute to clean myself up, and then I will go with you. And I do want to mention, Eldithis, that I think your vision is important, and we should definitely look into that.
Okay. So you're at Solthar's in-house. Bam. And you would know that to get to the Lord's manor, you probably want to go up the right way about it. And that's up the main drag there. So you can get to that point either this way or the other way around. So clockwise or counterclockwise. Again, it may not sound like it's too terribly important, but it kind of is.
Clockwise.
Okay. So we're gonna let Aiden take the lead, and make sure he doesn't break off this time.
Okay.
Clockwise. He said he had a vision about the river.
Mhm.
I figured walking in the direction that will pass this part. Well, would I recognize from his painting which part of the river it is?
Yeah, you're actually pretty sure it's between the two main bridges, so here-ish.
Okay, then actually let's take the long way. I counterclockwise, so we can walk past that area and
Sure.
see if there's anything of note while we're walking past. I would like to actively look, and I would also suggest to the rest of the party
Sure.
keep an eye out through this way.
So as you guys are
as
kind
we're
of
walking
coming
through.
around the loop, as you guys are coming out of the in-house, the gentleman who was there the night before, he's there again this morning. He says, are you staying again? Or do you want me to clean your rooms up?
Why don't you keep the room how it is?
All right. I'll expect you to...
Please empty that bucket.
Right.
That's the girl's job. You guys go around. When you get outside, it is still foggy, and there's kind of like a light, misty, like Seattle-ish rain to it. It's just wet. but not like raining. It's not raining yet. Um, you go around and you kind of come out that way, and you see there's about 4 or 5 guards folk that are actually at the river. One of them's at the is at the road that you're passing by him, and it looks like the other 3 are kind of close to the river. And the guard in question that's at the road is that dwarf from the day before, the one with the gray beard, the one that you met at the Census and Excise office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He kind of looks to you and he goes, "Oh, hail! Where'd your dwarf friend go?"
I'm right here.
No, the other one. The other one.
Oh,
Well, he's actually still with us.
What?
He's still at the inn,
Oh, okay.
taking care of our things.
I give Aiden a quizzical look, like, "What do you mean he's still at the inn?"
You would know.
What's
you would know-
happening?
You
I'm
would
just
know
gonna
what
gloss
happened.
over.
You just look at the damn elf like.
Not even. I'm gonna pretend like the elf doesn't exist. And that he's just being a weird fucking elf, and everyone around me will buy that he's a weird fucking elf. Like, I make funny faces.
And it works out because everyone thinks elves are weird.
Yeah. He's just like,
Perfect.
he gives me a weird look, and I'm just gonna pretend like he gives weird looks because he's an elf.
He
But
kind
I
of
would
looks
like
at
to
you.
ask-
Well, after that commentary, he kind of like, okay, we'll move along. But then you're about to ask a question, so go.
yeah,
But this is what he's
what's going on here?
trying to. Well, he kind of looks back to him and then looks back to the other guards, and then he looks back to you. Couple of people were found in the river, dead.
What?
Yeah,
That explains the cold feeling of water splashing over my body last night.
pretty sure it was a suicide.
Are you sure?
Well, they had a note and everything, but I mean, who are you to ask? He kind of looks at the elf, and he kind of looks to everyone else.
Well, I'm Aldaithus.
Dwarf's nodding his head.
Yeah.
He kind of looks at Hawk and he goes, "Oh, you're do you have your like insignia of rank on you at anywhere like visible?"
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You're a sergeant, aren't you? The soldier Parnak?
Sure. He nods.
Well, I know that most of our militia and guardsmen are currently focused on the defense of the town, and well, we were the only ones available this morning to even deal with this issue, but we really don't have much in the way of resources to, deal with this. If you would be so kind, I mean, these folks don't like touching dead bodies, and I can't carry them both. And you would know the reason why that would be is most Parnan men and women will not touch dead flesh because they feel like it's the elvish tradition also is you don't touch dead people, you just leave them where they lie so that they can go back into nature and just be done.
Sky burial.
Right. In very rare cases, elves are actually put to the torch, but most often if an elf dies, they just that's where he was meant to die. But they're very weird about touching the bodies. And it doesn't look like any of the peasantry is too keen on the idea either. But,
So Hawk would say, well, we are looking for some work. Could this lead to other work?
well, if you want, I can deputize you right now. Magistrate Mercer is not in town right now. He's dealing with hill giants in the north. I'm kind of in charge. Kind of 3 or 4 of us really that are in charge. But if you'd like, I can deputize you. We get paid every 6th day, so I can make sure your money's there for you before the shackling starts. How does 2 gold sound for a week or 6 days worth of work?
So he'll quickly look to the others in the group.
I would
And that's
like that.
That's a piece. That's a piece.
I'm not too interested, but I believe our dwarf friend back at the back at the inn would be willing to sign on to that.
Sure.
It's a little below my station in life.
did we meet another dwarf last night that I don't remember?
Well, when did you
I am
get? When did you get into
there-
town, my lord?
Oh, late last night.
Oh, I was probably asleep. Yeah, my
Yeah,
watch.
hours of the morning.
My watch ends around 7 or 8. in the evening.
It-
So yeah,
It was well after midnight.
no problem. Well, perfect. But you're with these folks then, huh? They just kind of arrived ahead of
I
you to
came
scout
in
it
late
out.
and I met them this morning.
Perfect.
I would like to interject and say, no, you didn't. You were with us the whole time. You just changed your clothes.
The dwarf's kind of looking at the elf, and then he looks at the lord. Okay. Kind of shrugs.
Hawk rolls his eyes and
Elves,
shrugs, you know.
right?
Are you going up to see the lord?
I would like to, yes, and I'd like to bring these new friends of mine along with me.
I believe his steward is currently sitting on the throne at Current. She may be able to receive you, but he is also up in the north dealing with the giants.
Fair enough.
So Hawk asks where the bodies should go.
They should go back to the town guard barracks and into the morgue, and they'll be dealt with by Dr. Ito.
So we will do that after we visit the keep.
I mean, they're not going anywhere.
Right.
I mean, if you want to check them to be sure if there's anything you want to, take with you.
And they're nearby. They're right there.
They're right at the river. Yeah, they pull them up to the shore.
It's still early in the morning. Let's give the steward a little bit more time to settle herself. I think we can handle
Sure.
this. before we
I
get
know
up
that
there.
one of the guards over there identified the girl. I didn't take down the name or cared too much, but she appears to be one of the members of the nobility.
Well,
I want to
suppose
check if
we-
they're actually dead.
Yeah, you go over to them and check. They are deceased. Make a medicine check.
Did you say there's a note? There was a
Alright.
note?
Yeah, and he kind of hands you a piece of vellum.
Okay. So I'd want to read that.
And it looks like it was quickly scrawled out in Elvish. Do you speak Elvish?
So
I
I would
do.
hand it to Eldithus.
I do.
The actual help.
Oh God!
You look at
Oh
it,
God!
and it says,
No. He's not been helpful.
"Dear, dear
Look
parents,
who's talking.
dear parents, understand what we have done
learned lots
is
of things.
because of our truest of loves." Signed, it looks like Rena and Felix.
Okay, could I
This
do
is a little Romeo and Juliet thing happening here.
Could I do either a perception check or like an insight check or something on this just to see if like I'm actually buying that they wrote it or if someone else wrote it?
Sure. So make me an insight check.
Insight. Of course,
my
it had to
God.
be the one that I've got -1 in.
I'm going to do it too because I'm very good.
No
I'm
ban-
very insightful.
no bandwagoning. No
I'm
bandwagoning.
bandwagoning. That's my deal.
No.
Wisdom and insight.
No.
But wait, I haven't told you what it says yet. I'm just
Right.
looking at it.
No bandwagoning. I mean,
Hawk is going to grab back the note
But
from
I rolled first, and I rolled
Okay,
a nat 20.
so you read it, you take a look at it, and you're kind of just like, yeah, it looks legit. And then Hawk grabs it back.
and gives it to Aiden
Iden takes the note,
for,
and
for a double check.
we'll use that insight check. You kind of look it over, and you can tell that it is written by the same hand, but it looks like there was a forced attempt to make the signatures look different.
Oh. Mm.
I will actually mention that to Hawk. See, not a
And-
complete dick.
Thank you.
The,
Thank you.
the dwarf's kind of behind you guys going, huh?
I could.
The other dwarf, not you.
Yeah.
I go. Yeah, I agree. That does look.
He's kind of
Thanks.
looking over your shoulder, like on his tippy toes. Yeah, that's a forgery. Skills, I have them. Look at me.
Uh, Can I also do a perception check on the bodies just to see what else
Sure.
is?
Let's just search them. Just search
but
them.
real quick, because we're getting out of hand. Everyone's jumping on bandwagons. Let me go ahead and start with Kevin.
Yeah.
Killian, what are you doing? Pick a subject matter that you want to investigate or engage in, and we'll go ahead and we'll do it in order. Which one? What do you want to do?
Well, I don't want to start scrounging around on the bodies.
Sure.
But I think I will just wait for see what everybody else is up to.
Okay, so holding. Okay, and then Hawk, you delivered the note to Iden, and you kind of stepped aside. Past that point, is there anything you want to do right off?
So once Aiden has had a chance to read the note, Hawk would want to take it back
Sure.
and put it in his pack and then check the bodies.
Okay.
Because
So you
obviously there's something suspicious going on at this point.
pocket the note, head over to the bodies. Okay. Eldithus, you were saying you were kind of wanting to run or move over in that direction and kind of investigate to see if there was anything noticeable on
Yeah.
them. Okay.
Well, I was actually thinking not on them, looking to see if there was anything noticeable on the ground around them.
Sure. We'll get to that in a second. And then last but not least, you're in really nice clothes and it's muddy over there. Do you want to walk over there or do you want to stay back?
I would like to talk to the other guard because I'm assuming the guard is not getting near the dead bodies
Sure.
either.
Yeah.
So,
So the
I'm assuming I can have that conversation without getting
the
to.
3 guards, what it looks like happened, from what you can tell, just perceptive-wise, this is everybody. It looks like the bodies were kind of hung up on a stone in the river. Okay, there's just like a large kind of palish stone set in the river, and it looks like the bodies were kind of hung up on it. And it looks like what they did is they threw a line out to it, lasso style, and fished them out of the river, which isn't going terribly fast. Like fished them out of the river from the rock onto shore and kind of drag them up on shore with a rope, and managed to do so without having to scrounge on them or get onto their bodies too much. Maybe grabbing bits of clothes and pulling them on, but not like really grasping onto them. And they look like they've moved away from that once they've got it there, and are kind of like heebie-jeebies as they kind of walk over towards where you're at, Zach.
Mhm.
So everybody would see that, and Eldithus, like you kind of look at the situation and can kind of realize that's not where they ended up. And from what you can see of like the situation and kind of what's left remnant-wise of their clothes and tatters and kind of a bit of old blood from where they kind of dashed against the rock, not like dash, but like kind of hit against the rock. It looks like they'd been there for probably the majority of the evening. So they were probably moved down from upstream to this location.
Okay.
And then Hawk is looking specifically at the bodies, kind of investigating them. It looks like they've bound their wrists together. And when I say that, I mean like one person's wrist is bound to the other person's wrist on both ends, so left to right, left to right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does there look like there's a sign of struggle at the site of where it's bound?
Sure. I'll need a medicine check from you.
Nice.
No,
Yeah.
surprisingly not. It on the girl kind of, on the guy not so much.
So
How is that medicine check good enough for him to know whether the binding was done pre or post mortem on the guy?
So that's a good question. And I assume you would kind of notice the guy looks like he may have been dead before he was bound.
Oh.
Because you would be able to tell circulation would have kind of crept, it would have stayed in the hands if he bound it before, and it was kind of just, there was no circulation to the hands anymore, so the blood wasn't as, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I asked that question.
It's a damn good question.
Thank you.
But yeah, it looks
Hey,
like
I
John.
watch CSI.
Killian. Yeah, Kevin, sorry, go ahead.
That's right. With my initial medicine check, would I know what the cause of death was?
Sure. So you kind of walk over to it, and you were kind of investigating them as well, like looking over the bodies, but not like getting on the bodies as well. You kind of do a quick scan over it, whereas Hawk was kind of focused more on like the bindings. And you notice that it looks like there are head injuries, and it looks like they're pretty solidly deep head injuries. But with that medicine check, you kind of notice that it doesn't look like they're wounds that were suffered while the individuals were alive.
Okay,
Or
I explained all this to them.
In the case of the guy, at least, it looks like the wounds kind of, it looks like there are more bodily wounds to him than there are to her. And the bodily wounds on him look like they weren't the cause of death. To her, it's a combination of the bodily wound to the head and like kind of like lower regions from probably a fall, what you're guessing. But it does look like there's a bit of markings around her neck too, which might have been from bumping against stuff, or it might have been from something else.
So Hawk thinks back to Eldithus's dream and asks him to repeat it again. Was there something about a strangling?
I'm trying to remember. I remember.
He said there was hard to breathe at one
Yeah.
point, didn't he?
Hard to breathe and just the pain of agony, feeling of agony and pain. So could indicate something.
You're kind of standing there, regal as you can be, and the 3 guys kind of walk over to you, and they kind of look you over, and then one of them drops to a kneel, and then he kind of, goes, "My lord," and stands up out of the mud.
Yep, I will acknowledge his bowing. And one of you said you had identified one of the bodies. Is that correct?
he kind of looks at you and goes, yes. And then he kind of looks to Fark, or the dwarf, who I haven't named. He goes, Fark, is it okay? And he says, sure, yes. Him and his retinue seem to be taking over the investigation. That man there, and he gestures towards Hawk, as he's kind of leaning over the body, is actually a soldier in the military and will be helping us in this investigation since we really don't have the time to help. And the guy kind of nods and he goes, okay. It's Rena. She's the daughter of she's Rena. My notes are right there, and I have it. And this is like one of the most Rena Remont. She's the daughter of the captain of Fort Ronan. And
what do you know about her?
real quick, you have history trained, Zach, or no?
I do not.
Okay. So knowledge about the nobility in Parnak it's always been kind of that thing where it's like they're doing their own thing over there. They're noble, but you've never really got involved in like the inner workings of it.
Right.
So what had just been said really doesn't mean anything to you, other than her dad is apparently the captain of Fort Ronan. And then you said, what did you ask?
And what about her? Do you know anything?
She's about 16, 17 years old. And her brother is Mylon. He's kind of a jerk, but he does some falconry up near the Hardlow sometimes. Not lately because of the giants and all, but that's about it. Mullane likes her.
And how much do you know about her father?
Her father is a stout captain of Fort Ronan, leads the armies there on behalf of Lord Haverhill. And like most of the lords in town, he's indentured to Lord Haverhill.
Do any of the other guards look like they know more?
No, this guy looks like the most knowledgeable fellow. The other two guards look like they're refugees who've been put into chain shirt
Right.
and given sword or maces and shields.
Okay. So, how much do you know about the family in general? Is there conflicts involved with other families?
No, most of the families are loyal to Lord Haverhill. Have been for a decade, ever since he bought the town.
Can the other dwarf hear me? The
Mhm.
dwarf captain?
Yeah, he's
And
right there.
Is he just going along with it?
He's kind of nodding his head. Well, I've
Okay.
only been here for a couple of years, but yeah, sounds about right. We haven't really had any problems with the nobility.
And this man has no significance to any of the four of you?
Never seen him.
Interesting. Okay, I'll wait until Hawk finishes doing his thing and discuss he may know more about the local history than I do.
Okay.
Yeah, Hawk has history, so he probably would know more.
Okay. So back to I think did we get everybody? Investigation. Killian figured out a bit about the cause of death on the two of them. Hawk, you figured out that the bindings were not put on the mail at least.
But did he find anything on the body itself? On the bodies themselves?
So you guys were kind of mentioning you were just glancing over them, not rifling through them. So,
Well, I think we definitely want to do a careful search.
Okay. So the second, like you kind of lean towards to do that, the three guards kind of go, stop! No. Because a couple of peasants are like, as you're doing it. If you're just going to carry him off. But he's kind of shaking his
That's
head.
fine. So we'll just carry them off, and maybe if we could find a private spot, we'll do that search.
Fark kind of walks over to you guys. Just take him to Dr. Ito. He'll help you out.
We will. Let's go. I figured the rest we can do, unless other people have other things they want to do. But
yeah, I think
The only thing I wanted to do was I know that you'd said that the bodies didn't or originate from this area, but I wanted to see if I might be able to just like do a perception check to see if possibly I'm guessing upriver I can see anything.
If you look this way, you see where
you're a moon druid, right?
I'm a moon druid, and I actually double checked. My passive perception is 15, not 13.
If you look this way, you would see that the river kind of goes. You see where that mountain's at? It kind of goes up between two mountains. one being lower than the other. The lower of the two would be this mountain here. The higher of the two would be the one that's further away. But it kind of looks like it winds downhill to where you're at. So the downstream is obviously this way, southbound.
Why don't you turn into like a dog or something and see if you can pick up the scent anywhere along the riverbank?
Druid Master, go.
Yeah.
You know, you can turn into a dog, pick up the scent from the bodies, and
But
see if that scent
you would-
picks up.
As a druid,
I
to
know.
counter, they were in water.
They
Yeah, that
were
was the
in
one thing
water,
that I was
but
thinking.
you
Yeah,
might pick up a funny scent on the ground somewhere
yeah, it might be
off the beaten path.
worth
You know,
a shot to do that. So yeah, I will.
and you can move faster as a dog than you can as a people.
Yeah, I will just.
Do you do it in front of all of these town guards and all of the
Yes.
people? Perfect.
Oh
So
my
Yeah,
gosh.
I
He-
figured. You,
whoop, turns into a dog, and everyone's like, "Oh,
What?
wow, he's a blessing from the gods!" And then the dog kind of goes and wanders off. Wow, everyone just seems like wow, like their day has just been like you made their day, their week, their year, all of it, all of the things. What kind of dog do you transform into? And
anything that gives you advantage on.
Killian
spell
has
perception.
male or female shouldered.
Oh, me?
Yeah, which one did you grab, the male or the female?
I'll grab one of the heavier ones since I'm pretty strong.
Okay. The first thing you would notice before you pick one up is that they're still tied together. So you kind of undo the bindings to unsecure
Yeah,
them.
right.
Shoulder the fellow. And he weighs a good 200 pounds, probably because of like just, it seems like there's a bit of water to him. And his clothes are wet. But yeah, he might have weighed 180 while he was alive, about that. So you're kind of shouldering him, you know, and walking wherever you're headed. So there's still the girl on the ground.
Hawk, you getting her?
Sure.
Okay. So you kind of reach down and kind of pick up the body like, I've seen death. This is fine. This is not weird. And you guys, are you following after the dog, or are you guys heading north towards the barracks? Which
The
is where
barracks.
Fark tells you where to go.
Well, it'd be nice to go to the morgue
Well,
if that's on our way.
The morgue is
That's
attached.
where it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. So dog, you're gonna kind of run off on a solo thing, but you can see where they're going. So
And would it be possible if I could just be like some sort of bloodhound or something like that? You know,
Sure.
something I would know would have
So
a good.
you'll have advantage for perception checks requiring scent.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go ahead and make you roll one of those now. So
Okay.
if you want to just make it easier on me and everyone in the world, when you click on your, let's see, here we go. I'm going to do a quick thing to your character sheet because I know you've been rolling single dice. So we're going to hit this
Oh, you're
cog.
going to.
We're going to hit roll 2, and then we're going to
Right.
go ahead and hit back to that, and we're going to go ahead and take it off at it. And you're good, so just go ahead and hit on your perception. And you'll take the higher of the two rolls.
Yep.
So
All right,
14.
Ooh.
Okay, so you kind of mosey on up the river. You know, you head past the bridge, and you're kind of wandering through. And there's people kind of coming down from the Old Town Marketplace, and you're kind of, you know, just trying to get any sort of scent that you can that smells like the girl or like the guy, from what you could gather. And you kind of continue it on, and the wall seems to break for the river, but it seems to be set in like the shore in the riverbed. So you kind of get in the water and kind of mosey on around it, still heading that way, and you kind of stop for a second and look up at the mountains that you can see, and you can kind of see what looks like a flat or like a landing up on the mountain about where the river kind of starts, and it looks like there's a split in the river, like from a couple of crags and rocks up there. Not the Y shape, because we've already covered that. That's back where they ended up. But you can kind of see, like, it looks like if you were keen on it, you could get up there, climb up there, and get to a high point. And it looks like the water kind of descends down, and not so much a waterfall, just kind of a rapid.
Yeah, I would definitely want to pursue that line and just climb up there and see if I can smell anything.
So as dog, you should be able to climb up the rocks well enough, but go ahead and make me an athletics check to see how well you do it.
Right, athletics.
And I know you're in dog form, and you're not currently rolling dog roll, but I think I know this. I think I know the bonus. It's fair enough. It's a decent roll.
Nice.
Yeah. So you managed to get up there. And you're kind of on this landing, just like a flat area where 15 or 20 people could stand comfortably.
I would like to say that is actually a natural 20 since my roll's -1.
Right, but the dog has more strength than you. You should actually be rolling dog stats, but I'm lazy and
Yeah.
haven't given you a dog yet. But yeah, you kind of mosey around smelling, and you can kind of smell the girl, a bit. Like she kind of smelled like she had some sort of perfume to her. She's in kind of more noble attire, and you can kind of get that scent here. But it seems like they kind of just appeared here. Make me a Arcana check. If you don't have it, just roll intelligence. Okay. So
Ooh.
you don't think that it was magical in nature. You don't think they like poof existed, but you think they might have been in something, brought to this point, and then taken out of that thing.
Okay. All right. Could I check to see if I might see anything, like if there had been any sort of tracks left by whatever they were in?
Absolutely. So make me a perception check. Survival and perception should be the same if you have both trained. Do you have both trained?
Yeah, I have both trained. They're both +5.
Okay. So you kind of start moseying around looking, and you can see what looked like a pair of footprints, just a single pair of footprints, and there's like a drag mark right behind them. But it's just a single pair of footprints, not like footprints leading up. It's just 1 and 2 feet. But it looks like they were dragging something behind them that kind of covered their track. And your estimation immediately is that they were dragging something with them, a bag or something, behind them, covering their tracks. It looks like you can't really tail whatever they were dragging. It looks like it hasn't. It looks like it was a decent block against tailing. So whoever got here knew that someone might have eventually kind of come to this point and find it. They were cognizant of the fact that they might be tracked.
Okay. I'll probably just turn around then, since there's no real way to track it, and head back.
Okay. To you guys get to the town guard barracks. I think I have a picture of it. Hold on a second. You can follow them easily enough because you can smell. Let's say Killian smells like dwarven ale.
Yeah. Follow the beer.
It's like a damn beacon.
Hey, I washed up a little bit.
You see
A
what
little
looks
bit.
like an old church. The holy symbol that was adorning the top of it seems to be discarded. And it looks like there are people outside practicing their melee and archery skills early in the morning. It looks like there's a double set of doors that are wide open at the front, church doors, and not too far from where you're at, in actuality, just across the way, you can see a large statue of another individual that looks like some sort of god. But Killian, from your perception, it looks like whoever made that statue made the statue that's the big statue up on the hill. But it looks like they're two different people.
Ah, good stonework.
Yeah, it's dwarven stonework. It looks almost realistic.
Awesome.
Yeah, and from this distance too, Killian, you would notice that there's just kind of like a lonely guy sitting out at the base of that statue. Just kind of looks like he's poring over a book. But anyways, the barracks, you've got corpses that you have shouldered. You walk up to the barracks, and the guards are kind of looking at you, and a guy steps out in front of you. Who are you?
And so we'd mentioned that we were deputized by fill in the blank, whoever that person was.
He said his name was Fark.
Fark.
Who asked us to bring the bodies here to Dr. Edo. Is that right? EDO? Is that it?
ITO.
ITO. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, he's in the back in the morgue area. Doesn't get him a lot of visitors. Not a lot of people die.
Not live ones, anyways.
Well, most folks who die don't die under weird circumstances. We haven't had a murder out this way for Well, a long time. Mostly just soldier folk fighting against evil crap. But yeah, he's in the back. Let me lead you on that way. He leads you through the temple. And then he kind of comes to a door. At the door, he opens it. It goes to a spiral staircase that leads down. He leads you down into the, the belly of the temple, and then knocks on another wooden door. And you hear a, "Oh, what? Who is it?" "Oh, it's me. There's some folks with with what? With bodies? Okay, hold on." And you hear some moseying around, some shuffling, and then a guy comes up to the door, opens it, and looks at you. "Oh, hi. I am Dr. Ito." And short guy, Ryujin continents. He kind of has like a very scruffy looking beard, which has like long whiskers kind of coming out the sides and kind of descending down his face a bit. His hair is really long and it's pulled back and like it's done up in like a series of kind of buns on the back of his head. He has very strange looking glasses on his face. He looks like he hasn't had a meal in a couple of days. Very skinny, very gaunt looking fellow. And his nails look like they're poorly, maintained. He looks like a basement dweller. And he kind of looks up at you and goes, "Oh, who do we have here?" And he kind of leads you in. Just set them out on the slabs.
Right. So we introduced ourselves and mentioned we were sent by FARC and mentioned that these people died by mysterious circumstances and we were asked to investigate. And so we want to search the bodies.
Close the door.
And we do.
Okay. So he kind of looks over the bodies and he starts pulling their clothes off and setting them in stacks next to him. And you're kind of like, you, Hawk, are kind of just taken aback by the fact that he's willing to just start messing with dead bodies. Like, it doesn't look, it's like a casual thing for him. He's just right to it. So he takes off all the clothes and he takes a note of everything and he kind of looks at the bodies up and down. He starts flipping the girl over onto her stomach and looking at her. Oh.
Well, I will assist him since I don't have a problem with handling dead bodies, being a healer, but I just don't like to do it in public around everybody.
Yeah.
Didn't want to freak him out.
He more than happily takes the help when he gets over to the dead guy because he's a little heavier and this guy's a little scrawnier. But the girl, he seems to just kind of flip around, no problem. He says,
"Oh,
go ahead."
Yeah, I was gonna say on the way over, I would have told Hawk about the family and see if he knew anything about that. Just, I don't know. It's sharing the knowledge that I got from the guards with Hawk.
He would mention that the last name was Remont.
Daughter of Captain at Fort Ronin.
Correct.
Right? Is that right? Yeah.
Right. Ito kind of looks at you and he says, "So how do you think they died?"
Well, I think there was some bludgeoning involved.
Nope.
It wasn't drowning, was it?
Nope.
Well, then why don't you tell me?
He kind of hops up onto the slab on top of the guy and kind of like straddles his back and he starts pointing right at the small of his back. "Right here." And Zach, you quickly look at it, like what he's doing.
Yeah.
And you can see there's a perfect stiletto hole right at the small of his back. It looks like whoever stabbed him like right in the spine, like right behind the heart and right behind like right at the small of the back. Not like the butt, like right.
Yeah.
Treachery.
So yeah, and he kind of hops. The girl though, she met a more bitter end. I think someone strangled her. Their bare hands.
Now, why would anybody go and do that?
I don't know. Who are they?
How big do you think someone would have to be in order to strangle someone of her size?
About as big as him. Gestures towards Hawk. Everyone looks at Hawk. You did it.
No, it was a druid, obviously. Bare hands.
This guy. Dog actually would arrive outside the barracks, but you're kind of in dog form, so you don't know where they went either. Everyone seems cool with you and starts petting you. That's fine, but back into the lair.
I roll over onto my belly.
You get pet.
So we ask if he needs to do any additional testing, or is this basically all we need to know?
Are we gonna check the pockets and search the bodies?
Sure, the clothes are yours. I will prepare the bodies. Do you know who the families are?
Yes,
We know her
Vermont.
family, right?
Ramont.
Yes,
Vermont,
not,
Vermont.
not his though.
Well, you said you came from Fark. I'm pretty sure he's gonna not go and mention that to the lord or to the family. So there's probably no one informing them that their families members died. So I don't really leave the basement.
Well, where's their family?
We can mention it to the steward. We have plans to see him today.
Okay. Fair enough. And then what about him?
We just have a
Do-
first name.
Yeah,
You don't know anything about him?
not so far.
Well, I can tell you a bit from what I've seen. If it helps.
Absolutely, any information would be helpful.
Sure, he lifts up his hand, like his dead hand, and kind of puts it in your face. And like when the hand comes up, it kind of just does like one of these, like this. And he's like, "Look," and he points at the fingernails. There's a bit of paint in there, so I'm assuming he works over at the Old Town Well Marketplace, probably a painter. And from what I can tell of his hand, flips it back upside down so you can see it like that. He's a hard laborer, so he probably just does whatever job he can get. Um, and well, to be completely honest, and he kind of gestures to his backside. It seems like he took a lot of different types of work, whatever he could get.
Oh.
So he's definitely a poor fellow. So you may find a family, you may not.
Interesting. You've been very helpful.
Oh shit! It got mature bros.
Dark stuff.
Dark.
It gets creepier. Don't worry. I promise.
Yeah.
Dog getting his belly rubbed. Oh my god, this is so.
So again,
Pornographic.
we have the clothes. So let's just go ahead and look through the clothes to see if there's anything there.
Yeah.
Sure. So the girls' clothing finery, there's a bracelet that looks like it's made out of gold. You estimate that it's probably worth about 100 gold pieces, but from what you can tell, it looks like it has Elvish writing kind of embroidered throughout the chain of it. So it looks really ornate, but also really
Can I
recognizable.
read the writing? Does the writing say anything of note?
It's her name.
Okay. I had to ask.
So
She a
we'll
basic
keep that.
bitch.
We should. Okay.
Okay, so you've got her. So
Yeah, we'll keep that
Reina's thing.
bracelet.
Yeah, that's the word. I don't know why the word was escaping me there for a second. It's a bracelet, John. She also has a small wooden watertight box with a seal on the top, which is I'll show you the seal and I guess in the process kind of give you a handout as well regarding nobility. It has this symbol
Yeah.
burnt onto it, but it's
Wait,
also.
I'm not seeing that symbol.
Oh, I think it only popped for Hawk. Hold on. 'Cause he's
Hawk,
really on-
share, man.
Only Hawk gets it. Sorry, man.
Try again. How about now?
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah, I see.
So you've seen this banner a bit around the main town hall and also the fortress on the hill, which would lead you to believe. And also, Aiden's been here a couple times. It's House Haverhill's
Mhm.
mark.
Wait a minute. The woman had that on her?
No. So her box that she
Oh.
had on her has this symbol emblazoned on the top of the box, and it's like a really tightly sealed box with like kind of like a little like mechanism to seal it, like it's just like a little lever mechanism.
Right.
So you
So
pop
Hawk
that.
says, "Sounds like we should bring that to the keep."
Do you open it?
No.
Well, I have
Definitely
a
not.
question.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Why?
Make a history because you're not nobility. You probably haven't seen too many of these, but Hawk, make a history check for me real quick.
Boom. Boom.
More than perfect.
Ooh.
Nobles carry these. These are proof of their nobility. It actually has a short lineage. Basically, if you were to open it, you know what the contents would be. It'd be a piece of vellum that would say her name, her mother and father's name, but father's name first, then mother, unless her mother was half elven or elvish. And then down the line for about 5 ticks, and then any notation as to what she may own or possess. and anyone that she has with her that's important.
So Hawk mentions that, thinking about giving back the bracelet in the box might be more useful, in the long term than messing with it in the short term.
On that list of names, you said it may have other people that are important on there. That second name from the note isn't in there, right?
Correct. So it may have, like, if she has a guardian that she's known to be traveling with, the official documentation would say, and she travels with Guy, because Guy's not going to have paper. Like, if you,
I just wanted to make sure the name from the letter isn't one of the names on that list,
or the dead guy. Right. I guess I get. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Is the dead guy in the papers in the box? The answer is no.
The answer is probably no. Yeah, Kevin.
I have a dumb question.
Sure.
Why does Rena Ramont have a House Haverhill box?
So the history check was amazingly high. So how lordship works, you're either a landed lord or a non-landed lord. If you're a non-landed lord, you're sworn fealty to a landed lord. Okay.
Oh, they're one of her banner houses, huh?
Correct. Well, it's not really a banner house, because banner houses in Game of Thrones is what I'm guessing you reference. They have their own lands.
Right.
These lords are actually like on the property. Like, they have houses here, and then like the main like lord of the house does a job and has like a very high title compared to regular peasantry. But in effect, they're indentured to the lord that they're landed under. So it can be taken in some regards that the family is being held hostage to ensure that the guy does the job. Or it can be taken as this lord is providing you with all this cool stuff, and you got to do this job.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobility slightly differently than Game of Thrones-y in kind of. Although I'm sure everyone is familiar with how the Game of Thrones nobility works damn show. This town used to be called Old Town. Changed it because copyright infringement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Hawk
books are a lot better.
Iden that this is, yet another reason to go visit the keep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The more knowledge we have walking in, the better.
Ito says, I'll go ahead and prepare the body of the lady here and make sure it's delivered wherever the Ramonts are wanting it. But regarding this gentleman, if you don't want the body,
can I keep it?
Oh,
roll an insight check. Or if your passive insight is 12 or better, it seems like that's what he's leaning towards.
Yeah. I didn't need my 12 insight. I have a 12 insight, but I didn't need that to know he wants to go play with this body in his office when we leave.
How are you going to learn about the body if you don't get to play with the body, bro?
It's true. You have to know it inside and out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting my ears scratched.
Big old floppy elvish bloodhound ears. They're like double floppy.
It's nice. It's nice to have the G-rated scene happening outside.
It just keeps flashing to that. It's like, oh, can I have the dead body? The one that was, using his body for money? Yeah.
Can I have the dead prostitute to fuck?
Let's please
I'll run some warm water over it.
Right,
let's please take the 16-year-old girl and dispose of her body properly so this guy doesn't have her.
No, he doesn't want her. He wants him.
He is going to send her body back to the family to properly be buried. But he wants the male prostitute because it's a poor male prostitute from nowhere.
No one is going to remember. And it's not for sexual services at all.
Gosh.
It's definitely investigative. Corpse tag. You don't get these things every day. But anyways, that's just what you assume he meant by if you don't have anybody to take this corpse to, do you mind if I hold on to it? And again, it doesn't seem like it's a dark, nefarious reason. Your insight is passive enough, highly passive enough that he just wants it to sate his own curiosity.
Fair enough.
Great. Thumbs up, and you guys head back out. Right? You're going to the keep.
Yep.
Okay. I can't believe it's only 9:30. I'm actually doing pretty well on time. Pretty well indeed. So you guys walk. You see the dog. They
I
see
pet
you, and you see them. Do you transmorph or do you stay into?
Oh man, stay as a dog and transform
Yeah.
in front of the steward. That'll be dope.
Right. Actually,
No, we want to know what he learned.
what I was
We wanna
thinking
know
of
what he
doing. I
learned.
want to stay as a dog for right now, just so that I'm not getting. Like the stares I'm getting are slightly disconcerting
Andy,
as a elf.
Between
so.
this rogue and this elf, I don't know if you're going to get anything done.
We're getting a lot done. Just
Hey, I said we're doing good on
Oh.
time. That's a compliment because I know with some of my parties we would still be at that tavern.
So Huck leans down to the dog and says, "What did you learn?"
Woof.
I just.
Come
I
on,
look,
boy.
no, I
Speak.
look at him and go.
Speak.
I think
Bad
Lassie
dog.
is gonna go help a kid in the well. That's actually amazing to me, and I'm not gonna say why. But continuing on, you guys go to the keep. You guys come up the hill. You come to the gates of the keep, and I think I have a picture of it. I don't know if I have a description, but I can definitely fake it. Oh, sure, yeah, I do. So, boom. At the top of the hill, you see the keep as it is. There's a couple of smaller huts outside. It looks like the grass of the hilltop is kind of soggy and marshish. There's a couple of trees out back. The keep is kind of blocking your sight of the statue. It looks like there's a very strange thing at the top of one of the towers in the keep, but the door is open to you to a bailey, and there are a couple of guardsmen of different garb than the militiamen that you saw back at the town guard barracks, kind of practicing going through drills, and it looks like the door to the keep, the front door to the keep, is open. And it doesn't look like any guards stop you or try to address you as you kind of walk in.
So you said there's something strange looking at the top of the keep.
Yeah, if you look at the picture, it looks like there's kind of
An observatory of some sort.
correct.
Okie doke.
An observer, whatty?
An observatory.
Well, I know, but
Killian
Killian
has no
doesn't
idea.
know what that is.
I don't think Hawk
Oh,
does
sorry.
either.
Well.
It looks like a strange tower top.
Yeah, strange tower top thingy.
With a cannon coming out of it. What's a cannon?
What's a cannon? Like with some sort of tube. It's a series of tubes. It's a woof. It's a woof, is what it is.
Yeah.
So he
as
goes,
we're walking in, I would like to whisper to Hawk, "Don't mention the bracelet,"
Why?
because you still have the bracelet, right?
Yeah, sure.
Why?
Yeah.
If we find the people who did this, we can use the reaction from showing them the bracelet to prove that they're the ones who recognize the girl.
he wants to.
If basically we find someone who we think killed her, flash the bracelet, the person has a glimpse in their face called micro
With
expression.
those
that
eyes.
says
With those eyes.
Sure.
they
Yeah,
recognize the bracelet.
Another reason to hold it back is if we could find Rena's parents and give it to them, that would be ideal.
Correct, as opposed to the steward just
Right.
pocketing the money,
Sure,
because
that's fine.
that doesn't have recognition value the way that the papers do.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll give them the papers. We don't need those.
You
But
kind
hold
of-
on to them.
Sounds good.
You kind of mosey on into the keep. It's kind of a darker, danker keep than it looks like on the outside. It looks like it's very spacious, but it looks like once you get inside of it, the ceilings are a bit lower than you were anticipating. It's a bit more dank than you were anticipating, and the torches are not all of the torches and sconces are lit. So you're kind of walking between paths of darkness to get to the next sconce. Eventually, your walk through the keep, short walk through the keep, leads you to an open throne room. The throne looks like it's made out of wood, like kind of set with metal brackets. And behind it, like directly behind it, are two staircases that kind of spiral up to the second level behind it, like horns.
So we're not supposed to be impressed by this keep and this throne room.
Well, the throne room's kind of impressive. The keep's not so much. But sitting on the throne is a woman in bright silver armor with a blue cape kind of draped over the right arm of the chair. And when you walk into the room, she kind of lifts her head up and just looks at you kind of disinterestedly until she looks down at the dog. And then she kind of goes, "Huh. And who are you? What business do you have with the Lord?"
woo, woo, which translates to I'm Eldithis.
Do I speak Doganese?
Hawk will nudge Aiden.
I will do just the straightforward acknowledgement, whatever nobility to nobility is.
And
A
you're,
lady.
you're playing up the Rostigar accent, and
Yeah. Oh yeah. I look and sound exactly like a noble from Rostigar. If she knows the nobles from Rostigar, she may recognize me.
the part that's going to get you is, what do you say your name is?
I'm assuming that I would know the name of the noble that I'm impersonating, or I wouldn't have chosen that noble to impersonate.
Sure. So let's kind of do a quick rewind, sort of.
I may not know anything about that person, but I would
Sure.
know just their name. So
Okay.
if she asks me like, "How's your wife?" I'll be like, "Fuck me." You know?
Make me a deception check, just to simplify the whole process. Because I know you don't have history trained, so just make that deception check.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. She kind of looks at you, and you can kind of see this like disinterested look in her face, and then she kind of looks at you inquisitively after you say like a minor detail about you, just like not really getting into the detail. You're just kind of saying, "This is who I am, and this is where I'm from," and she kind of does
This is my position, and this
She
is why
kinda-
I'm important.
She kind of does this like, "Really, really," and look in her face, and then she kind of looks to the dwarf. And you, who are you?
Hello, I am Killian Ironhand. I am just a brewer who's now traveling around looking for a good brew.
Andy, for Hawk, this immediately kind of makes you kind of realize that she's definitely a cunning girl, because if there was a lord in the room, she would not have quickly dejected him and moved on. She would continue talking to him. So from what you can tell, she either doesn't care about the rules of nobility, or she doesn't think he's a noble. Yeah.
Right.
So
So she would probably recognize by reputation both Hawk and well, not the dog because the dog is in dog form, but okay.
Correct.
Okay, right.
And she kind of addresses the dwarf, and the dwarf says he's a brewer, and she says, "Excellent, Iron Hands. I think I've had your brew before. They sell it down in Rostigar, do they not?" And she kind of looks to the Lord.
Can I make a check to see if she bought it?
Yeah, sure. So insight.
Uh,
Yeah, she's not buying what you're selling.
with a 25?
25. Wow.
You had disadvantage.
Why?
You had disadvantage because you were saying you were a lord that she was familiar with. She's
Okay.
from Rostigar. She was trained in the Talna Marie. You know who Rhea is, but you don't know in this character.
I know. Okay.
She's a smart little biatch. But anyways,
I didn't know I had disadvantage.
So-
I thought
so
my
anyway,
disguise would
she
have been
looks.
perfect. I look exactly like him and sound exactly like him.
Yeah.
So
I thought that would have given me regular role.
So Hawk kind of steps aside, steps a little bit away from Iden. He's like walks a
Well-
couple steps away.
She doesn't look like she's terribly like. I mean, you can kind of all of you passively insight. She knows that he's not who he says he is, and she's kind of moved on. Like she doesn't care.
Right. And then starts to tell the story of being deputized by FARC and finding the bodies and something suspicious and Dr. Ito, and then specifically
You tell her about Dr. Ito.
Yeah, you do.
So she kind of looks at you and she goes, "Who?
Yeah, we do.
In the town guard barracks, you say?
Yes.
I've never heard of him. I guess I'll have to ask Mercer once he gets back what he's hiding in his basement." But that said, wonderful.
So then we would want to bring out the box
Okay.
and offer it up to her.
She kind of takes it and she goes, "Oh, I apologize. You've all introduced yourselves. I am Rhea Jakad. I am the steward of House Haverhill." And she kind of knocks the opening. She plops it open. She looks at it. "Rena, huh?" And she kind of hands the box back to you, Hawk.
I would also, at this point, like to come out of my dog form, since I actually have not introduced myself.
The second you start to manifest, she kind of reaches for her sword, which is actually sitting at the side of her throne. Not her throne, but the throne she's sitting on. But then she kind of stops for a second, and then she waits for the transformation to finish. like she might have seen something like that before.
Whoa, hold up. That's a friend of ours.
She kind of goes, "Oh, okay." Like
Yeah.
it looks like an initial surprise. Oh, intruder, but then like, yeah, just a druid.
Hi, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Elditis. How are you?
Eldithis of the Wood, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you've done a bit for the townsfolk around Hallerton, have you not?
Yes, I have. They were being set upon by bandits, and seeing such a grave injustice, I had to fling myself in between such a battles to save them.
Well, as an associate of the Shield, I completely understand the necessity to defend the peasantry, and so I appreciate your work, and I do apologize I wasn't able to assist you. My duties, unfortunately, have left me to sitting in a stupid chair and
That's
dealing with handing out food.
that is perfectly understandable, my lady, and a quite noble endeavor, just as much.
Sure, why not? So, you're investigating this murder, which you know is a murder, and have investigated to that point. Um, so you don't know anything about the man that was with her, as I
So
understand it.
we explained that from the quick examination of the body appeared to be a commoner, perhaps working in town
Hmm,
as a laborer. But that's all. We learned that his name is Felix, and that's all we know.
Felix.
Or we believe that his name is Felix because that's what the note left with the bodies to imply it was a suicide said.
Right.
But we don't even know if his name is Felix. That's
Right.
just
Very
what the
true.
note says.
So,
true.
against
To the best we
all rights of what is holy and good, you molested the bodies and found out that they were killed, and that goes against what the note had said. So someone was trying to deceive the town guard by making this look like a suicide.
Correct.
Strange.
And
Yes.
then we look towards Aldithis, and maybe we could ask, what did you learn in your investigation?
I was actually just about to start explaining that.
Now that you're a person.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually, when I was a dog, went up the river and found a flat space up a little ways, and it seemed as though the two bodies were dropped there, and it looks like the person who dropped them covered their tracks extremely well, as I could not follow them further than that.
So we just need to find out who, and by we I mean you. If you've been deputized to investigate this, then I would hope that you do investigate it quickly. But I warn you now, if you cause any problems amongst the nobility and gentry, I will have issue with you. So, do not think you have any authority to assert against the nobility. If such words come back to this throne, that you are causing problems for them, I'll have no problems incarcerating you. Do you understand?
So we can do what we want to the commoners. Is that correct?
I don't care about the commoners. The refugees I do care about. Don't go
Kind
causing
of an
problems.
aside to Killian. Like, that's my girl. Like, yeah. Fuck the little people.
No, the commoners have. Again, don't go murdering them or anything, Lord.
I'm keeping my eye on him.
I'm just saying, the commoners are yours to deal with, as you have been deputized to rule and enforce over them. However, the nobility is different. Typically in matters that deal with the nobility, which are rare, very rare. Mercer or myself would deal with them, but as I have no real information to press at this point, I see no reason for me to trouble myself with it, especially since I'm busy elsewise. As she's saying that, you can see a person kind of walk in with a ledger, kind of puts it before her, and she quickly signs off on something with a pen and gestures him away. Oh, the challenges of ruling.
And so Hawk will say, well, we are looking for ways to be useful, so if there's anything that you want to task us with, we'd be happy to do that.
Well, if Fark has deputized you to investigate this matter, then that is your current duty. As stated, though, if you cause any problems for the nobility, we will have issue. If you come to a situation where you feel like you have absolute proof, and you can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt to me that the nobility in some way was involved in this killing, I will deal with it. Otherwise, you have no rights upon them.
Understood.
Loud and clear.
Damn nobility.
However, I will make
Well,
sure that
I mean,
the
yes.
commoner is also treated well.
Fair enough, but you don't need my permission to incarcerate, capture, or detain any individual of the peasantry. The refugees, on the other hand, is a different matter. You need to speak to Ergal Socius in the census office.
Urgal?
Yep.
Urgal. Oh, nice.
And report
Will do.
anything you have to Fark Ashbeard, who has deputized you.
Aha. All right.
And if you see Mercer at any point during your investigation, the lead magistrate, I don't think he'll be back for a while yet, though. Just make sure he has a time for me to talk to him about this doctor he's keeping in his basement.
Of course,
Well-
my lady.
Well, I got the impression that it was purely professional for taking care of when people die. Somebody has to do it.
Sure, granted. But I've never heard of him.
That is concerning.
A bit. Me and Mercer will have to talk. Hopefully it won't have to go to the Lord.
For his sake.
Yes, hopefully you
For
can be
Mercer.
merciful.
And Mercer. This guy and Tom and freaking, oh my god, I'd shoot myself probably.
So many puns.
It's
Ah.
classic. Okay, so any other words for Rhea?
I would just like to say what a great honor it was to be able to meet you, and again, thank you for all of the work that you are doing here. It might not seem like much, but it is greatly appreciated by all who receive this kindness and hear of it.
She's actually
And
looking
flourish
at
with-
something totally different. Like it looks like she's totally disinterested in your talk, and she's like, "Yep."
I'm going to flourish with a gracious bow.
And she flourishes with a nod of her head like this, kind of gestures for you to leave. She doesn't seem like other Parnans. Other Parnans seem like really enthralled by elves, but she doesn't seem to have that kind of.
Yeah, I
Starry-eyed.
was hoping the lady would be here with her.
Yeah, I don't mind that she's not
So-
taken with me right now.
As you guys, do you guys have any other
Yeah.
questions for Rhea before you guys dish out? I'm gonna go ahead and go from left to right and cut through. So, does Aiden have any questions for Rhea?
She's not going to give me anything, so I'm not going to ask for anything.
Killian,
No.
Hawk,
Nope.
Adithus.
Nope.
Okay, so you guys go step back out into the Bailey, and probably head out of the keep. Now, from this point, we've got a couple of different directions, and so just kind of sort them out before we move on, because we want to make sure that we have directionality explained. Let's see what our points of order are. So we'll go backwards. Matt, where do you think you should go from this point?
Right now, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what to do. I'm still sort of churning through all of the information, and
Sure.
as I said, I'm not the brightest bulb in the shed, so I'm just sort of trying to sort things out and watch what other people are doing more.
Absolutely. Andy?
Yeah, I think we should go to the marketplace and ask about Felix.
Okay, that's a good lead. Kevin?
I think we should try to find Rena Ramont's family. I think that might be easier than searching for a commoner.
Or just rumors about a commoner, sure.
Right.
Unless you drag the corpse around and say, do you know this guy? Do you know
Have you
him?
seen him? Take his pants off, turn him around. How about now?
Does this
Oh,
look familiar? You
Too
sick-
soon. Too soon. I
Too soon. Too soon. And then, Zach, where do you think directionality? Like,
I think
That's-
Hawk's plan was exactly what I was going to say.
Okay.
I
if
would
there's a painting
honestly.
shop somewhere.
I would break off and check both marketplaces at the same time. There's 4 of us, so split 2 and 2.
Okay.
And
So you've been
cover
here a
more
couple of
ground.
times. There's kind of a difference between the two marketplaces.
Unless there's a place where someone, because he has paint under the fingernails, that
Sure.
seems like the most recent thing he's been doing
Right.
because fingernails grow. There's a
Right.
place where we can find painters or
Right.
like a pottery shop where they paint. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're following my train of thought.
Yeah, but Hilton Marketplace is more where like traveling vendors will arrive and kind of set up shop. Old Town Well Marketplace is where people who live here and sell the day to day and do the day to day will go. So you have like the high market where you'll buy like magic items and fine clothes and reagents and stuff like that. That's Hilton
Yeah.
Marketplace. And then you
Would-
have
would-
go ahead.
I was just going to say, would we know whether or not the upscale marketplace would employ local laborers?
He was Parninian, right? Parnaconian,
They're all Parnans.
Parnosian,
Parnan.
whatever. Okay, but he is of that.
Yeah, every human you've
Heritage.
encountered so far, except for the weird guy with the
The
weird
Syrian
sword
Jews,
and
yeah.
Dr. Ito. Yeah, they've all been
Okay.
Parnan.
Okay,
So-
then
so I
I
guess I'm
say
Go
hit the Old Town Well first.
Okay, that's fine.
'cause He's
And
been
it's
jumping
closer.
from job to job to. He's been jumping job to job to job. He's more likely to have had one job there,
Sure.
you know,
Okay.
That's
than
fine.
to have found a vendor. And if we don't find anything, we move on to the other one.
Are we collectively going as a team, or are we splitting off? Because it sounds like Kevin does have another direction. Again, either way, I don't mind splitting the party because it's fun sometimes. But
It's so much fun,
it can be.
as the death of Binkus has proved.
Hawk is interested in going with Iden.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Hawk. If
And-
the other two want to join or split, that's up to them.
okay.
What do you do? What do you want to do, Eldithus?
I'm, as I said, fine just following. So if you want to go and follow up on a lead, I will just follow you and give you a hand with that.
He'll be your tag along.
Make friends.
Hey, an elf and a dwarf walk into a bar.
Plus, I mean, I have a really good charisma, so
I have an 8 charisma also, so it's like Dumb and Dumber.
no.
And my intelligence is back.
charisma is actually really
He
good.
wasn't
My
doing a sarcasm this time. That was real. He's got the
Split up
second highest.
charisma.
Because it's 8 and 8 in the middles, and then it's 16 and 15 on the outskirts.
I think I did the same thing. Oh no,
Yeah,
nah.
I mean, on charismas, like you've got Kevin and Andy in the middle with their 8 charismas, and then you have Zach and Matt with their 15s or 16s and 15s respectively. But yeah,
Well, I don't think we should split up our group into. I mean, I'm very wise, but when it comes to social situations, I may be a little awkward. So I don't want to go to the family of the dead girl on my own. In
Well,
other words,
That's what I was saying. I would go with you.
yeah. But are you gonna be any help?
I will help. As I said, I have a high charisma. I'm good with talking with people.
Ah, okay.
it wasn't
I
a
just
sarcasm.
don't know.
Well, then you can break it.
I don't know where to go because I'm not smart enough to figure that out. I know what to say when I'm there, though.
Ah, okay. Well, then let's do it.
Point me at the
What do we have to
social-
lose?
Point me at the social stuff, and I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and deal with the family situation first. So Killian and Eldithus, do you go and acquire the body and deliver it for Dr. Ito, or are you guys just going to see if you can't find the house on your own?
I think we should. I think what we should do is let the family know that she is dead, and then they can go to the morgue to pick up the body, because I think it's really going to shock them if we show up with their dead daughter. You know.
Oh yeah, that
That's
would be a
gonna be
weird
bad.
one for sure. Let's see.
Found this bitch.
Is this
Keep
yours,
yours.
motherfucker?
She was pretty. Now she's dead.
Yeah,
Slightly used.
slightly used. Oh damn. But okay, so you're gonna try and see if you can't find the location. By what means?
Would a guard at the Hilton Keep before we take off know that location of that noble family? Or
Sure. The noble houses are they're just around the main lake. So these are the manor houses here.
ah, all right. And we can hit the tavern on our way.
The stumbling
It's
delver.
not really on the way, but
I think we should not go to the tavern at first, just so that we do not appear inebriated before the nobility.
all right.
We can
I
go
say
afterwards.
that sounds fine as I fill up my tankard.
Okay.
That's why I carry beer on me.
Because you gotta be ready.
Yep.
So you guys managed to find, through conversation with people who are around the area, you managed to find the Vermont Manor. The manor house is, I don't have a picture for this one because, but it's enclosed by stone wall, and it looks like it has a couple of gates in the front that are actually iron rock gates. There is a single guardsman who's kind of standing outside of the wall, and he's standing in between the two gates. So there's kind of like a stone partition in between the two gates. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And he kind of looks over to you as you kind of approach, and he has a Parnin sword staff, which is a sword on a stick, basically.
Oh, really quickly, who had the box?
Not me.
Okay.
That was Hawk, I believe.
You guys never got
All
it
right.
off him.
I never would have asked for that. I was just wondering if you had it. I couldn't remember if you did or not.
No, it's fine. And the guard kind of looks at you. He's holding his staff. Like, it doesn't look like he's moving any other part of his body, but his eyes are kind of shifting towards you.
Hail.
Excuse me, good sir. How are you today?
And he just kind of looks at you.
My name's Elditis. What's your name?
And he just kind of looks at you.
We're here to see the family. We come bearing news of a sensitive nature.
Lady Ramon is not seeing any callers at this time unless you have official business. Who has sent you?
We do. We were sent from what was it, Lady Renata or
Farky or Farkle? What is his name?
He's just kind of looking at you blankly.
Fark?
That's his name.
I'm sorry. With that introduction, I'm going to need some official documentation that proves who you are, who you say you are.
Well,
Do
fine.
we have official documentation?
Well, Fark Ashbeard was the one who sent us.
It did take you quite a while to figure that name out from your memory. If you were
Well,
working
my memory isn't that good.
typically, if you're working directly for someone, you recall their names when asked it. I do apologize.
No, I actually usually don't.
He kind of looks at you.
We just recently became deputized.
He's still just kind of looking at you. Like you can just feel the rolling of his eyes. Like if he were allowed to roll his eyes right now, they'd probably just start spinning like in his head.
What was the girl's name?
Let's cut to the chase. The girl's name was we have news about Rena Ramont, and it's very dire news. And I think that if you turn us away and we have to go get some documentation and come back, and then we tell that to your mistress, I think she's going to be pretty damn pissed.
He slams his sword staff butt down on the ground after you mention that, and then kind of pulls it to his side, kind of like holding it horizontal in front of himself. He grabs the hilt of the sword and pulls the staff and sword apart, sheaths his sword, and then sets the staff back into the ground where he had it. And then he kind of just walks away, the staff sitting there, and he looks like he walks to the gate, opens it, closes it behind him, and once he's past the gate, he looks back to you and he says, "Wait here, I'll see if the lady will receive you." And he walks away.
Thank you.
So you stand there, and there's a stick in the ground.
Can I just do a quick perception check to just sort of see what's around?
Sure.
In terms of.
So, house-wise, you are about here.
Do that again.
Here.
Ah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like all the houses, as you kind of descended down the road here, they all have banners flying outside of the gates. All of them have the Haverhill mark, but there seems to be a different sigil at the top of the Haverhill mark. So it's two chevrons that are kind of shaped to look like a hill or a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Haverhill. Are you catching on yet?
You're a genius.
Hilton. Are we on it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's cunning.
You're a genius.
So there's like a sigil at the top of each of those, and each one kind of has like an animal representation. It looks like the one that you were told Vermont is the one. It appears to be a falcon that's kind of up over the mountains. Not terribly ornate in stylization. It's just pretty basic stenciling of a falcon over Haverhill sigil. But yeah, it looks like straight across the way, it's just a lot of forest. Like this is like a pretty dense like grouping of trees. And then down the road, if you were to continue on, it looks like farmlands that are currently being worked by refugees.
Well, Dithys, if you go over there and start hugging trees, I'm going to smack you.
But they wouldn't hug back.
Well, that is true.
If you transform into a tree and start hugging trees, I'm gonna slap you. You're going to slap a tree? Damn right.
I can't turn into plants yet.
After the dialogue, the back and forth, the guard comes back out, opens the gate, and holds it open for you. She will receive you.
Thank you
very much.
He leads you up to the house. He opens the door. The door is a fine wooden door with glass set inside of it, which is a pretty rare sight to see. And he leads you into kind of an open chamber with a lot of really fluffy looking cushioned chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs is a woman. And I have a picture of her somewhere. Hold
Man,
on.
you're prepared.
I'm sort of prepared. Show players. She's wearing a reddish gown. Looks like a half cape kind of over it. And kind of a fluted skirt for the dress. She has some raiments on that she's thrown on, some fine jewelry, and she kind of looks at you with her, green eyes, just staring at you. So you know something about Myrina?
Yes, my lady. I'm sorry that we are the bearers of bad news, but your daughter was found earlier this morning in the river. It appears as though she has been murdered, although it was attempted to be covered up as a suicide.
A suicide?
Yes. Well, as I said, we believe that it was not a suicide, but that someone has done her in. I investigated on my own up further in the river, up the river, and found an area where there was some tracks of, it seemed that the bodies were dropped there and tossed into the river, so that it would appear that they drowned in a double suicide.
As you finish telling her these things, you kind of look around, like kind of just, like my lady, and kind of like look around, and you notice that standing in a hallway just a ways is a younger man who's kind of looking in. It looks like he's trying to keep himself concealed too. He's kind of just standing at the wall, kind of looking in. And the second you kind of look at him and he notices you see him and you see him, he turns around and walks away, like he leaves the hallway.
I say, excuse me, Milo?
No, not you. Sorry. 15 passive perception, man. The elf. The elf notices.
Okay. In that case, I don't say Jack.
Because your passive perception is good, but it's no 15, right?
It's 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She kind of looks up at you. Was she with anyone when she was dead? Do you know if anyone killed her, or who might have done it? Or you mean to say you're looking into that matter? Was there...
Yes, we are currently looking into that matter. We do not know who it was that killed her at this point. She was found with the body of a young man,
Bairnhill.
Poor. Yeah.
It was Bairnhill, wasn't it?
Excuse
Floppy
me?
brown hair. Peasant.
No. Well, yes, he was a peasant.
Felix Bairnhill.
Ah.
She probably is the reason he's dead.
Now, why would that be?
Because they were in love.
Oh.
She was charged to marry somebody, and she wasn't willing to do her duty, apparently.
What do you know of this Felix Barinhill?
He's a piece of shit.
What do you know besides that?
He works in the Old Town Well marketplace. Takes whatever jobs he can get, probably. Rena said once that he had a younger brother. but I don't care. They all can die for all I care.
What was his younger brother's name?
I don't know.
Oh, all right.
They were scum.
Do you know any of his friends or anybody he hung out with?
They were scum. No, I don't know anybody they hung out with. They probably don't venture into my circles.
Milady, is there anything else that you might know about? It was Renata, right? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with the names.
Rena, Rena.
Rena. Yeah,
Okay.
about Rena and possibly anything else that she might have been involved in that you were aware of.
Well, I know that there were a couple of people who were interested in her hand before we found a really strong suitor for her up in Stormloft. Andovan Corson was to be her husband, a beautiful man, a wonderful young knight.
Can you type that in? Sorry.
Honestly, that name, me saying it, it's not for you. It was mainly for Zach, but
sorry.
Andovan Corson equals greatest sidekick ever. But anyway, anywho, yeah, and now we're gonna have to send word that they can't be together, and it's very unfortunate. It's very sad, but that's what she gets for hanging out with the lowly scum. I told her something like this would happen.
Might we possibly get a list of names of those other suitors and any connections that they have to?
Well, the only one that was anywhere close to this town is the actor, Mullane.
Mullane.
He had a decent amount of wealth accumulated to him, but no land. Andovan Corson was a baron's son.
May we possibly speak to other people in the house about your daughter and just inquire if they might know something more?
The only other individual that lives in this house is Mylon, and he's not terribly good with people. So I apologize. No. If you want more information about Rena specifically, I suppose you could talk to her friends. Well, her friend.
Where might her friend be?
Melissa? Rafton? She's up a house or two. It's under the sigil of the crab.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You have been most helpful. If you can think of anything else, please.
Where's her
do
body?
not hesitate. Killian?
Well, we thought it would be very bad to just carry her around town. So she is currently at the morgue.
All right. Well,
we thought you might want to more discreetly have her body properly buried.
We'll probably do just that. I'll send some of my messengers to the town guard barracks. Thank you, gentlemen. But I need some time for mourning. If you'd please leave my house.
Absolutely.
Okay. Both of you roll an insight check as you guys are leaving the house.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but that's a good one for me. So now it's jinxed.
Well, I don't need to jinx it. That's a terrible one for me.
Well, first I got to get to my character sheet. Hang on a second.
Okay.
All right. Hey, sorry I interrupted you there, John.
No worries. Again, interrupt me whenever. It's fine. I do not mind.
All right. Let's see.
I do it all the time.
Perfectly acceptable.
What am I doing? Insight?
Yeah.
Insight.
All right. Let's do this, man.
All right.
What did it turn out to be?
So you're kind of walking out, and again, you're not terribly familiar with how humans deal with deaths. In Dwarven culture, it can be kind of like a shock. But to be completely honest, she was kind of a bitch.
I got that impression.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I kind of noticed that.
I just want to make sure. It sounded like her and her daughter may not have been as close as you and your family. But yeah, you definitely got a weird vibe from her. She was very businessy about her relations. Okay, so you guys are going to head towards the next house, correct? Rafton's house?
Well, while we're heading out, when we're outside the building, I just want to do a perception check up in any of the windows, see if I can see Milo in any of them.
Just your passive perception. just to base it, and no, he's not there.
Okay. Then, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do a cut, then we're gonna switch back to the other two. So, because equal
Alrighty.
and fair amounts of time. Hawk
Yep.
and Aiden are kind of in noble Rostagarian form.
I am changing from Rostagarian back to Parnin.
I'm
but
assuming you're
still
clipping
in-
off the fine regal tabard and kind of stuffing it in your backpack then to kind of look more.
Yeah. If we're going to Old Town, I would like to switch back and do common cloak, so
they
I
will
fit
steal
more
your
in
shit.
with Auk.
They
Yeah,
will
that's
steal.
exactly it. I don't
your
want to
shit.
be. I don't need to deal with. I don't. I mean, I could take them, but I don't want to. You
Sure.
know?
You immediately, as you're kind of approaching Old Town and passing by houses and stuff, you notice a lot of things that you've seen kind of in your earlier life, specifically like markings on buildings, marking this house as not touched, marking this house as you can rob this person if you want, marking this house as a safe house.
Right.
These are all kind of rogue markings that you're seeing in Thieves' Cant. As you're kind of approaching Old Town. It looks like this area is a bit seedier than most of the other areas you've been, because you haven't seen any markings like this up near the Hilton Marketplace.
Okay.
But you enter into the Old Town Well Marketplace, and I think I have a picture of that. Maybe. We'll see. Sure. Yeah. And every so often, a guard on horseback will pass you by. But again, in the picture, it shows like a couple of them. You're not going to see a pair of them. It's usually just like one guy on horseback kind of moseying on past. But it looks like they're selling all sorts of random wares. It is quite packed. It's a pretty cold autumn day, but it does look like a lot of people are buying up, as much as they can. Hawk, you would realize that they're basically kind of getting ready for a winter season. It being the end of autumn, so they're buying what they can and making sure that they have relatively good stocks. But you're kind of moseying around. There's all sorts of different types of shops, nothing particularly like out of place here. And you're looking for what specifically?
I would be looking for something that looks like it's been there a long time.
Okay.
You know,
A
this
painter
guy,
shop as well, right?
Painter shop.
something that's well established there.
Okay.
And preferably a painter shop would be the first thing. But if we can't find that, someone who looks like they've been in town for years,
Sure.
not someone who
Mhm.
has been there for someone who's been there for generations.
So a lot of the merchants that you're going to be seeing here, they don't actually have like full-on established buildings. Some of them are out of tents, based out of tents, or
Right.
just like small little carts,
Cart with an apron.
right, and a couple of signs therein. But you do manage to pass by a gentleman who, very small cart, but he looks like he has a lot of wares kind of tucked under the cart, tucked around the cart, and it doesn't look like he's moved his cart much at all. But the reason why this cart's interesting and matters is because it looks like a lot of the products that he's selling are brushes and pigments and paints.
This looks like our spot, Hawk.
Yep.
After you.
Yeah, sure. So
kinda-
who do we see?
He kind of looks up at you. He's like an older gentleman. He's like, got the finest paints and pigments here. You looking for sepia? You looking for what are you looking for? What can I help you with?
Well, they do seem like very nice paints, but we're actually here on some official business.
Oh,
Fark has asked us to investigate the death of someone, and we're hoping that you might be able to give us some information.
so you're with the town guard?
That's right.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't do anything.
Sure, of course. No, that's not what we're saying.
Oh,
So do you know someone named Felix?
Felix. Yeah, Felix
Yeah.
Bairnhill. He's one of my only customers. What?
He's one of your customers. So he didn't work for you?
I don't know. I don't really have employees or money to pay for him. I just, I sell a lot of the old stock that I got from my parent, and I've been doing so for the last couple decades here, and I make enough money to get by. What's Felix gotten into? He's got into some trouble?
Yeah, he's got into the worst kind of trouble. I'm so sorry to tell you that he's dead, and we think there's some foul play.
Oh, he was pretty much one of my only customers. Well, that's not any good. The poor boy. What'd he do? What'd he go do? He's dead. Uh, does Cooper know? Does Barrett Cooper know?
Who's that?
Well, that's where he was staying with Barrett Cooper. He's a shoeman that kind of lives down that way. He kind of gestures towards a building. You can see what you
Hmm.
think might be like a symbol of a shoe.
Hmm.
Him and his brother are staying over there. But he did some work for Barrick. He did some
What's the
work.
brother's name?
The boy. His name is Jared. Jared Burnhill. Their
So Barnhill.
yeah, their dad died. Uh, I want to say a good 10 years ago.
Hmm.
Just before Lord Haverhill. Actually, rewind. Sorry. Just before Lord Hilton came and changed the name of everything and all.
Mm. So they've had a tough time, the boys.
Yeah. Well, Felix is a good kid. He's a good lad.
Can you tell us anything you know about him?
Well, he sure liked to paint. Didn't sell to too many folks though. But he sure liked to paint. Did some
Did he ever
work.
tell you what he was painting? Was it
Oh,
landscapes or people?
I never got to see any of his work, no, but I'm sure if he has any, it's probably at Barrick's house.
Do you know anything about any ladies that he might have spent time with? Maybe someone named Rena?
Now, he mentioned some girl named Rena a bit, said he was often sometimes doing work on a painting for her, but I never met her.
So were they involved like in a romantic way, or just was he doing a painting of her?
Sure sounded like it.
Hmm.
Again, I just sold him paints. I'm not too terribly familiar with him, but yeah, it sounded like he was really fond of a girl named Rena, and he would often say, "Oh, this would be perfect paint to match her eyes." And he kind of gestures towards one of the pigments
Hmm. Hmm. And
Well,
so he tells us where Barrack Cooper's shop is.
right down the road. Yeah.
Hmm. Go ahead, Aiden.
no, I was gonna say thank you. Like, I don't know what else this guy can tell
Yeah,
us.
no, this is good. This is good.
Do you
This is
want
a
to
good one.
maybe buy some paints?
Not this time, but I'll give him a copper for his troubles.
Oh,
What else does he have other than paint? Does he have
brushes,
any
quills,
just paints, brushes, quills? Nah,
inks.
can't use any of that.
Um, that's it though. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
He takes the he takes the copper and he says, "Thank you so much, sir." And he kind of holds on to the copper and then puts it away.
So as they're walking away, Hawk is going to sort of change gears a little bit and ask Aiden what he knows about the stab wound to the back of to Felix's back, like what kind of how that might have been given, or would Aiden know that as a rogue? Seems
That's
like a roguish kind of
that's
thing
a
to do.
good question, John. I didn't
Sure.
know.
So assassins, specifically assassins from like Rostagar and also closer towards the Shattered Coast, the grouping of islands down there. Koira assassins too. Um, Typically use longer daggers with thinner points. They're called stilettos.
Yeah.
And they're used for like really just giving it to a person, typically in a single stab death attack. Um, so kind of more of a southern thing.
Okay. So basically, whoever did this is from out of town,
Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily mean who called it is from out of town as well.
right.
Right.
So
This is like a
it could have been
paid up job.
it could have been a paid up job, or again, the stilettos as themselves are kind of like traditionally seen as like really ornate, pretty knives to people who have the money to pay for them.
Right.
Some of them are designed to have like naked ladies as the handle, or all sorts of different things from older, stranger days during Rostagar Kingdom's like inception about 100 years ago. So Yeah, it could be somebody who bought a fancy dagger and wanted to use it. It could be somebody who knew how to use that dagger and used it. The attack was pretty on
It,
point.
yeah, it was fairly well executed to drop
Yeah.
him with no struggle. So I'm
Right.
guessing whoever did it knew how to do it, or
Hmm.
that's my guess.
Had them
In
off
character.
guard or something to that effect. Yeah, they definitely
Right.
knew what they were doing for that one shot.
Yeah, to just drop it right in between the spine and puncture an organ like that, you got to know what you're doing.
Right.
And you have to have
And-
done it before.
I said he was a shoemaker. But that was a dumb thing that I said. I meant he's a barrel maker, and I'm an idiot.
Okay. So Hawk wonders to Aiden, if like the paint salesman said Felix and Reno were having a relationship and someone was unhappy about that, I could understand why they would want to kill Felix, but why Rena?
They may not have been in a relationship. Felix may have just loved her and been painting her, and
Mhm.
wrong place, wrong time, and it's easy to set up a lover's suicide than it is to set up a rich white girl killing herself for no reason.
Right.
Two
okay.
two lovers killing themselves is a lot easier sell
You guys are going
than
to the Cooper?
yeah. We're
Yep,
on our way
yep.
to that house,
Okay.
but
Give it,
this
how,
is the discussion we're having on the log.
okay, how
Right.
much time have I given you guys? I'm trying to make sure it's even. About 20, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So quick cut. We'll go back to Kevin and
Yeah,
Matt.
totally.
You guys are walking towards the Rafton house.
Yep.
Okay. You get up to the gate, and there's a guard standing outside. He doesn't look like he's as stern as the guy who was standing outside of the Remont house. And he kind of looks at you. Can I help you?
Yes, we were investigating something on behalf of FARC, and we were sent over here by Mary Beth Vermont as she believes that someone in the house might have a lead. I believe her name is Melissa.
Melissa Rafton. Yeah, she's the daughter of the Lord. She's not in right now, though. She's doing some early shopping. I believe she's over up on the north side of town, Hilton Marketplace.
What about the lady or lord of the house? Would they happen to be in?
The Lord of the house doesn't reside here. He is a lieutenant at Fort Ronan, and the lady of the house has been deceased for some 5 years.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I apologize.
Not a problem. Her retinue is with her as well. She should be easy to spot in the crowd.
Does she have insignia on her, or
No,
how
but
would we recognize her?
her guards will.
Oh, excellent.
Do you know if she was going to any particular shops?
Oh, there are no shops in the marketplace, just merchants and vendors.
Was
I
she going
believe
to a
she's.
particular merchant?
I believe she was just trying to find some elvish wares, some silverware, and what have you, before the elvish merchants head north through the Galatia region to Varhuin province.
Okay, thank you very much, my good man.
The words that stand
Yeah,
out to you as an elf is Varhuin province. All elves kind of come from that province. It's like the central hub. But yeah, it's like, okay, so she wants to hang out with elves. But anyway, you guys are gonna head.
That's your in, Matt. Or sorry, Eldithus.
Eldithus?
She likes elves.
Right.
Well, apparently, who doesn't around here?
Yeah, even they're starting to grow on me.
Right?
Yeah.
So you guys head towards the marketplace, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
I know I just gave you 2 minutes. But
That's
we're
okay. I'm gonna pour a bunch of beer in my tankard. That fine beer that I got from the mug pounders, and
Okay.
I'm gonna share it with my buddy Eldithus
Okay.
on our way up.
Take a bit of a walk.
I will take some just out of kindness.
Mhm.
I just hold it and then.
Yep.
Those
Sleight of
25
hand.
gold pieces of bottle, you bet. You
Hey,
better
it's
drink
made
it.
out of grain. You
No.
like that stuff, don't you?
Yeah, it's good. It's
Yeah,
good. It's
sure.
good.
Just
Top
pretend if you
coffee.
don't.
Yeah, just pretend it's Elvish wine, but it's really not. Back to you guys. You guys go to the Cooper's house. The door's closed. It looks like there's a sign up that's basically stating that they're closed for business. But it does look like there's like lights on the inside. It's kind of a darker. We're getting closer to afternoon with the walking. and such. So like mid-morning, late mid-morning, you guys get to the door. What do you do?
Hawk would knock.
Okay. Who is it?
And so we would say that we're, I guess, representatives. What is it? The guard? What do we call that?
Town guard.
Yeah, sure. Representatives of the town guard.
Okay. Hold on. Let me put on my pants. A couple minutes later, the door opens, and you see kind of a portly gentleman kind of standing in front of you. He doesn't really have a beard per se; it's just kind of just gruff, and his hair is kind of receded all the way back to like that nice horseshoe kind of shape of hair around top of his head, and he looks at you with kind of curious but stern eyes. Was a town guard one with a barrel maker?
Well, actually, it has to do with someone that you know, Felix Barronhill.
Before you even say the name, you can kind of see his head kind of sink down and his eyes kind of like close. What's he got into?
The worst kind of stuff. Unfortunately, he's dead.
He's what?
Yeah, yeah. And we think there was foul play.
Can you give me a minute?
Sure. Can we come inside?
Sure. He kind of walks into his house. It's a relatively small house, and you can see that he kind of walks into like the kitchenette area where there seems to be a bit of water on the boil over a small little fireplace, and there's a flue above. And he kind of dips a tankard into the boiling water and starts throwing some leaves into it, and he kind of looks at you. Do you want anything?
Oh, no thanks. He
Sure.
looks to Aiden. Yeah.
He's dead. I suppose you'll be wanting his things? Or do you have questions for me? Or
Well, we do have questions for you.
While Hawk is doing this, I would like to kind of look around the house, just like the subtle detective looking at pictures and
Make an investigation check while you're doing it, and then
Yeah.
we'll get back to me and Hawk. It's relatively good. So you can see that there are kind of like everywhere seems to be just very small faint paint stains, like all about the house. Very subtle, very like indistinguishably present. But you can tell that there's different pigments. It's not some just mess of somebody. There's
Right.
definitely painting going on in this house. It looks like there's a set of stairs that kind of, or not stairs, but like a ladder that goes up to a loft. And it seems that there's a kind of a bed near where like the main room would be. Like there's a couple of cushions that have been kind of set up, but they're really just blankets that have been thrown over like old bales of hay. But it looks like the bed in this room is decent. Decent mattress. It looks like it's actually down feathers, about twin size. But yeah, it looks like the lower level is kind of just rustic and lame, but that bed seems nice.
Any sign of Jared?
Make a perception check.
Okie doke.
Okay. You're kind of just casually browsing around as he's kind of like making his tea, and you notice that there's a shadow, like a silhouette, coming in from a light or a window above, and of course it's not very focused because it's not really bright outside because it's kind of misty. But you can definitely see the silhouette of a boyish shape sitting up on the loft, kind of looking down. You assume looking down over the loft, down at you guys.
And so,
Right.
so Hawk won't say anything, but we'll motion to Aiden
Kind
to
of.
that direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll nod and kind of go towards the boy.
So
They
Right.
gotta do dual interviews.
yeah, he's kind of up the stair or up the ladder, like up there. His stuff's up on the loft. The barrack says. But what questions do you have for me? I suppose.
So we've been tasked with investigating what we think, are the murders of Felix and Rena Ramont, and I wanted to know about their relationship. I know that he was a painter and that he was possibly making paintings of her. It sounds like they might have had a romantic relationship.
Yeah, she came over quite a bit.
Mhm.
She
Well,
helped us
can you
out.
tell us about that? What was she like? Does it seem like the two of them had a romantic relationship, or?
Yeah, they were definitely having a romantic relationship. She was over here quite a bit, um, and yeah, she would dress herself in some peasantry and walk around with the Bairnhills quite a bit. They were madly in
Do you
love.
do you know if that caused any tension with her more noble family?
I bet, but no, I never met her mom or her dad
Hmm.
or her brothers or sisters or whatever. I just know that she came out here and they seemed really happy together. And
So she never talked about any problems that she might have had in terms of the time that she spent here.
no, no, she seemed to be relieved every time she'd come out this way, though. So if she was having those problems, she was leaving them at the door.
Mm. So no other suitors.
There was a guy named Mullane who was really fond of her. He's an actor who does some stage shows just around the well, but he wasn't. I mean, I don't think he was the killing type.
Hmm.
He was kind of, you know, frou.
Well, we definitely like to talk to him, so we would ask for the specific like location.
Sure. Well, he travels around with a small troupe, but
Mhm.
they're mostly around here. Sometimes they make their way up to Hilton Marketplace, but only on rare occasion.
Yeah. We also learned that Felix had a brother, Jared.
Yeah. Did you really go upstairs? I didn't.
Yeah, I went upstairs as
Okay.
he motioned that
Yeah, I
way.
believe he's upstairs with your friend. And as cut, you're kind
Right.
of before
Right.
the conversation's really getting started. You're climbing up the ladder, and the boy's kind of looking at you. And as you're kind of coming up, he kind of backs away into the loft. Once you get up there, you see like a really lavish looking mattress, really nice. But it looks like there's clothes kind of just laying about on the floor near the bed. And some of them look like a boy's clothes, some of them look like a man's clothes, and some of them look like a noblewoman's clothes, um, undergarments and what have you. Um,
Mhm.
and the boy kind of looks at you. He's not
I'm
coming back, is
guessing
he?
no.
They probably got him.
Who's they?
I forget what he said they were called.
Fucking pronoun game.
Yeah, right. she said She said they were called the Ten Heirs? Ten Heirs? Ten years? Teners. 10 years? I don't know. Something like that. He's probably a boy of about 8 or 9.
Okay.
Actually, no. He'd
And
have to be more than that because 10 years ago, 12. He's 12.
so like just before puberty.
Yeah.
Cool.
Years, heirs. Something like that. Yeah.
And what did she say about them?
That they didn't like Lord Hilton. They didn't like him at all, and that she knew too much. That's what she would say, and she said that if they ever found out that she had told anyone, then Felix would go away, and you, he's he's gone, right?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I lost my daddy and my mommy before I knew that I had them, so, and I've never really had anything, so it's okay. And Barrick's really nice, and he's teaching me how to do the barrels, so maybe I can I can be good at that.
I'm sure you will be.
Do you know? I can't ask questions. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
How often was she here?
Every 6th day.
Every 6th day, huh?
Mhm.
And
They were gonna go to the shackling together and get married, just like in the stories.
did she ever talk about her family?
No, but you know
No?
this. You know how the story goes, right?
Why don't you tell me it one more time? I like it.
Mr. Lord Laviston from long ago, he was out hunting in the woods and he shot a bear in the heart with an arrow with an iron head. And the bear turned into a pretty lady, an elvish girl. She was a doodad. And when he went to go and see what had happened, she was dying. So he took her to the town and she was dying. But they knew that the arrow was the problem, but when they took it out of her heart, she turned back into a bear and tried to kill Mr. Laviston again. So the doctor put the arrow back in, turned into a dying lady. Well, Laviston was really smart and he put an iron shackle around her neck and then took the arrow out and she didn't turn into a bear. And then she married him. And they were happy forever. That was going to be Felix and also Miss Rena.
Can you show me his things?
Sure. He kind of gestures. You can see there's an easel. There's like a small sub room. There's an easel.
Mhm.
There's a canvas that has painting on it. There's a stack of other canvases near there. And then there's another stack of canvases that are actually face down.
Can I lift up the face down paintings?
Sure. When you flip it over, you see that it's paintings of men and women engaging in coitus.
Does it look like
Not them.
Felix? Not them. It's other people.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's as you kind of pour through each and every one, each act becomes more graphic. Like he was kind of catching an art for it. Like the older ones were on the bottom, the newer ones were on the top.
Right. Did other people come over here to see Felix?
No, but Felix would go out to them. Cherry Eater would tell him to go.
Who is that?
Cherry Eater? That's all I know his name. He's a mean man that tells Felix that he has to do work, or he'd tell
Or he'd tell what?
about Miss Rena.
I see.
He lives near here.
Do you know where?
No, not exactly. I just know that brother wouldn't go out too long. He would be gone for terribly too long. So it's somewhere near, I think.
Right.
Cut downstairs.
Yeah, I think I'm out of questions.
Sure.
At the moment.
I incited really well. Andy, does Hawk have any questions further for Barrick?
Yeah, he would want to know where Rena lives. Lived. The location.
Some house in the Noble area, I suppose, but she'd stay over here a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know exactly where because I never went, but yeah. She would sneak out, come over here, and they would stay together.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed what you had typed, Matt. Well played. That bear turned into a hot girl. Okay. Brain. Cut from.
Ooh, I want to ask one more question.
Sure. Make it quick.
How does Eric treat you?
He's really nice. He's a good dad.
And you're happy here?
Mm-hmm. I'm
All right.
making barrels.
That's all I needed to know. That's it.
Cut
Dude, that
to.
guy
I
died.
wasn't gonna do a goddamn thing about it. I was just gonna tell Hawk.
Sure. You guys cut to.
This guy touches this kid at night.
No. It cuts to you guys back at the marketplace, and you guys, see Melissa there. She's walking around with her guard. She kind of sees you kind of over her shoulder.
Take
How do you-
over, Eldithus.
For the quiz matter.
Charismatizer.
She's kind of focused on Eldithus like a lot.
Yeah, I will approach and bow as
Oh.
elegantly as I can.
And she kind of
And-
like reaches her hand out for you,
I will take it and kiss it.
and she kind of lifts you up, and she's like, "Oh,
Lady Melissa, we are here bearing some rather sad news about your friend Rena. She was
she doesn't
found
seem surprised."
deceased earlier today in the river.
Yep.
You don't seem surprised.
Nope. I tell you, it was her mother, but I don't know if you'd believe me.
I don't know, that woman was kind of a bitch.
I think I might believe you.
What makes you think that?
Oh no, I'm just sure of it.
What makes you sure of that?
Well, she really didn't like the choices she was making in her life, even though they made her really, really happy. And if you're familiar with the nobility in these parts, if you have a spoiled apple, you don't keep it, you throw it away.
Ooh, but murder?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a bit steeper than I thought. I thought maybe she'd be sent away to, become a priestess or something to that effect, but it doesn't surprise me in the least.
Wow.
Choices exactly were these that she was following that were making her happy?
She was in love with Felix.
What
Is
do you
he-
know of Felix?
Is he okay?
No.
So she killed them
They were-
both.
Yes, they were found together.
Well, that's a bit much, even for her. But
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me.
May I ask you a question, my lady?
Sure.
If someone were to want to prove that her mother killed her, how would they go about doing that? Because I have no clue.
I couldn't help you. I could just say that, in my opinion, that's who did it. It
You
was
don't
that.
have any written letters that Rena showed you or anything like that?
No. Unfortunately not.
That's too bad.
I do know that she was consorting with an individual regarding her son and her son's dealings. A fellow that went by the name of Cherry Eater.
You mean Rena's mother was talking to this person?
Dealing with a gentleman named Cherry Eater. Yes, purchasing certain things for her son and her son's friends.
What sort of things for her son's friends, if I may ask?
I couldn't say for sure, but I'm sure it wasn't good. I only met that Cherry Eater man once, and filth.
He was a bad seed.
Just a disgusting gentleman. Ginger.
Gross.
No
The
joke.
worst kind of
No
people.
joke though. Serious mode. He really is a ginger, and I didn't even know you were a ginger before I wrote it. So.
He wasn't an elf,
it's
was he?
What,
I get this all the time. It's okay.
What exactly was Rena's relationship with her brother?
Whoopsie.
With her brother, not terribly good. He was a bit possessive,
Possessive how?
like in a very creepy way.
Like a
But
sexual way?
I remember when I was younger, he would watch in on us while we were, playing our games and talking or sleeping.
Would he look at both of you or more his sister?
It was Rena he was interested in.
Oh my gosh. The plot gets thicker. I need a drink. In
Okay.
character, I take out my little keg of mug pounders
Now,
and start drinking some of that.
My timing estimation was slightly off. I think I underestimated this next part, so I do apologize if things start to feel rushed. but I'm going to put us on a fast track, okay? Because I know I
sounds
have an
good.
hour, and we haven't done a single combat. So
Hey, we could have a part 2.
if you want, we
It'd be a
could.
2-shot, not a 1-shot.
We could, because I did underestimate it by an hour, and I could probably fill it out for another session. But that's entirely up to you guys. Like if
Oh,
you.
I'm having a great time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that at some point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that's fine. I would love to do a little combat tonight and then some more next time.
Well,
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Let's work at that. Okay, so you guys at the Hilton Marketplace. Let's do this. Let's do this. You guys at the Hilton Marketplace. She kind of states that Felix was living in Old Town Well Marketplace, and this cherry eater guy is also somewhere around there. She doesn't know the exact location where he lives, but she knows that he was selling things to the lady, Mary Beth Ramond.
Right.
Yep.
All right, let's head there then. Thank you for your assistance.
Okay.
And we are sorry for your loss.
She says, "Sure, why not?"
I tried to be nice, and people
No,
just shove me off.
she's
Damn
fine.
it.
She's fine. She's like, "Oh, thank you so much. What are you doing later?
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Well,
Do you want to hang out? Can I stroke your ears?"
only if I'm a dog.
I'm down.
You-
I'm down. I'm so down.
I think I will be busy later, though.
It's like,
Maybe some other time when I'm visiting this area.
sure.
Quickly, let's go. Run.
Thank you for gracing me with your presence, Lord Elf. Okay, so you guys go back to Old Town Well Marketplace. Zach, Andy, were there any other questions you had for Barrick or Jared?
No.
Okay.
I don't have any for either of them.
So you guys go out into the Old Town Well Marketplace and start kind of scrolling around, looking. What I'm going to have you do, because we have one person who can ask questions without really asking questions through can't, I'm going to have you make me a persuasion check, Zach. And this is kind of an attempt to get the local riffraff to kind of help you out with certain locationing, finding. Perfect. So about a half an hour, 45 minutes into your search, you can see that an elf and a dwarf are kind of walking into the marketplace area. And you've gotten some pretty good leads, but you see them kind of coming in, and you kind of meet on the road. And what do?
I would like to go talk to the pimp.
Well, you're still looking for the pimp. During your
I haven't.
You will have
the
found
pimp.
him with that persuasion check. You will have found him with that. But what I'm saying is the party
Yeah, okay.
reunites. So if you want to compare
I think
notes-
it's convey all the information that
Mhm.
each side has found.
Yep.
I don't believe it was the mother. After I'm assuming we're gonna share all of the information.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Are we rogue?
Start. You know what? I am, because Hawk was standing next to me for all of it, so I can't keep any of it to myself.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, I there's no reason to hide this, because more
Right.
heads on an open investigation is better.
Okay.
But you don't need to know my contacts.
Right. We don't even know.
Wait,
But
you
yeah.
are contacts?
I do actually. So I would like to go talk to the pimp, because the mother seems like it's too easy.
Right.
Yeah.
That seems
Yeah.
too easy.
Well,
She's a
it sounds
bitch,
like
but-
she paid somebody off to do the killing anyways. So
Right.
maybe this cherry eater is.
But why would she? She could have very easily killed Felix without killing her daughter. You know, there could be other things happening, and I'd like to explore all the avenues before
Well,
we
what
go
do you-
accusing a noble.
Do you
That
think
is
her brother
correct,
is
yeah.
involved? What is the brother? What was she buying for the brother?
These are good questions.
That's another.
Brother seems a little
That's
shady.
another avenue. The brother seems more likely than the mother, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Yeah, I would go with the brother
agree.
more than the mother.
Me
But
too.
I would like to go check out this pimp, bro.
And figure out what he's about.
Yes,
Yeah,
let's go find him.
Okay.
because I'm assuming I'm already on some sort of a trail to find the pimp.
Sure. Yeah, with that persuasion check, you would actually learn that he is a very big fan of the theater.
Oh, that
And-
was the other thing. There's Mullane.
He's currently sitting in on a show that's being held
yeah.
outside of a small courthouse. very small courthouse, not even worth noting, just on the outskirts of the Old Townwell Marketplace. So you guys kind of head that way, and the show seems to be going on a bit. And you can kind of spot him out in a crowd. He's not terribly hard to see. And let me see if there's anything on here that's going to show players. He's pretty easy to spot. He dresses very tackily. He is a ginger.
He is a ginger.
And, he also has like rings that are set on his fingers, but it looks like his fingertips are kind of swollen into like reddish kind of like, and it may be because of the rings not fitting right, but it kind of makes his fingertips look like little cherries. It's kind of weird. But yeah,
Creepy.
kind of a creepy looking dude. But yeah, you kind of see him in the crowd. He's got a couple of people that seem to be with him, and the play's going on. And you can quickly learn the people who are currently in the acting sesh. It seems that one of them seems to be a very regal-looking guy, and I think I have a picture of him too. I don't. I do. Regal-looking gentleman who is, just hamming it up. He's chewing the crap out of that scenery. He's just, he is the actor, man, and he is the story that they're talking about, like the play that's going on. It's just some stupid melodrama between two houses. If you have history trained, which I think is just Hawk, you would know it as the story of House Ragnall and an elvish maiden coming together, despite all houses therein involved wanting House Ragnall to marry against those wishes. Almost a Romeo and Juliet like story. It's like
it's public domain. You can steal that.
It's like I'm obsessed. It's like I'm obsessed. Anyways, so you guys kind of approach the scene, and Cherry Eater and his fellows, are kind of just sitting about watching the show. And the show kind of ends. The actors start to kind of scatter, and the crowd starts to disperse. But this red-headed dude and his couple of friends are just kind of standing there, like as the crowd's dispersing, and it's kind of leaving you guys and them kind of standing off out in front of the stage, kind of showdown-ish.
So Hawk sort of motions to the group. We should definitely not let them get away.
And they don't
We
look
have
like
to
they're
talk to the two of them.
They don't look like they're trying to retreat.
Right. So this is the part where we all hunch over and
Right. Jets, right?
Tie your hands off.
West Side Story, this shit.
Tie your hands off and stab at each other with the knives.
Dude, we'll do the music video from Bad. Why not?
It's the best way to go. Best way to go. But yeah, they're kind of looking at you, and it looks like they're whispering amongst each other.
Hawk, say something.
So yeah, Hawk is gonna take a step forward and call out Mullane's name.
Oh, Mullane's like kind of moving towards the back, like past the stage, kind of into like a tent nearby.
So we don't want him to get away, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's getting away. It looks like he's just going to dress down, basically.
He's going to the green room.
Right.
He's gonna grab a sword.
To be completely honest, the people that are currently in front of you, they look like they're kind of already brandishing weapons. Like they're not drawing them and showing them, but it looks like they're ready to scrap. Like they look.
But they're theater people.
No. This is Cherry Eater and like five other dudes that are with him. And yeah.
So how about we have some questions for you?
And he kind of looks at you. Yeah, I know you've been asking questions around here.
And
he's kind of looking at Iden.
So let's have a chat.
What do you want to talk about?
We want to talk about Felix and Rena.
What do I know about these names? Who are those?
And so it'd be great if someone who is involved in the conversation about Cherry Eater could step in here.
Passive Insight 10 would tell you that he was completely lying and he was trying to force you into saying something.
I do not notice that.
I do.
Oh, buddy.
That's so
Um,
sad. Are you in dog form?
Nope.
Oh.
How is your insight so low if your wisdom is super high? I don't understand you.
Yeah, right. Aren't
Insight's
you a druid?
intelligence.
No,
Or-
insight's wisdom.
Oh wait,
No, insight's
you're
wisdom.
wrong one. So yes, I actually would notice that. My bad. I was thinking investigation.
Yeah,
Got
I
those
noticed it
mixed
too.
So yeah. So what do you want to?
Oh, I will step forward and be like, look, we know what you do.
Do
We
you?
know who you are.
Do you?
Yeah.
We knew you do business with Mary Ramont.
Oh yeah.
Mary Beth Ramont.
You
do
you make
business with-
arrangements.
I do business with a lot of the lords.
So tell me what your business with Felix was.
Felix. I said I didn't know
Oh.
anybody named Felix.
Then why does he have your name in his records?
He kind of looks at the other guys. His records. I don't think he knew how to write.
I have a journal. You want a
There-
deception roll?
Yeah, I really want one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pushing.
Beat a 23, motherfucker.
Oh wow.
They're kind of looking at you like, pretty sure he was illiterate. Guess he was lying to us the whole time. And Sherry kind of looks at you. Journal, huh? He was writing notes about us? Well, let me see that journal. I'm going to want it. And the guys start pulling out their weaponry. And they kind of look like they're ready to tango.
Quickly, can
It's
I
with
see if
the
there's any
steward.
metal
Come
around
on.
the area?
Metal?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Bear with me. Let me just... I have the combat set up, sort of.
Okay,
but again,
that's fine.
tokens were a huge issue that I never actually resolved. Zach's been here before. Don't judge me.
Not
Oh,
judging.
I
I find
totally
it this shit hilarious.
You have been judged. And you have been
Yes,
found unworthy.
fair enough. Anyway, damn it. Let me go into this one and copy these people. Just do a little bit of this. Copy
Man,
you
what was
guys.
that judged and unworthy thing from? I can't place it.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember myself.
It was like you've been weighed and found unworthy. I can't remember the movie
Okay,
or
so
TV show.
Iden was doing the main bit of talking, so he kind of would have been up front. Hawk, I'm assuming you would have been right around there because you two have been traveling back to back.
Yep.
And then you were kind of looking around for metal things, and the dwarf probably be right behind Iden then. And shift.
Awesome.
Does everybody see it okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it just like you imagined it would be?
Oh, that's
Better.
nice.
I would imagine myself one step forward,
Step forward.
like here. That's
Sure.
all.
Let me grab some character sheets. Gosh, I really hope I gave him stats.
That would be awkward.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and change that from that to that. All right. Put you over here, buddy. And generic NPCs. Bandito. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. So, yeah, they're looking at you like they're ready to scrap. So you're looking for metal. The wagon wheels or the wheels on these carts here, and then right here, and over here. Those would be metal.
Okay.
Besides
metal on
that,
their person?
on their persons,
Yeah.
the bandits are carrying.
They all have wooden quarterstaffs. Go fuck yourselves.
Scimitars.
Morning stars.
They all have scimitars, so like short-ish, kind of curved blades. And Cherry Eater is wielding a dagger. And I didn't make no roll necessary. It definitely looks like a thin blade.
Really?
Okay.
Guilty.
Guilty, yeah.
All right, guys, we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Now, easy way is going to be better for you.
Look, we're getting a journal one way or the other, so you might as well just lay down your weapons, turn around and take it, because that's what's going to happen.
You're gonna have to go through us and all of the town guard and the steward.
Nope, because we're in the well district, and I run
The
this
journal's
shit.
with her.
And I run this shit, and like all of them look like they're ready like to scrap, and they all take like one nice solid step forward.
This is happening.
Can I cast?
Well,
Fairy
let's
Fire?
dance.
Okay, so here's the
Do
situation.
I get a surprise round because I want to just stab
No,
this guy?
Here's the situation. Surprise
God
round's
damn
not going to work because they're ready.
Yeah, they're ready.
Okay.
Damn, okay.
Now I'm
Roll
going to go.
for
That's fine.
initiative.
I'm going to go
Whatever.
from left to right, and I'm going to give you one kind of freebie if I so choose that to be the case. Now remember, you've just been walking around kind of idly, so certain things are not currently ready. Like you do not have a shield on, you do not have a weapon drawn, you do not have anything ready to fight. So from left,
Even during this conversation, which was pretty heated to start with.
nobody had said. The only person who was asking questions about combat was, "Is there any metal around? Do they have metal on them?" So the only one that was tactically minded, he knows, and I know what he's gonna do, but he doesn't get to cast spells in this first bit. So I didn't. Is there
I'm just
anything
gonna
that?
take the dodge action. That's all I
Well,
want.
no, you don't get an action. Like you kind of get like a freebie
I
kind
want
of.
to be ready to dodge out of the way.
Okay, so on your
of,
initiative you can dodge. It's fine, but I'm like asking: Are you drawing anything? Are you pulling anything? Are you doffing or donning? Are you doing anything special quickly, like at the beginning of combat?
I mean, I think all of our hands are on our hilts of our weapons.
So then you're
right?
getting your weapon out, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's all I needed.
I am.
Okay.
Let's move on to the next
Killian,
person. I've got hand on my rapier.
Throwing your
ready to
shield
pull.
on.
Get my shield on, get my hammer in my hand, and I'm ready to rumble.
Cool. Hawk,
Shield up, sword up.
sword and board, ready to roll, and still looking for metal, and noticing that they have a decent amount of metal on them. In fact, in looking at Cherry Eater, no, he's actually wearing heavy cloth armor.
Ah, darn it! I was hoping you might be wearing chains.
He has rings.
Yeah, he does have a lot of rings on his fingers.
Oh,
Yeah,
ouch.
I remember that.
Can
That
be
would
exciting.
be
Heat metal,
super cool.
the spell that John hates the most. Fuck druids.
Heat metal.
All right, so
Druids.
this is how you'll
I
roll
never-
initiative, okay? Because that's what we're getting to now.
Yeah.
Click on your token and make sure it's selected, okay? And then go to your character sheet and click on your initiative roll. And that should automatically put you on my turn order, which I'm going to put to the right here.
All right. Cool.
Oh, that sucks so much cock.
Let's see. What are we clicking? Oh, initiative.
Yep.
Right. Makes sense. Perfect sense.
22, 15, and
I
6.
got a badass
15.
initiative.
That
This
is
never happens to
really,
me.
really crappy initiative. Wow.
It's not as bad as mine. God damn.
Oh man, that guy's.
Boned.
Hopefully his minions don't get anything good.
Yeah,
Unless
they're not
that
terribly
was the
fast
minions.
either.
Wait, is that right?
Oh, they are terribly fast.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, god damn.
So, just so you know, Zach, this is going to be a change of pace for you. When I start throwing
Yeah.
attacks at you, you're not going to see them coming. I'm not rolling out in public
Yeah, that's fine.
because this game has a bit more cinematic things that could happen, and I just don't want to ruin it with, oh, I'm sorry, I murdered you.
No problem.
Aldythus, first on the initiative count.
This never happens to me.
Get him.
Okay, what I want to do first before I do any heating of metal,
Mhm.
can you see where I'm dragging?
No, what you'll want to do is take your ruler, You see-
Okay, gotcha.
and then you can kind of point.
Yeah, what I want to do is this area here,
Mhm.
pretty much this, like 20
Keep-
by 20 foot area.
Uh-huh.
I want to cast fairy fire over that area.
Okay, so basically designating these three individuals here and Cherry Eater.
Yes.
Okay, so I need
Yeah, I'm casting fairy fire over them.
It's a dexterity saving throw, correct? Also, just click on this. If you hold on a second, your character
I
sheet's
guess
still on edit mode. No,
Is
it's
it?
not. So if you click on
Okay.
spells and then go to fairy fire and click the fairy fire spell, it'll just drop it in the chat.
Okay, spells, fairy fire. Where did I put you? There you are.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that dexterity saving throw has to be wrong.
Yes, that is wrong. That should be 13.
Okay.
I don't know why it says 12
That's
or
fine.
10.
I'll roll. So Cherry Eater with his save, Dex versus that. He's good. Bandit 1, we'll call that the first bandit on high point. Oh, they're not rolling out. That's bad, but yeah, that's fine. You know that he didn't get it, and I'll change that real quick. Perfect. 2, yep. 3, no. So I will designate them with a marker. It will be, what color do you want?
Blue.
So
there
blue
should
means
be-
they got hit by the fairy fire and didn't save.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that means that you have advantage on your attack rolls against them. Okay. And that's your action. Do you have any movement?
I did not draw my weapon out, so what I'm actually going to do for the time being,
Mhm.
uh,
You can do it as a part of your movement or as a part of your casting of fairy fire.
yeah, I'm not going to take my weapon out
Okay.
right now. Actually, I am going to basically move. I just want to move over here for right now and just sort of hang out back here for a second. Or no, hang out here for a second.
Okay.
I'm not going to move much, but I just want to.
Sure. The bandits all kind of start like they're going to move in, but just as they're about to, Cherry Eater yells out, "Don't kill the elf. He's worth more to me alive." And then they'll move in. So it is showing their movement, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Like so. Actually, like so. Okay, so bandit attack here, bandit attack here, bandit attack here, bandit attack here, bandit attack here.
Well, this was fun, guys.
So attack number 1. This is against.
Your AC.
We're gonna go with the 2 attacks on Iden first. It's a hit, but I didn't get any damage.
Dude, we have to sneak attack. Come on.
Oh, 4 damage. And then second attack, another 4 damage. So total 8 damage for you, Iden.
Got it.
And then we're going against 2 on the dwarf.
All right, let's do this.
Miss. And
Yay.
then 1 on the fighter. Crit.
Oh.
Take 10.
What kind of damage?
Slashing. So
Minus
you'll reduce
3.
3, yep.
I get 7.
Heavy armor mastery is one of my favorite early feats. It's kind of useless
Heavy.
later, but it's good.
Oh, 1 shot.
Bright. Possibly 2 shot. Apparently.
Right.
Right. Still. 4th level. Ish. Okay. Then we got Killian on deck. Or Killian up, Hawk on deck.
All right. All right. 5-foot step, or is that? Can I
No, it's not a thing.
do a move action?
Let me explain. So yeah, if you take a move action and you do not move out of a threatened square, you stay within threatened range of a creature, you do not provoke opportunity attacks. So if you step down, if you step away, you're going to get attacked by 2 people.
Oh, I get attacked.
Unless
by
your
2 people?
action is withdraw. If you withdraw or disengage, you can step away.
Man, that sucks. Well, here's another stupid question. I think I know the answer, but I'm gonna ask it anyways.
Sure.
If I were to stand right next to them and cast a bonus action, they would attack me, wouldn't they?
No.
Oh,
But-
thank you,
but-
bonus action.
You would have disadvantage
If it's an attack.
roll.
It's not an attack.
What spell is it?
Boom. I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith, a
You're
bonus
fine.
action.
Yeah.
60
your spell?
Just do it.
No, not myself. Who has the you know that Iden?
Yeah.
What's your AC? Like I would know that.
14.
I'm gonna cast it on him. He gets a +2.
So 16. All right.
Very sweet.
You're welcome.
Tank
Thank you
up.
much.
And then
And can I withdraw now?
Yeah, your action would be withdrawing.
And how far can I withdraw?
You can move your speed 25 feet.
I'm not going to move that far, but I'll just move back a little bit so I can cast freely.
Next turn.
Boom.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, guys. I'm
It's okay.
casting.
You've got a Hawk is the tank. It's just what it is. It's just...
Yeah. He's going to tank for us. I'm hoping.
Speaking of Hawk, cheer up.
Yep. So Hawk will go at this one.
Mhm.
Oi.
Swing and a miss. Okay. No bonus actions, triggering free actions, anything crazy? You're good?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you guys. How do I click off one of my spell slots?
So if you look in your spell page up in the top right, you'll see how it has spell slots first and second. Just tick down on the one on the left.
Okay. And all right.
So you should have
Sounds
3
good,
of 4
thanks.
remaining. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I can do that.
Rogue it up.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
This guy right here.
Yep. You know, this, to be completely honest, this guy right here you have advantage on. This guy right here you have advantage on.
Yeah,
Because
but this guy
fairy
right
fire.
here, I get sneak attack on.
You get sneak
You get
attack,
sneak
right?
attack on guys you have advantage on.
Oh, do I really?
Yeah.
I don't. I've never played a rogue. Go fuck
Why
yourself.
doesn't he have advantage on the other guy? It's adjacent, right?
No,
Oh,
so
yeah, okay.
Sneak attack
yeah,
and sneak attack
yeah,
and
you're
advantage are a
right.
little different. So he
You're
gets
right.
sneak attack against either if he has advantage or if his allies adjacent
Oh,
to the
I
same
see.
target.
I see.
But
Yeah.
he's
so
gonna get
I'm
sneak attack
gonna
against the
attack
dudes that got
this
fairy
guy right
fired.
here.
Yeah, do that.
Use Matt's spell for good.
Yeah,
I
no,
cast it for a reason.
For a
Yeah.
reason.
that.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You have advantage. Still,
It doesn't matter.
that's a miss. Wow, that is a miss.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then
you kind of chatted it.
bonus.
You kind of chatted it.
Yeah, that was rough. Well, you know what? If I had left him with 1 hit point,
No,
it would've been-
missing by 1 or not getting it enough
Yeah.
by 1 is the chat.
it's fair. It's fair. I did chatted the fuck out of that. Disengage.
As a bonus action,
Mm-hmm.
because rogues can do that.
I can.
Ooh, nice.
So
Toward him?
he can disengage as far as he likes, wherever he wants to go. I'm assuming he's
There.
going to try and get back next to the dwarf,
Oh.
or he's going to straight dash a cherry eater.
That's what I would do.
That's what you should do.
That's what I would do. Boom.
You have an 18 AC.
Hold
He
on.
has a 16, and his is magically augmented to be a 16. He's
Hey,
thinking,
he's-
look at him, look at him, look at how focused he is. It's like this character
Come on,
sheet.
man.
Right there.
All
Let's do
right.
this thing.
Checkmate.
All right.
Boom.
This guy's my bitch now.
Disengage, free breakaway, and then dart to him. Okay, so cherry
Yeah.
eater is going to go, and he kind of, you see,
Actually,
like, go
can I
ahead.
remeasure that? I want to give me a sec. Hold on.
It's okay.
I think I did that wrong. I want to be here on his backside,
Okay.
so he can't. I just want to be there if he tries to disengage and run backwards.
All
but
right.
now it's your. Sorry.
So he's
Placement.
got the dagger kind of just holding it up, like point up, and as you kind of get close with him, he spins it around so it's point down. And the second you kind of get in, he smiles, and you haven't really seen his full like grin, but now that you're looking at it, you can see that he's got a bit of gingivitis, and his gums are really bleeding.
Oh.
And he's like, "Ugh," and you can kind of smell his breath just like in the open air. And he looks over at the other band. He's like, "Get this fucker!" And he looks like he's readying an action to straight shiv you once other people get close to you. Because pack tactics, bro. That's how we work. Eldithus, you're up.
Cool.
Okay, what I'm going to do is okay, first thing I'm going to do is I am going to try to heat the metal of his rings.
Okay. The
Um,
rings.
Yes.
Is that gonna work?
How does heat metal work? I don't know. It's been a while.
I thought it had to
Yeah,
be like
Hold on.
a piece of armor.
It's
Have to be
I'm
like
pulling
half
it up.
weight or
Sorry,
something?
it's taking a second.
Heat metal. Choose a manufactured metal object, such as a metal weapon or a suit of heavy armor or medium metal armor. that you can see within range. You can cause the object to glow red hot. Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell.
Is that going to work on?
I'm going to say because the weapon and armor suggestion kind of denotes its specific size.
Okay.
He does have a lot of rings, but I don't think they would be armor level amount of rings.
Okay. He's carrying a dagger, though. Would that be?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to try to heat up his dagger then.
Okay.
Right.
So if a creature is holding, so it's not a try to. You do. You just succeed.
Okay. All right.
And-
I'm going to heat metal then.
Any creature in physical contact with it takes
Whoa.
2d8 damage when you cast it. So roll 2, or just cast the spell. You already did.
Yeah.
14 fire damage to Charioteer. And
Nice.
he's going to go ahead and just drop the object upon doing so as free. So his dagger kind of falls to the ground. It was a really
Sweet.
nice looking dagger.
How long does it stay hot?
The duration of the spell is concentration up to 1 minute. So for as long as the druid can concentrate on it.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action, and I'm going to turn into a tiger.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Okay.
All right.
Hold
This
on.
is getting good.
Claws out.
Yeah. He did a
Yeah, I
mic
wanted-
drop.
Tigers
I wanted
are
to get the
large
concentration
or
spell.
huge.
Large.
Well, I have as a moon druid up to a C or a challenge rating of 1, which
Yeah,
a tiger
tigers
is
are
a
large.
challenge rating of 1.
Right. Bear with
I'm
me.
gonna
here.
hop on your back, man. He-Man.
If you really want to.
Not really, but it sounds good.
Bear with me here for a second, because I genuinely have you. This is gonna blow your mind, Zach. It's gonna blow
No,
your
Oh,
mind.
awesome.
It's
I'm psyched.
fine. I want to see this too.
So done. What's your intelligence?
My intelligence is -1.
No, the actual score.
It's an 8.
And your wisdom.
My wisdom is 16.
And your charisma.
Oh shit! They have
15.
pre-made creatures on this.
Yeah, I just
sheet,
built them
don't
in a
they?
character sheet.
That is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I forgot about. That's why these sheets are dope.
They
These
are
sheets are awesome.
pretty sexy. I will not lie. So
Nice.
That's really.
bam. You have a tiger. It should be at the top of your journal.
Category monsters.
And I'm gonna
They're
make
not all
this
there, but a lot of
tiger
them are.
a tiger. And I'll make this its hit points. And save changes.
That's a lot of hit points.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna
is
move
that
it off
weird?
of you. Now this is your square, okay? So what
Yeah.
I want you to do at this time, okay, is place it in your square where you would have it be. So basically one of its squares has to be where you're currently standing. And that
Right.
could be into people or it could be away from people, what have you.
I want it right there.
Perfect. I'm gonna move you up into the top right corner. Your initiative
Okay.
track will stay the same, but you are a tiger.
All right, and then sorry, where was the stats for? Oh, you put it.
You see where it says tiger at the top above characters?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, just found that.
It'll be your character or your tiger stats,
Right.
and everybody should have access to that. If you want to take a look at it, Zach, it's pretty cool. I love this game.
Yeah, I saw those. I saw those when I was playing in another game with these sheets, and that was the coolest fucking thing I've
Saves
ever
me
seen.
a lot of time,
So
That
much
is
time.
Really
all
awesome.
of the
man.
time. It's like, oh wow, this is a really long list of freaking animals that I have to make and character sheets
Nice. That's cool.
Okay, banded toes. This one here will move to this location, which will trigger readied action. As a part of that readied action, he's going to draw another dagger. This one is not as fancy as the other one.
What?
But
How
when
did
he's-
he prepare that action to draw another
As
dagger?
a part of the action of stabbing him.
Yeah, but his ready action was
No,
to
no, no.
stab the dagger,
So
so he
just
should have dropped
hold
the
on.
dagger and lost his ready
Real quick,
action.
It
My
wasn't.
point.
His ready action was to stab this guy with this dagger. It was to stab that guy with a dagger. He has other daggers. As a
Oh,
part of the
shenanigans.
action, he can draw a new dagger. It's not that it's-
Shenanigans.
It is shenanigans. It is
All
shenanigans.
shenanigans.
But me taking 2d8 fire damage without having to make any saving throw and without having to make any attack rolls, and basically omitting me from my magic. My dagger that I had that was really nice. That's not magic. Shush up.
Yeah.
Makes me sad. So
All right.
Whatever, man. You do
Grin
you.
and bear it.
all right. So this guy's rolling. I hope in whispered. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna attack twice. Swing and a miss. Swing and what is the
16.
16? That will hit. Take 4 damage.
Uh,
Don't worry, guys. I've got 10 left. And our
Oh,
healer is a
man.
tiger and can't heal anyone.
All right. So the other two.
I can heal people.
Okay, yo, fuck yeah. If you
Hell
can
yeah,
hit
I'm a
me-
cleric,
If
man.
you can hit me with something, that'd be helpful because
I
I'm
have a
about
stupid
to
question
drop.
here. I'm concentrating on your spell. I'm concentrating on your armor. Can I cast another spell? I think no.
If the spell does not have a concentration feat, you can.
Oh, sweet! I love
Yeah.
it. All right, I can cast more spells. Sweet.
So long as
So-
they don't require concentration. If they
The
do,
other
then
two-
it drops the other concentration.
All right, sorry about that dumb question, guys. I haven't
No worries.
played.
It's okay.
It's all good.
Completely fine. The other two bandits, the ones that were charged with moving in and attacking you, the one that's fairy fired moves in. You can kind of see him coming a mile away. Swings with a scimitar. You kind of dart away, and you can see this shield kind of interlope between you and him and block it. Kind of dart the scimitar away. The other one kind of comes around Charioteer and comes from behind his robes and swings with the scimitar with an upward stroke. You catch it with your weapon and kind of block, but you can kind of feel like your muscles strain as you block the attack. Yeah, you're definitely being pinned against this theater stage.
Yeah.
You got him right where you want him.
You got him right where you want him.
This is exactly the situation I wanted.
This guy is gonna go ahead and disengage because there's a tiger now.
Hell yeah!
I meant
Run, sucker.
I meant there. He didn't do this weird loop. He just kind of darted towards the stage. And once he gets there, he's kind of got his dagger like, this guy's going to be like, move over to here. And
My grill.
this guy right here is going to attempt to attack Hawk. So attack on Hawk is miss. Attack on Dwarf is miss.
Oh,
But as that's kind of engaging, Charioteer kind of looks over his shoulder and sees what the elf has done. And he yells back over his shoulder, "Call off the tiger, or we're killing this guy." Dwarf.
I'm not saying anything. My turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looks like I'm going to have to. Oh, I got a bonus action of healing. Now, bonus actions don't draw attacks, right?
No. So just to let you know how it works, spellcasting doesn't draw opportunity attacks, but if you cast a spell that attacks and you're engaged in melee, and it's a ranged attack that you're casting, you have disadvantage. So
That friggin' blows my mind because that's never been that way in any
Yeah,
game I've played
but
before.
how it works now is most spells have like a concentration effect. They don't just last for a
Yeah.
duration. And if I hit you while you're concentrating on the spell, you could lose the spell.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the way it was in other editions. But all right, well, I know what I want to do. I want to cast Healing Word on my buddy over there with the good armor.
Distance
And it
for
looks
healing
like-
word is 30 feet.
Oh shit! No, I thought 60 feet.
Is-
60 feet. Yeah.
Don't
I
move.
just-
Did
Oh,
you
shit,
did
I
you want to
moved
move?
over. Yeah, that was an accident.
It's okay.
I'll move back.
Go ahead.
Boom. I think it's yeah. Let me check my little
It
scale
is
here.
60 feet. I just checked in my book.
Yeah. So you're 45 feet.
Yeah, dude, you're good.
So
Hit
I
me with
go-
that shit.
Roll
I
your
go-
D4.
Frolic, bless, Eden, and then boom. Let's see. I got a Healing Word. Do I just click on Healing Word and
Yeah.
it'll do it?
literally
If you just click on the
text.
spell, it'll do it. Unless you're in
Oh,
edit
where on
mode.
the
Is the screen yellow?
Oh shit! It may be in edit mode because it's not doing anything. All right, let me try again. Oh mother. Sorry, I'm a noob over here. So,
It's all right.
Oh, dude,
Click
no
the
worries.
pencil.
I might just.
Okay,
Well,
hold on. Boom. And now click it.
all right. Sorry, dude.
It's okay. I got you.
Now I'm not even on my. Why don't you just? If somebody's on my sheet, just roll it for me, man.
You healed 1 hit point.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait a minute. No friggin' way.
It's plus your
Because I have-
modifier plus your life. Hold on. Those
Yeah.
weren't added in for some reason.
Sorry, I'm like,
Let's
there's
just-
no way that happened.
Let's just do the math. So wisdom
Yeah.
modifier 3, right?
Yeah.
Yep, and I
then-
get +2 to that. Or what level spell is this?
No, it's +2 for first. It's first level, unless you
First
cast it as a second. Do you
No.
have second
No.
level slots?
He does.
I
don't-
do have
don't.
second level spots.
But you
left.
didn't cast this.
But I
as a
didn't
second
cast it
level.
as that. No.
Okay.
So
So
it's
5 plus
five.
Yeah.
1 is 6. You get 6.
Perfect.
That'll
All right.
work.
That's a bonus
All right,
action.
and that's a bonus action. And then as a not bonus action, I'm gonna bop that guy on the head with my hammer,
Do it.
or at least I'm gonna try. All right, let's do this. Boom! Did that roll?
Yeah. So you
Yeah,
get 3.
Great. Damage not great, but you the good hit.
All right. Well, it's the hit that counts.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Now I'll say, all right, bring it on, buddy.
I'm more scared of that tiger, but yeah, sure.
That tiger's gonna rip you a new one, buddy.
I'm pretty sure it's not going to go for me, but that's fine. Hawk.
I guess Hawk is gonna try for the one that he missed earlier.
It's like, I'm not even a named character. I'm going to get out of here, or I'm going to die to you.
There we go.
Shoot. Okay. And
This guy.
has he been hit? He hasn't been hit.
No.
Yeah. I don't know why it didn't give me my hit point markers, but whatever. I'm making do. Perfect. You hit him. He kind of stumbles back, but he kind of leans back into it, and then he kind of keeps looking at that tiger with like his left eye, kind of like, oh shit. Aiden.
Against the guy that I have advantage on. God fucking damn it.
Dude, you are
God.
just straight nicking the shit out of this.
Fucking damn it.
Roll some good dice, man. So the
Oh,
unfortunate event is he states, call off your tiger or this guy's dead. And he looks straight at the tiger and it looks like he's readying his action to shiv the crap out of some Zach's character if that tiger does anything ballsy.
Oh shit.
Your move,
ready?
brah.
Disengage.
Oh, sorry, you're still going.
Yeah.
Fine. Disengage.
Can I move up here, or is this not
Athletics.
a thing that I can do?
You would need athletics. It's about 7 feet high.
Can I do acrobatics instead?
You're going up, so it's more of a climb
Acrobatics and roll around them.
or a jump.
Or something.
Okay, well then, fuck that. I don't need this.
Run to the tiger.
Come catch me over here, motherfucker.
Did me a lot of good, actually. You just moved over. Okay, so that's a bonus action.
Yeah,
Do you have an action that you want to do during?
I already swung with my rapier and.
Oh yeah,
sucked
you're
cock
a
out of
failure.
it.
I forgot. Thank
Yeah,
you for
yeah, that's
reminding me.
2 shitty rolls in
So-
a row.
Cherry Eater, for some reason, was moved off of his thing, but he really moved and then readied an action. And he says, if your tiger comes towards us, if you want to mess, call off your tiger or I'm stabbing this dude to death.
How is that his ready action? God damn
I ready
it.
an action. If tiger moves adjacent or closer to me, I stab that dude in the chest.
But the tiger hasn't moved.
I'm readying action. If tiger moves, I stab you. Tiger's gonna move.
God damn.
Do it, tiger.
Dude, just do it. Just do it.
Thanks,
I'll take the hit. You
do
can't
it.
kill me in one
I
shot.
moved right next to him and attack him.
Yeah,
If you
go
start to
for it.
move towards me, once you get close, I'm gonna shank him. So I'll
Do
attack
it.
first, then you'll attack
I-
after. So you
I
can.
will
That's
survive
okay.
this.
I
have
am-
faith.
Oh, also, really quickly, with a tiger, did I need to add in the damage dice for it? Because it didn't have
Yeah.
anything under damage. Okay. I did add that in. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't screwing something up.
You're fine. Typically, like what I'll do with NPC type creatures, and what it does automatically is you hit the dice, it'll roll the dice, but you use the. If you look in the bottom, there's like free text, and it says
Yeah.
it does this much damage set. So with
Yeah, I
NPC,
just filled in that while I had a
you've
second.
noticed that the bandits have all done 4 damage unless they crit.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
Well-
sorry. Another thing too is nobody's crit yet. I don't think it'll come up because you guys suck. But if you do crit, you don't roll the extra dice. You just deal the extra damage maximum of the dice. So, for example, if you're doing a d6 damage, you'd roll a d6 for normal, and then you do +6 damage instead of a d6 extra damage.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to move towards him, and yes, I know that he's going to go to shank you. and
Yep.
I'm sorry about
I'll go
that.
ahead and get that out of the way.
As I said, that would be 40 feet right there.
Yeah, dude, you're fine.
Take 4.
Oh no.
I don't have an adjacent friend, so I'm not.
I know.
Not doing extra
That's
damage. Okay. And then, hold on a second. I need to get out of edit mode. Okay. And then I am going to pounce. So
If you
sorry,
move
I
and
need
make an
to-
attack, so it's good. I got it. Go ahead and make a claw attack.
Okay, so here's for the claw attack.
You do not have advantage, so miss.
Yeah,
And
I figured
The
that.
next
Does
part.
he not get advantage from flanking? Because this guy just shanked me.
I
He
do
should
not
his
have
back
flanking.
to the tiger.
No. So basically, he was looking at the tiger over his shoulder, and then he kind of turned and stabbed, and then like, oh shit, there's still this tiger. So, but flanking does not grant advantage.
It does
doesn't.
not for a tiger.
I don't
no.
even know what flanking does.
It's not a
I
real
was just
thing.
pulling shit out of my ass. It
In-
is
I
a real
was-
thing in this
Back
book.
in the olden
It's a
times,
flanking rule.
I was trying to knock it
it's a
prone.
it's a variant rule. I don't use
I
that
know
one.
it's a real rule in
Ah.
there. It just doesn't mean you have to listen to it.
Wait, why did it say
Bandit.
something +6?
Um,
That should be +3.
right. Oh, when did you roll a 19?
A moment ago with my longsword that got the
Yeah,
9
So
damage.
that would have killed him outright, actually.
Super duper. Thank you. Sorry about that. That I didn't remember
He,
that.
he was
And
just bleeding.
First
Delayed
blood.
response.
First blood, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of
All
those.
right.
It was one of those like shinobi type things. You're like, "Sia!" And then you're like, and he's like, it's glorious.
Nice.
It's glorious. So other bandits, Cherry Eater, after stabbing and Tiger swings, he's like, "See, he's just a pussy. Kill him!" And they,
Boo!
if you're gonna attack me with puns, I'm gonna attack you back with puns. Bandits attack, swing, hit, swing. Tiger AC is 14.
Oh shit.
12, I think. Let me pull it back up.
Sure.
It is 12.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
pretty
hit
sucky.
and hit. So 4, 8, 12. 12 damage.
12 damage? Okay, I'm going to keep...
And you know how to adjust your hit points, right?
I think so. I'm just trying to pull that
Well,
up on the tiger.
Sure. If you just click on the token, you'll see that there's a red circle with your hit point total. If you click,
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. It's not coming up right now. There we
What
go.
is
I
your
got
hit
it.
points?
yeah, and then you'll just hit minus 12. He has 37 hit points as a tiger,
Oh wow.
and then when he loses
37.
all of those hit points, he just reverts back to his druid form with all
And
of
then
it.
how much damage did you do?
12.
12? Okay.
Druids are
25.
broken. Circle of the Moon druids more so.
Only for a certain amount of levels. Once they get past like
All of the
6
levels.
or 7.
All of the
That's
levels.
not true. When you hit like level 8 through 19,
Yeah.
they're pretty even.
That's
And then you hit level 20.
here nor
it's-
there.
Oh yeah, level 20 it's broken.
They're cheating.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Circle of the Moon druids are cheating. So bandit swing, 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 and then bandit on dwarf. Miss, because 18 AC is not easy. Dwarf.
All right. I noticed I didn't take my hit points off from before.
Okay. So
I took 4 before, but
yeah. So
can
if
you
you
plop them off of me or something? Or-
yeah, I can. Minus 4. 26.
Because for some reason when I click on my guy, it wasn't popping up. Shouldn't it pop up that little
Circles. Yep.
circle? It's not doing it.
It's
Is
weird.
that something on like edit on or something?
What browser are you in?
Google.
That's
Isn't that
weird.
the one I'm supposed to be
Yeah,
in?
that's the absolute right, truest, best
All
one.
right. Well, maybe I'm doing something wrong. It doesn't matter. I'll just tell you what I'm going to do.
Sure.
So actually, the tiger didn't get hurt that bad. How
Nah,
much?
dude,
12
tiger's
hit
fine.
points?
Don't worry about the tiger.
I've still got 25. I'm good.
All right. Well, I could attack and do a bonus action later if I wanted. I will attack that idiot in front of me with
Okay.
my warhammer.
You have
Plop
advantage. Roll it again because you have advantage. We'll use the first. Yeah, you missed.
Oh shit!
Um.
Now I can move though, right?
Yeah, but if you move away from him, you would take an opportunity.
Provoke
attack.
opportunity.
Damn, I hate
attack.
that rule.
You have a
I
high
could-
AC, so you could suffer.
Yeah, I could cast though. I'm hoping I'm going to motion to the fighter to come over and kill this bastard for me. But you know, he's got other things
how
to do.
about the guy with the tiger's got 3 enemies on him?
Yeah. If I
You're good.
withdraw, I can do that, right?
Well,
Just
you've
stay
already
put.
used your action to
Nah,
attack.
you used your action to attack.
Why don't you just stay put?
I'll just stay put then. I'll
Okay.
fight this guy.
All right, and it'll go to Hawk
Yeah, so Hawk is gonna move
and go murder
here.
some bandits.
Yeah. go
Yeah,
get that
and
guy.
get this
You've
guy.
used what, 15 of your movement?
Right,
Okay.
15 or 20 or something like that. I think I have a maximum of 30.
Yeah, I was just making sure because are you aware of action surge?
I am.
Okay.
I'm just waiting. I don't think it's the right time necessarily.
Understood.
We'll see.
I just wanted to make
We'll
sure you were
see.
aware. Like you could probably
Yeah.
cleave 2 of these dudes down if you hit
Yeah,
it,
we'll
but
see what happens.
we'll see if it happens.
I think
Rest in
Oh,
pepperonis,
God.
bro. Rest in pepperonis. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, damn it.
Can I go through the one and into the other?
That was the initiative guy. I deleted the initiative guy.
They were at 20.
I know.
Okay. I'm just letting you. I didn't know. If
I
you
always do that. I'm always be
Yeah.
doing it.
That's why you got to do X's, John.
yeah. Stop being the lead.
Always X's. Never deletes. Always X's.
Fine.
That way we know where the dead bodies are on the ground and how many dead bodies there are.
You cut him
And
in
you
half.
can loot them.
And then it becomes difficult terrain.
Nah, I don't. It's just a body.
It's slippery and
Well, this one is because his entrails. Like basically, what you did is, I mean, you bring your sword up, and hit him square in the chest, and like pretty much eviscerate him. And it's like someone threw a pot of beef stroganoff at his chest, and it's just out.
Nice.
Exploded out the pot. So yeah, that dude's really dead. You still have 15 feet of movement if you want to continue to move in. Not so much attack again, but if you want to just... I would say, personally, like...
That's 2 kills for you, man.
Here-ish. Might be good so you can keep these 2 threatened.
Yeah, I was going to... I won't say what I was going to do, but...
Whatever you want to do, Andy.
I'm just going to stay put.
Okay. I did.
All right. One of these has to work, right?
You're going to kill something. I know it.
I think that hit.
Yeah. You're attacking Charioteer, right?
Yep.
You do not have sneak attack against Charioteer.
Why not? He's within 5 feet of the tiger.
No, he's not. He's within 10
Ooh.
feet of the tiger. Wait,
No,
no,
he's
shit.
adjacent.
Oh,
He's right next to me.
my brain
He is
got.
right-
You're right. My brain got backwards. You definitely
Nice.
you sneak attack the DM. 16
Gotcha.
points. of
16
damage.
plus, that's 30 total, right? Because he had 14 from the fire.
Yeah,
Shit.
correct. He's still standing.
That's fine. I will.
And you didn't chat him.
God damn it. That's okay. I don't want to kill this guy outright. I would rather capture him, but that's fine. I will bonus action help the
You got it.
tiger, you fucker.
Sorry, it's funny.
Yeah, but
bonus action help the tiger.
Yeah,
and you can
so
do
he
so at
has
a range of
advantage
30
on his-
feet because of Mastermind. And
Yep.
so you're helping him with a specific action, and the action is attack. Got it.
Yeah, so he has advantage on his next attack. So basically, Tiger, don't worry about this guy. You have advantage on this guy.
Right.
Or
Got it.
if you want to, straight
Double
elf
advantage?
If you want to pull a real elf move, steal that kill.
Yeah, that's fair too. If
Nice.
you want to just fucking yank this shit out
I
from
want
under
this
me.
guy to be alive so we can question him.
Yeah, so I
You
say
can knock him out with the
clear-
paw.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
we do
Bitch slap him.
we could do non-lethal damage.
Sure.
with
You just
advantage.
claimed
I
it,
gave
right?
you advantage.
Announce it.
Okay.
How you use it is up to
Alright.
you. Advantage on an attack roll.
I'm gonna go ahead and multi-attack on.
Yeah, dude, motherfucking bring it. Biatch?
Take 8.
Okay. Don't worry, guys. I got 3 hit points left.
Is he going to
All right.
move anywhere?
You're so good.
Doing fine.
Don't worry, you're still within range.
John, is he going to move anywhere, or is that going to be the end of his turn?
No, yeah, he's done. He's good. He's still trying to kill this guy because he made a promise and he wants to make sure that he at least
Promise
gets out with that.
keepers.
Okay.
Do what he
Since I
can.
do have advantage, I am going to try to do non-lethal on him.
Okay.
Just drop my sheet, of course. Okay, so I'm going to.
Oh, Is Fairy Fire concentration?
Hmm?
Is Fairy Fire concentration?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's gone
Dang
probably.
Yeah.
Have you hit the tiger yet?
A
Oh yeah, you did.
lot. Like,
So just roll like 3 Constitution saves, 5 Constitution saves.
yeah, because I hit him before he turned into a tiger too, once and then
Yeah.
4 times.
Well,
Yeah. So
Well,
should I
let's-
do that really quickly?
yeah, just click
Sure,
the
just
Constitution button.
Constitution save
untiger?
5 times.
Uh,
And if you get under 10 with one of them, then yeah, I get my stuff back. Bing.
Yep.
okay.
Ah, got it.
So yeah, they're no longer fairy fired. I am the worst
okay.
DM.
Anyway, no. Trust me, I've done much worse with my games. Okay, but yeah, I am going to attack what's his name with the claw attack for non-lethal damage.
Give it to me.
A paw attack.
That'll hit.
Got
And
it.
that'll knock him unconscious.
Okay. And then I'm just going to. Dang it! I wish I could try to intimidate the guys next to me and just roar at them.
No, they're already
You can
well
do that.
intimidated. It would be an action to do it, but yeah, they're pretty well
Yeah, I know.
intimidated.
Okay.
Okay. Bandits, disengage.
Cowardly lions.
And then dash as an action. And yeah, that's their turn. Oh wait, this guy. I'm gonna take a swing at this dwarf. I'm really feeling killing this dwarf. I don't know why.
Do it.
Haven't really been paying attention to what's going on over in Tiger Town.
Yeah, his back's to it.
Oh my god, take 4 damage.
Oh, all right.
And make a
Man.
Constitution saving throw. Not terrible.
Con save. Is
But-
it a poison thing? Because
No,
I'm pretty
No.
good at that.
It's for the Shield of Faith that I forgot to make you roll for.
So I just hit Constitution, right? Click on
Constitution
con.
save, yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that was right. I just clicked on con.
No, it was ability check.
it's all
It's the same though because he's not
list of-
proficient.
Oh, you're not? I don't know.
It's fine. They're charisma and wisdom, but yeah, so that'll pass. You're good.
Wow.
right.
Your turn. You gonna hit him back?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
You guys are doing your own thing. That's a swing and a miss.
Oops. All right. Well, I'm gonna subtract 4 from myself. I'm gonna do a bonus action to do healing word on my buddy Aiden over there.
What? Okay.
I wouldn't
I mean-
worry about it. Like, save
Yeah,
the
why not?
spell
You never
slot.
know when a dagger is gonna come flying your way.
Fair enough.
You're
I
down to
guess
what? 4 hit points?
3.
3? Well, that's even more of a reason.
Let him heal you.
I'm gonna do it, man.
You
Too
do
bad.
you. I ain't gonna
All right,
fight you on it.
if I click healing word, that does it, right?
Yeah.
What
I
did that
skipped.
do?
I accidentally
No,
clicked
it
past you.
didn't
Add
add
5.
the extra.
Just add 5.
Add 4.
No, it should be. Wait a minute.
Oh,
My-
plus the
my-
level of the spell, so 3 plus 1. Yeah, it's 4. He's right.
All right.
I don't know why 2 was done last time.
I think it should be 6 because I add
No,
my.
we added 4 last time. He rolled a 1, and we added 4. Which
Yeah, but I
gave you
think that
5.
was wrong. I think you add my modifier, which is a 3, and then you add the level, which is a 1, and then you add +2 because I have because of my life domains. So it should
you're
actually
right.
be +6. Sorry,
So this
guys.
Sure, 9. Get 9 back, and then gain 1 back from the last time because it would. Well, no, 2 back from the last time.
Yeah.
Fairsies should be at full, right? Because you have like 2 hit points.
No, fuck you.
Hawk. There's a dead guy. There's a guy fighting the dwarf. There's an unconscious cherry eater, and there's 2 dudes who are running away. Letting them go or chasing them down. They look like they're pretty fast.
They're just bums.
I'm sorry, you're talking to Hawk?
Yes.
Yeah, Hawk can't catch them, but the tiger can. So Hawk's gonna go back and help out, help out our cleric and
Okay.
attack the fellow.
I got this under control.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nope.
Swing and a miss.
And let's go ahead and do that action surge.
Yep.
Boom. There we go.
Got some damn good rolls, my friend.
Nice.
So
He's
6 damage on that one. Cause yeah, and that'll knock him out. No, kill him.
You've knocked out 3 now.
He's the
There you
fighter.
go.
It's kind of
Yeah,
fighter,
you're doing
yeah.
great.
kind of his job. It's kind of like
That's the only job.
he's pulling his weight. Like, okay, and then Cherry Eater is unconscious. Tiger, are you going to chase down these guys who are just trying to escape with their lives, or are you going to chase them down, or like stay here with everyone?
Chase him down, bro.
You do see that like just past the line of business here, it does look like they're townsfolk who are just kind of like, now kind of escaping because of the tiger. Like,
I think you should just let them go, but that's my opinion. Do
it's
what you
entirely
want.
up to you. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just letting you know in about 14 minutes, I'm just going to call it. So
Yeah,
you won the fight.
right.
He's
get the
talking, but I
XP.
can't hear him. What's he saying?
Nothing. He's muted.
I'm sorry. My bad, forgot that. Is this the only exit up here?
It looks like it's a series of different like pathways, if you can see.
Okay, so there's like 3 pathways.
4-ish.
4-ish.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I don't think I can get both of them.
Right.
But what I can do, I'm going to move to here. I am going to drop the tiger form.
Mm-hmm. Let me grab your token. Actually, yeah. So place it on whatever square you want to put yourself in.
As close to them as I can get.
I believe that's
right
the
now.
right square then. Okay. Bye-bye, tiger.
And then I believe, and by believe I mean like pretty much sure. Yeah, I am going to thorn whip that guy. Because, thorn whip. Why not?
It's not a bad spell.
This is the perfect time to use that spell. If there
Okay,
was ever a better time to
Get
use that
over
spell.
here.
I think that it's going to be the first one, right?
Yeah, it's a miss.
Bummer.
Dang it. I tried, guys. I tried.
They're gonna double dash, and that'll put them 90 away from where they're at. So they would be 70 feet, 65 feet off the board.
Where did my turn go?
Next town over.
That's
You
a good
go
question.
after
Hawk.
Yeah, because we went.
Go after Hawk.
Went over
Go.
here.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss you.
That's okay.
So you would have done this before Tiger mode. So
well, yeah. I mean, my plan was.
are we really this bloodthirsty for the bandits?
Well, I
Yes.
am.
Yes.
what happened to
I
any
am.
goodness in you guys? I'm chaotic good, so
Can I
I'm
switch
good
to
with
my
these spells with-
crossbow and fire?
Sure.
Yeah.
That'll hit. It looks like it kind of catches him in the top, like the shoulder, and he's like, "Oh!" But he keeps running.
Yeah,
well.
I'm good, but I don't like people that do bad things.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into theater. So basically combat concluded, but they escape. A couple of moments later, like after the fight's kind of engaged, you kind of hear loud clacking, wood on wood. Hawk would immediately recognize this as the town guards signaling that a disturbance has happened, and you can kind of see a couple of riders like going in the direction of where those guys are running, or coming in that general direction. You can see the commotion is very quick and very brutal, and the guards kind of bring those guys down. It doesn't look like they kill them. It looks like they knock them unconscious, bonk over the head, and throw them over their horses. A couple of other horsemen kind of ride into the center and kind of look around. And one of the people that kind of ride in is a guy on a mule, a dwarf on a mule with a gray beard, and he kind of looks over at you guys. And he's like the last one in, and he goes, "Oh, it's my deputies. It's okay. It's fine. Just stopping some bad crime, huh?
yep, nothing to see here.
They're with me, guys. No worries. Those other two, though, take them up to the barracks." He kind of rides up with his mule over to Hawk. How's the investigation going?
Well, we think that this fellow, and he points towards Cherry Eater, has some information that could be helpful.
Well, he's all yours. If you need.
While that conversation is happening, can I walk back to Cherry Eater and start tying him up?
Sure.
Smack him around a little bit.
Oh yeah, leave me alone in a room with him for like 5 minutes.
Sure.
See what happens.
No.
Do you guys need a place to detain him? I've got a couple of cells in the barracks if you want to head on that way.
Well, let's. I think we can handle him. We need to talk to him.
Sure. I mean, again, like if you want a place to interrogate him, I've got a cell in the town guard barracks you can use.
well,
Let's do
all right.
that. Let's put him in there. He can't escape.
Yeah, that's
Like
fine.
a sneaky fellow.
he kind of snaps his fingers and he looks to the couple of guards that are kind of there. And he's like, "Relinquish your horses, Sergeant." He gestures toward the horses. "You and yours can take these horses back to the town guard barracks. I'll head that way myself." He kind of just trots along on his mule.
Excellent.
So from left to right, going to the town guard barracks. Zach, anything else you want to do?
I would like to check his pockets after I've got like his.
So once you're on the horse,
like I want him wrists bound, ankles bound, and
drooped over the
then
horse.
I want to check his pockets before we take off.
Sure.
To make sure he doesn't have anything hidden, like weapons or any of that shit when he comes to.
He's got a couple of daggers. You relinquish those from him. Okay, so
how many daggers did I just get?
4.
What about that nifty? What about the nifty dagger that got heated
Kevin,
up?
is there anything that you want to do? Because Zach's done. He's already done his thing.
All right.
So Zach, what are you doing?
Is that heated dagger that the druid heated up still around?
Yeah, it's just sitting there on the ground. It looks like there's a small little. It looks like there was a small little filter underneath the stage, kind of reaching out towards it. But as you come over, this little person kind of just hides away.
Yeah, I grab it.
All right.
This goes into evidence.
Yeah, put a cherry eater dagger.
Yep.
Or stiletto. Either way is fine.
Yep.
Add that to your character sheet.
I will.
Murder weapon right there.
Yep.
Told
Murder
you the
weapon.
pimp was the right guy to follow.
Hawk is doing what? Getting on a horse and heading in.
Yeah, he's also going to scan the area to see if any sign of Mullane.
Okay. It looks like most of the theater folk and theater people who were there kind of around when the fight started, like just on the outskirts, they've kind of retreated. It doesn't look like they're within sight, but again, you know where he operates. Shouldn't be too hard to find him. And for Matt, what's Eldythus doing? You're still muted.
You're muted, yeah.
Nope.
Do the dead bodies have any gold on them?
Okay.
Yes, the druid thinks of this.
Sure. I'd say if you quickly scrounge like the dead bodies, which would be a total of 3, I believe, were killed. 2 were captured. You managed to find about 18 coppers, about 3 silvers, and about 5 gold or guilders. 5 gold.
Did what's his name have any gold on him?
Cherry Eater?
Cherry Eater, yeah. I went through all of his pockets, so
Sure.
I would know what he had on him. I took the daggers definitely, but what else did I have to pick from?
He didn't have any gold. Just the daggers.
And halitosis.
And halitosis.
Probably a little chlamydia too.
I don't doubt it. Yeah. I mean, you put your hand in your pocket, so you probably have gonorrhea now.
I'm okay with that.
All right. I'm okay that you're okay with that.
Gonorrhea
I guess
is relatively curable.
Fredo is kind of my inspiration for Cherry. But anyway, I don't know if anybody's seen the gun. But anyway.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Everybody should have.
Nice.
So you guys are taken to the town guard barracks. It's currently almost midnight. So I know in my heart of hearts that I can either have this go for 1 more hour and get it to a nice semi-tidy close. But if you want, we could go for another session next Friday or the Friday following, whichever works. And I can definitely make it a nice, about the same time session, and close it out with a bit more of a nice bow.
I can't do next Friday, but I can do the Friday after if we wanted to do that.
Okay.
Or we can wrap it up now. I'm good for another hour. But that's me. I'm a crazy person who doesn't need sleep.
I'm not that guy.
Yeah, I'd rather wrap it up another time because I really enjoyed this game. So, I don't mind extending it out to another session.
2 weeks.
2 weeks is kind of a long time, though, but it's not too bad.
It's the most I would do. Bi-weekly is the most I would do. If it was past that, I wouldn't even humor the idea.
Yeah, so I vote for a longer second session, not on the 10th, but on the 17th.
Perfect. And Matt?
I like bows.
I like bows. Then we will give you the best bow. All right. On a scale from 1 to 10 for everybody but Zach, because I already know I'm his favorite DM ever, what do you think of my DMing abilities?
Well, since I'm the next from the left, I will say I liked it a lot. I think that was a 10. I had a great time.
Yeah.
All you guys were great guys to play with, and yeah, I'd do this every week if I could.
Brutally honest. Give it to me, Andy.
Yeah.
You don't have to. I just like my ego stroked, or like I like constructive criticism, unlike most DMs.
So you obviously put a ton of time into the setting, into everything, which was really great. Maybe a teeny bit exposition heavy in the first part of it, but I liked the combat at the end, and I think it worked together, that not just to throw us into the combat. So I would say a 9.
Perfect. Yeah, again,
Yeah,
this is.
I would.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I know you said what you're. Oh, okay, fine. I was going to say, I would say around like, exactly what Andy was saying, like around a 9. I mean, I thought it was a little exposition heavy, like he did. Combat was nice, and then I'm just also a big fan of, like, I don't know, voices, and like I felt like the personalities of some of these smaller NPCs were a little bit lost, but that's not a
I'm terrible at accents.
Huge problem.
I'm terrible at accents.
That's not a huge problem. That's just like a minor thing about me and my own personal quirks.
Fair enough. All right. I think you're just being nice.
Do you want my feedback on this game compared to the
because the other games are more
others that I
combat
played in?
heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
For a one shot, I think structuring it more like your other games would have worked a little better. But for a campaign, this is like a beautiful setup for a campaign.
so
Because there's depth there.
You've got 4 different scenarios that I uncovered as.
But they're all connected. Like from what you've been
exactly,
saying.
and that's my point, is that we got through 4 hours of gameplay and we moved pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And we have only gotten through one thread of what seems like 5 or 6 different scenarios that will all interconnect.
This is day 2 of a 6-day. So there's technically only 4 days remaining. And no matter what you guys did, things were going to happen that were going to engage you. And will still happen in the next 4 days. So the plot is set towards like a quick timeline like that, and you guys were very inquisitive, more inquisitive than I was anticipating. So there was a lot of questions. You guys were like, I want to make sure everything, because normally with the party that we play with, or with other parties that I play with on Roll20, it's like, oh, that sounds like the thing we need to do, let's go for that, and then that would be it. And that would be, you guys would have gone to the tavern, you'd be like, oh, that's all we needed, that's it, we're done, and there would have been no questions.
This is definitely one of the better groups that I've played.
Party-wise, the rating, to reverse it back on you guys, boom, got him. 10 out of 10. Like, you guys were great. I loved every single one of you. I felt like there was a really solid, party coherency. There was definitely a very strange interplay at the beginning where Andy was like, stop being a rogue, bro. Stop being a rogue. No. We're a team, though. God. We got to know this.
I think that's a good tension, though. That's a cool tension. The
I
fighter's
like
like
it.
a viable character, man.
I'm going to stop recording, and we will...